Hello, welcome everybody. It's Machine here, along with Ox. We're pretty hyped and excited for a couple of epic show matches today. First up, we should have Khala versus Scan, kind of a rematch from one of our previous show match series, actually. Two pretty evenly ranked, top Koreans at the moment, so that should be pretty epic. And then actually following that should be another epic PVT between Bonyth himself and Dandy, who, these two players know each other so well. They play together each and every single, day, I'd take a guess. And yeah, it's going to be epic. Thanks for tuning in.
Hey guys, what's up? Hey Pato.
Hey.
Big shout out to Leo UA. Thank you so much for tuning into the live cast, guys. Leo has sponsored all these wonderful show matches. $350. Big shout out to Esport Fund for co-sponsoring it, and Trovo threw down $50. So $350 on the line. The way the prize works, every single game is worth an equal percentage of the total prize. I'm sorry, I'm speaking about the Bonyth vs Dandy main event match, which we'll show after Khala vs Scan. So yeah, that's a $350 show match, 9 whole games. Every single game is worth, I think, $39. So what a great financial opportunity for these players who deserve it, don't you think, guys?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Bonyth is the king for the past several years, and Dandy is just a superstar in that arguably one of the best talents in the world, outside Korea, of course. So this will be an epic series.
Yeah, it always is between those two. They have the added advantage of being on the same team forever. So, I mean, both Bonyth and Dandy are gonna know each and every single possible opening that the other likes to favor, and sometimes you get some really epic matches, especially at their level. So this is going to be great. Thanks for joining, Pato. I was a little worried here, being the Zerg player, casting a couple of epic Protoss vs Terran series. So looking forward to your
no
insight.
love for Zergs.
No love for Zergs, never. This is gonna be great.
In this channel, we support Protoss players.
Only
it's a thing. We like watching Protoss players smash Terrans.
Unless they're Peruvian Terran. I think this channel has the following of Peru for sure.
Well, Latam people will be tuning in soon enough.
Yeah. So Pato, we have Khala versus Scan actually up first. What do you think of that matchup?
This will be epic. I love both players. I think especially Khala has a terrific PVT, and Scan is very well known by all the community for his skill. He qualified for ASL, and he proves that he's improving every day. So I don't have any favorite because I saw Khala smash Terror in a past show match. So I don't know. What I'm sure of is that it's going to be epic games.
Yeah, absolutely. Scan, I mean, kind of, you'd have to say the favorite, but I want to say, I'm not sure. Was it Terror versus Khala last time, or
Terror versus Khala?
It was Terror versus Khala. I was thinking Khala played against Scan before.
Yeah, they played before.
Okay.
I think they played best of 7 matches 2 times, not just one. So they know each other.
I want to say Khala won that one 4-1, but I could be wrong on that. But
I'm sure that Scan won one series, like 5-4, something like that. It was a very close series, but I don't know the result of the second one. Maybe our production team can assist, but I don't.
Yeah, so Khala and Scan have played a few show matches for us, guys. The VODs are on our YouTube. They're in the playlist of TQ Show Match Series A and S rank. most of them, well, I don't want to give spoilers away, but Scan's really good, right?
Yeah,
And that last one, I think, just kind of demonstrates maybe the improvement of Khala since he last played Scan. And this is the most, I guess, recent, or actually they've done 2 show matches. We haven't shown another one. But the one we're showing tonight is one of the most recent ones. It was played a few weeks ago. It's going to showcase, really, I guess, where these guys are at. I think Khala tried to qualify for ASL. He was just unsuccessful.
Yeah, he was unsuccessful. But
like
there are so many players, and it's about luck sometimes because you get draw with monsters, and I don't know. On the day, maybe, I don't know, you had a very good day and you play like perfect, and sometimes you get nervous. I don't know.
I mean, at that level, it's like you said, it's almost anybody's game, and a lot of it comes down to the luck of the draw, right? You might have a favorite matchup, and suddenly you're hitting someone like DeWalt, in the tournament qualifier, and you're a little weak against Protoss that day, and I mean that's all it takes. I mean, at that level, Khala, along with Scan, along with DeWalt, it's just so difficult to be that consistent. But this should still be a great series. I just remember when Khala did defeat Scan in the 1 series, it was while Scan had qualified for ASL, and I remember just being in shock that Khala then could still take such a dominant series against Scan at a time where Scan was probably playing so much, in order to get prepared for ASL. So it just shows the level that these players are at.
Well, yeah, they are both 2700 MMR players, so you can expect like very close games and very good games indeed. So I'm really excited, and I can't deny it. Like the song says. So let's wait a second. I will join Battle.net.
Okay.
¿Te das cuenta, Manu? Va a abrir Scan y Khala es cortinero, telonero de Dandy. Big shout out to Latin community that is arriving on chat, to Wersoft, aka Manu, and all Latin people.
I guess one little prediction I kind of want to make about this first series. From what I've seen from Khala in the past, he's definitely adopted that new meta of PvT. And I just remember seeing constant speed shuttle storm drops, on every map, but particularly maps like Shakira's Temple, Polypoid, and it looked, I mean, just ridiculous to try to deal with as a Terran player. And I'm wondering, he'll most likely lean back into that same style again for this series as well, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of adjustments Scan can kind of make to, deal with that.
Well, Khala is a very well-known river player, so you should definitely expect some river play in those games. But you never know, maybe he has prepared something special.
Yeah, it's usually like, is it usually a Reaver and then transition into Storm speed shuttle? I think that's kind of right, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very difficult style to play, to be honest. But it really pays off because you make so much damage with those storms. Reaver kind of control the map and gives you like an edge to throw Nexus, and if you make enough damage, well, it's very difficult for Terran players to come back.
All right, guys, so we're getting ready to get into Khala vs. Scan. It's a best of 7, guys. We got the prize over $100. What happens is usually Khala and Scan are streaming, and I put down some money for a best of 5 or best of 7. And while they're playing, I asked other Twitch viewers live if they like to contribute to the prize pool. And several people did do that. So we got the prize over $100. Big shout out to all those Twitch Foreign Brood War fans, viewers, for supporting these guys. Yeah, I think it's just great to be supporting the Foreign Brood War scene and these semi-Korean pros who otherwise are really dependent on people's support. Just pitching in a few dollars here and there helps them a lot. We're about to get into that. Before we do, maybe I can ask Machine and Pato to give us some predictions in terms of score. So this is a best of 7.
Okay, Machine, go first.
Okay. I mean, if I remember the last series I casted, I definitely favored Scan, just, with his current ASL qualifications, and I could not have been more wrong. Khala really had a very strong going against Scan, so I'm not gonna make the same mistake last time. I'm gonna actually pick Khala to be the favorite here, for no other reason than the last series that I saw between these two. I still think it's gonna be a close series, but I'll say Khala 4-2.
Okay. So, well, I kind of agree with Bryce over here. I think this will be indeed a close matchup, and I'm a sucker for Torrent players, and I really would love Scan to win these games, but Protoss OP, so I'm gonna lean on Khala on a 4-3 victory. Very close and very good games, that I'm sure of.
So Pato, you play Terran, right?
Yeah, sadly.
And the only reason that you agreed to cast this event, is so you can get the replays and copy Terran's builds, right?
Of course.
Just admit it.
Of course.
All right.
I cannot stop lying.
Yeah,
We
same
have the
here.
most-
I'm actually switching to Protoss, and I cast this just for the replays of Khala. Yep.
The worst casters, they're so selfish.
So
Of course.
selfish.
And then we will we'll sell the replays on the black market.
For way more than $100. Like, I'm just kidding.
Ha ha ha! I got the replays.
Alright guys, let's get into game 1. The map that was chosen was Eclipse version 1.2. Pato, are you going to be joining us?
Sorry, I'm slow.
It's all good. Hopefully we'll get Kwark to hop in. I believe he has some parental duties on Thursdays, but maybe he'll join us in a bit. Alright guys, I'm going to shut up. Let's get into game 1. I'm excited.
Yeah, sorry.
Let's do it.
Terror, I'm gonna say Terror va a jugar después de este match el mejor de 7 entre Khala y Scan, así que la gente de la TAM un poquito de paciencia. Welcome CRVT to the chat. Okay then. Machine, wanna do the honors?
Sure thing, Pato. Alright, we spawning at the top right as the green Terran Scan. And spawning as the gray Protoss on the bottom left of Eclipse, it is Khala.
Okay, so what we are expecting on this first map, I sincerely like Eclipse on TVP, since I feel like you can attack the Protoss base like straight up, and they cannot rebuild gateways in another parts of the map. So Protoss players should play like very careful with the army trades, and should switch to carriers in the late game in order to win. It's a very difficult map, so they have to like take a quick advantage in the early game. Protoss player, I think they usually try to steal the gas, So we gotta see what Khala is going to do.
It's not the best position for a gas deal, right? That gas in Scan's main is pretty far.
Yeah, but some
back.
Protoss in ladder, I have suffered. They like sneaking a probe and they will drive it all the left side of your base, like in the fog of war, and they will suddenly appear in the top of your gas and steal it.
Yeah,
And
I've definitely
you get
seen
mad.
that. Usually it's paired with like a proxy gate too, right?
Yeah, you will get like a Artosis face when they steal your gas and you want to burn everything down. Okay,
We won't be seeing
12
any of
Nexus.
that though. 12 next. I never see 12 next on this map, PvT.
Yes, I saw
a
Snow,
little
I think, do a 12 Nexus, but this is very risky. This is like making a statement, like, I can do whatever I want and still win. A Protoss that makes 12 Nexus in a short map, 1v1 map, is a Protoss that really knows, it has confidence on defending. But Scan is a Terran who knows how to deal with this, so let's see. This will be very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that probe going to be pushed out of Scan's main here. First factory going down. We see 2 on gas still for Scan. That's kind of a tell that it could be something other than just straight factory expand.
Well, he will push with Marines and a Vulture, so maybe he's optimizing and making a build for this opening.
Okay. Khala does have his Cyber Core up, a first Zealot out, to kind of start poking away at that SCV in the main. Really just kind of giving Scan free reign to scout here early on. I don't know. Khala doesn't look too deterred here. It's in a great position, I feel like.
Yeah, that's a weird opening. Some Protoss players tend to play like double gate in these occasions, but Khala made just one gate and rushed the cybernetic core. So this is kind of odd. So I'm wanting to see what he's going to pull. So surprisingly, Scan isn't building a Vulture, so he isn't planning to, a fast Vulture.
There's a proxied starport on the left side of the map. This could be drop play. I was gonna say, usually 2 on gas after the factory does mean starport. I almost said it, but I wasn't sure. I don't know though. By the time this dropship gets out and Vultures get inside the main, there should be plenty of Dragoons on the map here for Khala.
The tricky situation about 12 Nexus is that Protoss has to really opt to invest their gas in either gun range or fast robotic. Since it's a one-on-one map and it's like 90% probable that the Terran will strike soon, they always tend to build the cybernetic, the gun range first. So this will keep Khala in the dark for a couple of minutes. So that will give Scan an edge to drop and harass. And if Scan would have chosen to attack in the front of Khala's base, I think he wouldn't be successful because Khala would have enough units plus range to avoid any kind of harass. So maybe this as a surprise attack, maybe he can deal some damage, but I don't know. Khala is already 4 probes up.
Unfortunately, Khala actually scouted the proxy starport, which is really what's throwing Scan off at this point. He had a probe scouting out around the map, saw the proxy starport, and that's prompted a lift here from Scan. He knows that this drop would accomplish absolutely nothing other than throwing 4 Vultures and possibly a dropship away. So Scan's just opted to take the loss, back up, and take a later expansion. But it's going to be very difficult to play from here.
Well, yeah, because Khala has the initiative. He can pull a river drop. He can just mass unit. And if he makes a timing attack right now with 4 or 5 gateways, a shuttle, and zealots, it will be very hard for Scan to hold that attack. So even river drop, with the player with the great control, river control, it's very difficult to hold all places because you have the natural expansion, you have the third base, you have your own main, and if he makes a speed shuttle, it's like even more difficult. So
we have Scan actually producing his third command center right at the third base. This is the risk. He's realized, okay, I'm behind against the 12 next. I delayed my own expansion. I wasn't able to accomplish anything with my proxy starport. Like, how do I get back in this game? And you know, the one thing he has is map control with these mines, which are very thoughtfully spread throughout the map to scout things like drops or any troop movement that we could be seeing from Khala.
Well, he's cutting corners, of course, but I don't see, like, he's only mining minerals. I don't see an armory or an eBay, and even he didn't build a right just for the rivers or shuttle play. So this is really, really. Oh, there's an eBay.
Yeah, he's gonna use it as part of the wall, maybe. I think.
Yeah, this is really risky because a Protoss player who spams gateways and units early on can make lots of damage. And I don't know, even if you don't stop producing, I don't know, 2 factories will be able to take over 4 gateways non-stop. Plus the economic difference that Khala managed to make. But there's something weird, is that Khala didn't throw a third. Usually a Protoss throw a third at the 6:30-minute mark, so that kind of tells Scan that an attack is upcoming. So
engagement coming in here on these 4 tanks. Does get a good surround with these Dragoons. Bunker goes down as well. Ah, man, it's just too many Dragoons at this point. Yeah, Scan doing a great job microing back, using his SCVs, but he only has a single tank remaining. And like you've been saying, Pato, only 2 factories producing. I don't know how he, you know, if he's got to kill these Dragoons off in order to stay in this.
The problem is that doing this, the armor is very late. +1, it hasn't started. Plus, he wasted a lot of tanks. So trading tanks is not a good idea because you need those resources for the lake. Oh, mine! Oh, that mine!
Ooh, a lot of damage on those Dragoons. They're pretty weak moving in here. I mean, he somehow holds for the meantime. With a third base, no less. I feel like if Khala doesn't seriously deny this third here soon, I mean, he could be in trouble, actually.
Well, he haven't tech. I think he just played overly safe, building a cannon, trying to avoid a drop, while Scan just lifted his starport. So maybe I would say they are kind of even, like right now. Khala doesn't have speed zealots. He doesn't have zealots to break this push anymore.
It's about 11 Dragoons here versus 5 tanks and a couple Marines. Ooh, slipping up into the main, but they will be caught immediately by a group of SCVs. I love this by Scan. This is very high level. I actually cannot believe he's held this.
Yeah, me neither. To be honest, me neither.
Same. I thought exactly the same thing you were saying. Where's the armory? That starport has done nothing, absolutely nothing. It built an add-on and then flew across the map, like, and then he's like, you know what? I'm gonna take a third anyway, and it worked. It somehow worked. Wow.
Well, mine saved the game if you get a good connection, but yeah, and yeah, now it's. I want to say that Scan is in a better position. Okay, carriers are upcoming, so haha.
Ooh, you called it. Carriers they're pretty good on this map, do you think?
Yeah, because you can abuse the natural
well, that neutral air cliff, position.
Yeah, exactly. So that will give you vision, and you can abuse expansions, and it's very hard because you cannot like hit carriers and they can out micro you. It's really annoying. If you are in even positions, maybe you can pull it off, but it depends on the upgrades. Scan sadly has very low upgrades, and I think he's preparing for a timing push because he doesn't have a science facility. So 2-1 is late. It's very late. The +1 was late already, so the 2-1 upgrades will be very late. Oh, there's an engineering bay. So he will not reach that point of 3-2 in a very, very long time. So I don't know. Khala has still like, I would say 10 minutes to take over this game before Scan builds the death ball with 3-2 upgrades.
I think Scan's going for it. We see a very quick round of Goliaths already from Scan, which leads me to believe he's definitely on to Khala as far as the carrier tech here. I mean, look at the supplies. 156 for Scan to 160 of Khala. You never want to be a Protoss that even in supply here.
Yeah, and what's wrong about this? Not only the supply is really near, which always favors the Protoss, is that Khala doesn't have any AoE. He doesn't have any Reaver or any Templars or an Arbiter or something to fight besides Dragoons and Salas. Not even shuttles to make a cute outplay. So logically, I would say that Scan should win this fight with +1. Protoss has only +1 attack, so in numbers, Scan should win this fight like fairly easy. If he doesn't mess up or die with his own mines or something like that, I'm seeing that Khala is in trouble. 2 carriers are coming, but I don't know if that's enough.
I don't think it is, honestly. These Goliaths definitely already have range. Big push. Finally being set up outside the third here for Khala, kind of keeping Khala contained into the natural. Like you said, the carriers are online here for Khala, but they're still trying to build interceptors here. And meanwhile, Scan's just breathing down his neck. Oof. Scan actually unsieging, looking to push in even further. Here come the Zealots from Khala. Carrier's also doing some good damage to those tanks, and wow, big spider mine goes off, and Scan will lose quite a few tanks here, but it looks like Khala's being forced to back off. Oh, but actually, final Goliath removed, only 5 tanks left. I think Khala crushed that somehow.
You want to say it with me? Protoss OP?
Protoss OP. Oh my gosh, these 2 carriers just peppering what's left of these tanks with their interceptors. Man, I think if you're Scan, you're kind of shaking your head after that.
Yeah.
I really thought he was in the position to easily dominate that fight.
Well, Khala was really smart and positioned his carriers on the edge of that cliff. So he was able to snipe a lot of tanks. Now Scan is in an awkward position. His +2 attack will be up soon.
Late.
But but carrier count is already close into 6, and that's a really, really, really dangerous number.
Yeah, pretty much 4 is when you can really kind of start fighting in big battles with them. But 6 is, I mean, bad news bears for Terran, that's for sure.
So those interceptors are already +1 attack, +2 is on the way. So I don't know. This is very. If Scan would have his upgrades early on, I would say that this will be a much easier game for him. But I think those his missed timings in the armories will just cost him the game. because now it's very difficult to fight this army composition of Protoss. More with a player like Khala. Okay, he's throwing his carriers, never mind.
Yeah, that's a very weak carrier now. Suddenly I think Scan's a lot less afraid of these 4 carriers. 2 of them are very weak.
Yeah, 2-1 just kicked in.
Ooh,
Scan has
26
to just...
HP left on that carrier.
Yeah, Scan has to hold until his 3-2 is completed. 2-1 is an okay spot to attack, but if you want to really win, you have to have 3-2. So
Yep,
there's
+3
already
attack is started for Scan finally.
6 carriers, so this is the fight, this is it. Will he be able to... I have 2 Templars coming alongside.
Tank's not being sieged.
No siege, yeah.
Scan doing a good job targeting those carriers down. 1 does fall. This is just kind of an awkward choke for Protoss to fight in, and I feel like Scan had his Goliath's position on the right side of that, or the left side of that fight, to face carriers, which was kind of perfect. These tanks are almost protected in this little pocket here. And oh, here we go. Another big engagement. Scan doesn't seem to be looking though. Eats a storm, doesn't siege his tanks. That was definitely kind of a nice little catch there from Khala. A lot of these Goliaths now are in the red. And he can slowly just continue to whittle those down. 7 carriers now online for Khala. That's a pretty dangerous count.
Yeah, 2-1. Scan has a really nice army, but is slowly dying. All those Goliath, if you watch, are a good amount are in red, almost dead. He has a good amount of tanks. Maybe he throws a good storm. Okay, here we go.
Big engagement.
Yeah, I think
Scan needs to back up. I think Scan's gonna lose this one. There's just not enough Goliaths to deal with these carriers. Wow, another just amazing fight here from Khala. Meanwhile, 1 DT has actually been keeping Scan from taking his 4th this entire time. Just held position underneath the command center, which is kind of, I mean, it's just adding up. Because Khala's already on his 5th base. He took the double gas base top left. As soon as that gets completely mining, there's going to be way more carriers and Templars on the field for Scan to deal with.
As Terran, you need desperately your 4th base, your 4th gas, in order to dominate when you have 3-2. So I think this game will decide if whatever Scan can establish that 4th base and can defend it. If Khala managed to destroy this 4th base, the game will be over.
Yeah, I feel like Scan just needs to defend. Don't even worry about top left yet. He's not really in a position to kill it. Just hold. You know, get this 4th base online, start mining from it, and maybe he can make some plays. You know,
2-2.
Hold the base bottom right.
3-2 will kick in like in 20 seconds. So maybe Khala has to make damage now. He has to pull very good storms on those Goliath, or there's no tank count. So maybe this will be very hard for Scan to defend.
Yeah, there's not much of a siege tank. At the same time, only, you know, 5 Dragoons there, a few Templar, so Khala kind of backing up. Maybe it was the right decision.
Scan trying to snipe some Templars. Maybe he will get... No. Okay.
Ooh, big carrier takedown there for Scan. Scan's definitely hanging on for now.
Well, now he arrived to that sweet 3-2 spot, but will that be enough? He doesn't have any gas for many tanks, so if he loses one more fight, I feel that it will be very hard for him to rebuild all his army. So here we go again. Goliath.
I don't like this. He's taking a fight without tanks here. Scan.
No, storm, no storm. 2 Templars die without throwing.
Storm.
2 storms, 3 storms.
Doing a good job of blanketing those Goliaths. I mean, Scan not really focusing the carriers with the Goliaths. He's content to just kill this ground army off. But wow, only 3 Goliaths remaining here from Scan. This might be it.
Yeah, you can kill the carries. All the carries
Yeah.
survive, and all Terran army is dead. He has very not good amount of gas, only 500 gas, and now he's going for the fourth, which won't be able to defend. GG, well played.
GG. Wow, what a back and forth game one.
Yeah, I thought Scan was going to pull this off, but sadly.
Yeah, he was on a beautiful spot. You know, despite getting his starport scouted, you know, the opening up against a 12 next early on, he really, you know, still had such a solid early and mid game. Just Khala slowly winning the game of attrition. I think delaying the fourth as long as he did had a lot to do with that.
Yeah, I was very surprised. I really was starting to believe that Scan was going to take that game. He really recovered from. He was. I think he was in a bad spot all game, all long, from the 12 Nexus to the failed drop to that third fast CC, which almost gets demolished. And even though he defended, he lost a lot of tanks. He has to delay his upgrades in order to build enough factories to push. And even though he made all those choices, he almost took the game. So it was really impressive indeed. Well played by these two players. It was a really good game.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I like that you called that he might actually open like a carrier switch, you know, quite early on in the game, and that's exactly what we saw. It was, it seems to be a pretty strong play for, you know, late game for PvT on that map.
Well, yeah, because I'm either you go fast carriers or you play like a heavy harass style with speed shuttles that you mentioned before, with reavers, and I don't know if the Terran has a very solid defense. It's kind of hard to deal with. But I think that delayed third from Khala just gave away his strat, right? Because if he was going to play like a more heavy harass style, I think he would have thrown his third Nexus at the 6:30 timing or something like that. So that was just odd.
I see. So, does that mean really if you're opening quick carrier, it must be off of 2 base and not really? Usually,
No, but
a delayed third could indicate early carrier. Or?
well, if you don't, yeah, delayed third. There's two ways of playing PvT, in my opinion. It's not. It's just my point of view. You can either like tech really fast, like in 2 bases or something like that, going like very small amount of units, and make, I don't know, a fast carrier or fast arbiter, and then switch to gateway units, or play like a heavy gateway man style, where you like play like a fast third or something like that, and just play like 8-12 gateways early on and apply a lot of pressure, and then you delay your tech, which is very popular on ladder, and which it is very hard to stop. But
particularly on that map, I feel like it's very hard to stop. It's tough for Terran to hold a third.
But if you miss your timing with that heavy gateway count, you will get demolished by upgrades. So that's a trick. Like fast tech plays really struggle against timing pushes, and really gateway man struggles if the Terran turtles and defend your push. You sometimes get punished by 3-2 upgrades. So is Kwark coming?
All right, guys.
I'm not joining. No, I'm watching on the stream though.
Okay.
Thanks, Kwark,
Hey,
for
Kwark.
joining us. The next game is on the map Ascension. Guys, the Korean map maker who made this map also made Neil Sylphid and Eclipse, and his name is Latius. Let's get right into it.
Ascension gives it very easy for gas for the Terran without pushing, so I think it's a difficult map to play on if you play Gateway style.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I only recently really familiar with this map, and I don't know many of the Terran matchups for it, so I was kind of interested to see how this will play out. It seems like Terran, even the third, can probably get pretty quickly with that. You know, the small choke is obviously very easy to defend here, I'd guess, and then you're really only defending like the one entrance, which is a high ground entrance actually, leading to the third. But
Yeah,
this will be interesting.
I saw a ASL game on this a few days ago where the Terran went like 3 CC off of one factory with mines, and Protoss went for a expansion followed by Reaver, but the Reaver did absolutely nothing because there were turrets and mines everywhere. And by the time he noticed the Terran had a third base, it was too late. There was nothing he could do.
We'll see. Would you say this is a pretty strong map for Terran in general?
It's probably balanced. I don't think there's any pro maps that are broken, but I think that it leads to like very turtly Terran playstyles just because you do have access to that get a third gas, and it's difficult for the Protoss to expand on the other side of the map, so you can keep the Protoss on 4 bases quite easily while getting 4 bases of your own.
Okay.
Lots of high ground everywhere too, so it's quite easy to... Terran can obviously push a Protoss back off a high ground because they've got the range, but Protoss can't push a Terran off a high ground.
Yeah, it's that high ground. It feels like seems like such a very key position on this map in general, no matter the matchup. You know, Zerg versus Protoss. I feel like if Zerg ever gets lurkers up on that high ground against you know, near the Protoss's third, it's very, very difficult for Protoss to push Zerg out of there.
Yeah, I mean that one location, it dominates the third and fourth. It's very difficult to have them. Is Khala just not going to mine gas?
Yeah, I'm a little shocked by this. I thought he was late for a second. He puts 1 on gas?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I feel like that's got to be a mistake.
Yeah, probably.
Because otherwise you can't get range when you're coughing. If he goes like 1 Dragoon, no range Nexus, then it's not a mistake. But otherwise, I'm surprised by this because it is going to ruin his range timing.
I don't feel like Khala makes many mistakes. We'll see if maybe he does put that Nexus down a little earlier. 1 Dragoon.
Yes, so he started the Goon, but yeah, he can't go range immediately because normally you have like 200 gas as the core finishes and you go both at the same time.
+1, no, it's going to be a fake.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Wow, that's so funny that the gas timing tipped you off that much. Huh?
I mean, it could also just be a mistake that he's turning into a misdirection.
Fair enough. Yeah, he did cancel that +1 pretty quickly.
Yeah, plus it was all scouted, so I don't know the point of that. Maybe I see it right now.
Yeah, okay,
right
just
now.
1 Goon Nexus late range. Interesting. So, I mean, it does make sense because that way he has the extra mineral income, he gets the Nexus faster, as long as he's happy to delay range. Now, you wouldn't want to delay range normally because you miss out the damage on the bunker, but if your opponent goes to factory first, it's not the worst. It's, and this is actually quite efficient. He did put the probes on the gas, but he waited till he had like an extra 2 probes, then he put them on. This could be optimal.
Yeah, it's definitely got me thinking about it right now. It could be great.
In. So great position for Khala right now.
Yeah, I mean, he can see everything. He can see the lack of an armory, or he can see that there's 1 pack. He can see no starbot. It makes it easy for him to play this next part.
So if you only see the single factory and no tech, what is the proper response? Do you just take a third? Do you?
Yeah, I'd go observe a third base.
Okay.
Personally, but and you could do various different things. But for me, I would say, okay, I can, as long as I have good building placement, I'm not too worried about vultures running by, and that's really the only thing I'm afraid of generally. So if I go low goon count, get observers, and take a third base, what can he do to stop me?
Yeah, well, he's in time to make. If you make a quick sector nexus, you still have the chance that the Terran can make a second factory and do that flash push and punish you. So I think Khala is playing this really safe and is going to take that third a little bit later, like 6:30, I believe.
He's adding pylons on 40 out, or he was added pylon 38 out of 50, and it's just, I think, trying to control the vultures on that. He knows that the only thing his opponent has is vultures, and he's making sure that he's got the buildings in the way to limit vulture flow.
Well, he's playing only 2 gates.
I see. I was gonna say I'm surprised he's not blocking that small entrance with a single Dragoon and just.
What? Look at the macro. What? What?
What? What?
Okay.
That was amazing. I don't know.
Okay.
He only took 50 damage from a mine? I don't get that.
Okay, this is awkward. So a very fast third.
Yeah, it's very, very quick. Like you were saying, Kwark, this seems pretty optimal here.
So, what Scan is going to do? He's, I think he's on the downside economically wise, but he made a really good armory timing. Is he going to make a third command CC over the 7th minute, or he will just make a 2-1-7 factory push or something like that?
With such a quick starport, I would assume quick 2-1-7 factory. I mean, anytime you see that starport, that's kind of the tip off at this point, right?
It is definitely going to be a quick 2-1, but it could also be a quick 2-1 third base into quick 3-2.
Okay.
I mean, Scan's playing completely standard here. This is what just playing Terran on this map looks like. The Khala's the one who's mixing it up a bit.
Yeah, but no academy. That's what it's weird, right? Because you need to see if he's going like mass gateways, if you're going to make a river like this case. So Scan is playing like blind, I believe, and extremely safe. There's an academy, as I mentioned, but no third CC. Yeah, no third CC yet, but no more factories as well. So maybe the CC will be thrown in a couple of minutes. I don't know.
Only a single turret as well.
Yeah.
At the natural, and I mean, we see the support bay Reaver almost complete. I mean, this looks like it could get a little scary for Scan here in a second.
Yeah, I think both players are playing like really respectful game. I think they know the other player is very good, and they will not get away with game tricks. But I don't know. I'm feeling that Khala has a better edge over this game.
I feel like this Reaver's just for delaying the expansion because Scan's high ground when he takes it's going to be when his third win takes it's going to be high ground, and if you ever get a high ground as a Photos and put a Reaver on it, you can just be so annoying. You sit the Reaver there, they can't even see it. You take a shot as they move the tanks forward. You pick it up, you move it back, take another shot.
I mean, just based on what I see from Scan, though, you know, there's
not
a single Goliath, only one turret on the field. I feel like he's missing an opportunity. But it gets scouted by that observer, and Khala reacting immediately, pulling a group of Dragoons into his main to try to fend off this drop. Cannon also going down inside the main. I think this should be defended pretty well.
Yeah, kind of.
4, 5.
The SimCity's not good.
6.
He never should have let that vulture behind the middle line get there. There should have been a pylon blocking that.
9 probes.
Yeah.
10. Oh man.
Reaver already had 7 kills.
Reaver drop.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. This.
So
I mean,
both
this just
can
looks
play
way
this
too.
Oh, if he gets the army, that's huge. He's not going to get it.
No.
Yeah, it's a little too far away. I mean, if the Reaver got a couple more shots off on it, it would.
Yeah, I'm just one.
Yeah.
One more shot at that army will have been dead. But now they're even. I think they both made enough damage with their drops to each other. So interesting. Scan doesn't have a third CC, so there he has it. So I'm really wondering where this is going.
That was like
I
an
wouldn't say this is
immediate
even. I
start.
mean, Khala's had 3 bases for the last 5 minutes. Scan is just taking his third base now.
Yeah.
That is a big deficit to overcome. The issue
Also-
that Khala's going to have is that his tech strategy this game is just speed shuttles, and that can be effective in the medium term, but eventually it falls off if you don't get enough done.
I like the positioning here for Khala, though. Being able to constantly, storm harass that third, that fourth base, being so close, might really benefit Khala the later this game goes. Khala seems just kind of content, though, to sit on his side of the map with the majority of his force, not really going out trying to clear mine, trying to just, it seems like, stick close to his third and fourth base in case they need to be defended.
Yeah, like Khala has map control now, and if Scan were to push right now, Khala would destroy it, but Scan has no interest in pushing right now. Scan's heading towards his, where his 2-1's about to finish, then his 3-2's coming next, so it's, this is a situation where Khala's got map control, but the map control is completely worthless. Unless he can bust through and stop that third, but I don't think he can. He has a lot of units, but I don't see Scan losing that third.
So a drop incoming, trying. Khala is
drop.
trying to enter the base, but there's a good turret line there, so no speed sellouts yet. So is he going to attack? Yes, drop incoming, but I don't think he will be very successful, sadly.
Ooh, big storm going down.
Lot of sellouts. Oh yeah, he's going to smash this third.
I don't know.
Oh,
I mean, kind of the unit's getting
Goons are
caught
the
around that
stupidest
command
unit in the
center.
game.
Yeah.
They're really
You've
just.
got to remember Goons are stupid.
I like that
No,
Khala
but-
started that fight by dropping the Archon to tank all the damage. I thought that was really nice, actually.
I like the attack attempt because the position he was in, he had so much map control, so much army, and if he didn't attack, what was even the point? But it didn't work.
He attacked very badly. He left like 16 goons or 15 goons attacking another spot. So he didn't engage properly, so this will come back later, biting him. So
Oddly,
4,
I
5,
feel like-
6 gates for the Protoss.
Yeah, 6
But-
gates. He doesn't have like much of a probe count, though. I think is kind of what's holding him back. 57 probes to 65 for Scan. That's a little unusual.
I think it's
PvT.
fine. I think what's holding him back is just, well, he doesn't have any tech. So he's winning or losing in the next like 5 minutes with the army he has.
Okay.
Like, he's not even starting +1. +1 air, that is. It's like, it's 100-100. It's a really cheap upgrade. It's good for insurance, but he's saying, no, I will never go carriers this game. I will win it or lose it on the ground.
Yeah, I feel Scan is really better in this position, but we have to see.
Big storms going down those tanks. It's kind of just an awkward position here for Khala, walking through that small entrance to the natural. Ooh, good storm going down on the tanks as well. I mean, Scan's just kind of forced to push into that storm there to try to defend his natural. Not a whole lot of damage done by Khala either way. Just kind of a decent trade, I'd say.
+3 attack will be up soon, so this will be a very difficult spot. Khala doesn't have any upgrades, just one forge. Researching attack upgrade, so I don't know. Maybe.
And I mean, Khala needs to take the bottom left if he wants to continue playing this just the gateway units, because he can't stop Scan from taking top right, and eventually it'll be 4 bases versus 4 base, and Scan will have +3.
Storm drop.
About this mid left base. Oh wow.
Oh. He gets
So many
away.
of those SCVs are so low too.
Yeah, Scan needs to be prioritizing taking the other main, I think. So I don't mean Scan, I mean Khala. Khala needs to be prioritizing taking the other main.
Stargate up is coming up, but I think it's too
so
late.
late, yeah.
Yeah.
This is not the time to decide you want to go ARBs.
I like this dropship posted top right. For a while, I thought that was a mistake, but he's actually been using that to scout out Khala's storm drops ahead of time. That's kind of a cute use for that dropship.
Yeah, I don't see how Khala can win this game, to be honest. I think whenever Scan gets maxed out, he will just move out and kill the Protoss player.
I feel like if Khala can continue to delay for a while and eventually get an Arbiter up, he's in a okay position still. We do see a starport in the main, or Stargate rather, so he's most likely heading there pretty shortly. Yep, Arbiter Tribunal and second Stargate go down. So he's really just got to hang on until he gets these Arbiters out, and then I feel like he'll be in a better position. But, I mean, Scan taking his own 4th top right.
See, Scan has 3-2, and once Scan has 3-2 and 200-200, which he's going to have in like 2 minutes, you do need to have like 5 Arbiters with stasis to like,
Some
take
drop,
down the Terran army.
top right, but it died to turrets.
Ooh.
He's starting his first. He doesn't have started his first Arbiter yet. He's going to start it soon. He has 1 Stargate. It's his second Stargate, and it's just finished. I don't see how he gets 5 stasis by the time the Scan pushes, and I don't see how he holds this with 1 stasis.
Yeah, I kind of think
you're
right.
Yeah, I mean that's why you get the Arbiters early, because then by the time the Terran wants to push, you've accumulated the energy you need. If you go late Arbiters, then the Arbiters are not in time for anything.
I mean, maybe if he can get a few more of these storm drops off, and I don't know.
Yeah, but you already have an
Scan's
army. How do you kill this army?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
3-2.
That's a good question.
Yeah, it just
Stasis
was
the one
never his
vessel
plan.
and go mass DT. That's the
It was
answer.
never his plan to go Arbiters. It was always his plan that the game would be over by now, win or lose. So he's found himself in this awkward position where he went quick free base, made a shit ton of Dragoons, got speed, got storm drops. He went for his bust, and his bust did okay. It's not so bad he had to leave, not so good the Scan left. And now he's like, okay, well, what do I do now?
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely caught in a hard place, but I feel like Khala's come back from games worse than this before, for sure. He can do it, you know?
Well, we saw that amazing game on Polypoid where he was gateway and he kept losing things, but the thing about Polypoid is he had all 3 main bases. So every time Scan would push a base, Khala would counterattack somewhere and then rebuild from a different base.
This beautiful vulture harass by Scan. I mean, dropping all these mines, going in, suiciding on the 3rd once again. This is him just throwing away unneeded supply before the big fight. Like, this is the big tip-off to me that Scan's, you know, he's 1 or 2 rounds away from unsieging and walking across the map here.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the production tab, it's all tanks and vessels, not a single vulture.
Templars.
Wow.
No.
So many Templars. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is what he was looking for. That was perfect.
Okay. Goodbye.
Okay, so Scan now has 2 Arbiters almost finished. So he has 0. Oh! Okay, the first Arbiter done. It's got 50 energy, another Arbiter about to finish. So he has no storms, no stasis, and here comes 200 supply of tanks.
Yeah, he unsieged. So the question is, does he really need to siege?
If Khala has the best storms anyone's ever had, then maybe. Also, Khala lost 40 probes during that fight. He's gone from 66 probes to 42.
I know, to like 12 vultures. It was insane. And all those Templar. That was amazing.
Storms incoming. Okay, those are good storms.
Trying to catch Scan on the low ground, it's just not enough.
Did they not have any energy? What happened there? I didn't see them get EMP'd. Was it just the High Templar from earlier that used all their storms on the vultures?
Okay,
I assume that's what it was.
Okay, so we have 0 stasis still. We're still working on our first stasis. We plan to get one day.
Just
Again, not even having a siege here. Arbiters do come in. Do see another Templar, but once again, not enough energy on it.
Yeah,
Oh
I mean,
my
this is why you
gosh.
don't go like 19-minute Arbiter, because it's by that point the Arbiter doesn't do anything.
Well played.
GG. Very well played.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the last like 6 minutes of that game, we knew exactly what was going to happen. It was Scan was inevitable. He's got his upgrades going. He's taking a 4th base. We know he's going to take the 4th base. We know he's going to max out tanks and just push. And we've all seen it before. It's Kala's strategy did not have an out. He was all in.
Yeah, he absolutely was. You know, it happens. Sometimes it's worth the risk. I felt like Khala was in a gorgeous position at the beginning of that game. So, you know, you got to take some risks, but still very well played by both players there.
I wonder how that works on ladder. I guess not ladder because it's not a ladder map. But I wonder how that works for him in practice because, I mean, he did get his map control. He did get a bunch of units, and then he attacks into the third. And you think, is that an easy third to break? It doesn't look like an easy third to break.
No, it definitely doesn't. It's kind of funneled. Seems pretty convenient for siege tanks to be able to defend on that map, but
Yeah, and then the natural you can never attack because you have to go through that tiny path that only one goon can fit through. So, I mean, he gets a bunch of units, and then what?
yeah. I mean, we saw Khala attempt like a halfway decent attack through that little natural, you know, opening. So it's not something you can completely ignore. But yeah, it's, you know, it's definitely a funnel. It's an odd position to be attacked through.
All right, guys. Next game is on Hidden Track. All these games were played on maps in the new ASL season. A fun fact about Hidden Track, it's made by a Korean map maker by the name of Earth Attack. He's made maps like Blue Storm, Optimizer, Circuit Breaker, Match Point, and many others. I think he might be the Korean map maker with the biggest hits. Rose of Dream, of course, produced Fighting Spirit and Tau Cross, but I think Earth Attack has many more popular maps. So let's see how things are going to go on this map. What do you guys know about Hidden Track by Earth Attack?
It seems like a pretty, you know, decent map to me. I feel like it's one of those maps where Terran might have a difficult time securing a third base just due to the distance, but yeah, I haven't played the most games on here, maybe, you know, 5 or so far, so I'm still really trying to learn the map, but I don't know, that's just kind of my take and my guess. I guess I'd say for this map and this match. The Scan might have a difficult time taking a third, might be a 2-base timing map or something along those lines. What do you think, Kwark? Have you played any matches here?
I played a few, but mostly PvP. There was some in-house NA carf on the new maps, but NA has no Terran players.
Nope, Gypsy retired.
Oh, really? He did?
No, he didn't. But just joking. Yeah,
I
most
heard
of the
this is
people
a
would hang
Terran
out.
favored map.
Is it? Huh.
So those
Artosis
videos-
actually
not
beat
surprising.
Khala on this map in Casamuse's
then it-
Narak Star League. Well,
It has to
Artosis
be
really
Terran
played
favorite,
well,
then.
but Khala was really having a hard time.
So
Oh,
those two videos outside the natural on this map make it very difficult if you get contained. That is this map, right?
I believe so. You're talking about these little entrances outside, like Kala's natural.
Yeah, these ones. The two
Yeah,
videos
yeah.
between the middle and the. Yeah, because it's difficult to funnel like that because goons are so stupid.
So for Gate, Cal is playing different build orders every game. I like that. He's unpredictable.
Yeah.
And
I
he's
mean,
going to get a first scout. as
Yeah,
well.
this is a dream situation for him. He can do the Zealot still gas if he wants to. Okay, gas has been taken. I like that Scan immediately takes the gas the moment he sees it both. Because he doesn't ever want to be in a situation where he's getting Zealot rushed and has his gas stolen.
like Scan will end up scouting that forward gateway from Khala. How do you react here? Do you try to wall off the ramp, or?
Yeah, I
space
imagine
in
he'll
city.
put like 2 SCVs on the ramp, or maybe 3 SCVs, and then use one behind it to prepare the front one for a bit.
Okay, okay.
And the ramp is narrowed with the eggs, and I feel like that's the probably easiest way. But if he's really confident in his micro, he could just try and freestyle it.
This probe's just being so annoying.
Yeah.
Scan. It's forced about 4 SCVs to go back at this point. But Marine finally is out.
Oh, is that a wall he's going to make?
It must be, because otherwise why would he do it? And look like there's going to be 3 Zealot Dragoon.
I don't think this wall's going to be in time here. Oh, I guess he's going to use the barracks like that. Okay.
Okay.
Wow, an SCV does go down in the main from that probe, Khala.
Khala's banking a lot. Okay, it's third Zealot. He waited a very long time to make that third Zealot. That was weird. He was banking 200 minerals with an idle gateway for like 5 seconds.
Must just be a little mistake.
But at this point, his Zealot's so late, I feel like he should cancel it for the Goon, because he can't get it out in time. Oh yeah, and he just has. Okay, cancelled it.
The Zealot from Khala still being chased around the main. Gets another Marine before falling. One more Zealot walking
This
in
is
here.
this second Zealot's a tiny bit late, but this is basically the clean 2 Zealot Dragoon opener. He's getting a lot of scouting information. He's pulling SCVs off the line. He's forcing Marines. He's killed an SCV. It's good. The Vulture's going to shut it down at this point, but he's done more than he needed to.
Oh,
Oh, those moves are so low too. That Dragoon is going to be able to just go through and one-hit each of them.
Yeah, that was very good damage from that Zealot.
Yeah, we see that the
that's
Scan
really
still
nice.
the Scan had to build another Marine. Yeah, he doesn't want to be building more Marines, but he's recognizing that he's taken too much damage here. He lost like 2 Marines, so he's built 6 Marines total here. That's a lot of investment.
TTs.
Ooh, we see that Vulture avoiding the Dragoon, actually running to the left. Think he might try to run by here?
He can't.
Yeah. This feels high variance with the DTs because we know that Scan definitely has a Vulture, and Scan knows that. Oh,
Oh, that's sad. Oh,
and the Dragoon
no.
stopped. That's right, the Dragoon blocked. That's right, the
What?
Dragoon blocked.
Oh
He
my
got confused.
gosh.
Oh, those misses. Oh, Scan must be
Those
so angry right
misses
now.
were- That's hilarious. Yeah,
He
that
missed,
Dragoon
like,
didn't
3 out of
quite
4 hits.
block it.
Okay, that's sad in many ways.
And Archives is thrown down for DT.
Yeah, losing the
Like,
first Vulture is kind of a big deal because Scan went for quick mines. I think am I making that up or does he have mines done already?
No. No,
Okay,
he
making that up.
hasn't. Yeah, so-
I wasn't actually looking at the add-on. I'm not
So
sure
the
if he has
thing
mines
is
yet.
that when they go like a very fast, when you make like a 430 Nexus, I can expect like range dragoons and then DTs, but this timing is really difficult to predict a DT opening like this. So I'm not sure that Scan will be able to stop this.
The silly thing is, there's no reason for Scan not to have a Vulture inside Kala's base right now, other than bad luck.
Yeah.
Like he should have
Yeah.
seen everything.
Yeah, that probe was, I don't know, he just didn't want to die. It's invincible.
Well, to
Yeah,
be
he's
honest,
dodging the
that
fragments.
Vulture like run by on to the left of that goon where Khala thought that he was going to be stopped there, so it's luck for both sides. But anyways, that
There's an eBay
eBay,
being built,
yeah,
but
that
it's
eBay
so
is
far
really
away.
late. Yeah.
Yeah, and with the forward gateway, the DT rush time is shorter than normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this is GG. This is even if Scan somehow saves his main, he's not going to be able to recover.
Yeah, 6:30 sounds about right with the timing, but I think it was very hard to predict this push. So, GG. Well played. A mind trick, a Jedi mind trick by Khala.
Some Jedi just ninja moving out of the frag grenades by the probe.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry,
it-
Scan.
It happens. It kind of just shows the respect Scan has for Khala, I guess. Like, not being willing to pull those turrets because he felt like he needed the econ to close out on every risk.
Well, yeah, sometimes you need to cut some corners, and sometimes you are wrong. So this happens when you make a mistake against a good player as Khala, of course.
So Khala going up 2-1 now. Still a very close series between these two. That's too bad we didn't get to see more of that map play out.
I like Kala's decision to do the forward gateway and then just play aggressively like that. I feel like it's not a fun map to play PvT. If you don't do that, then maybe you should do some kind of like very quick Reaver harass, like maybe skip to green range, go very fast Robo Reaver, that kind of thing. Just something to decide it one way or the other early.
I see.
Alright guys, the next map is Ultimate Stream. I'm sorry to give you map trivia that you don't really want, but you're gonna get it anyways. The map maker who made this is Waldstein. He also made Ringing Bloom.
Oh, very nice. I was gonna say this map very much reminds me of Ringing Bloom, actually, but that's cool.
So this guy likes big maps with easy to take natural expansions.
I can dig it.
Same tile set as well. Twilight.
Yep, same tile set.
Yeah.
It's easy to look at.
Yeah, I see the pattern.
I want to see a quick Nexus from Khala here. Like maybe another like one goon no range Nexus or even earlier.
About a 12 next here.
It's a 4-player map, right? So
It's a 4-player
Yes.
map and you have a high ground natural. So you can defend your
Yeah.
natural really easily from everything.
yeah, 12
Which
Nexus
is why I was
right.
thinking 12 next would be good, yeah. Yeah, it definitely reminds me of Ringing Bloom for that reason. I mean, there's almost nothing I feel like Terran can do to keep Protoss from holding their own natural here.
In fact, I may have actually seen this game already. I watched Khala stream one night and he was playing Scan, and I have no idea if this is the game that I saw, but I have seen a Khala Scan game on this map before.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a relatively, like a pretty decently big map, and they are cross positions. How do you think this map plays out with their positions for this matchup? Would Protoss be kind of like happy being cross map and possibly being able to go something like carrier here?
Yeah, I think so. I
Okay.
think this is
12 Nexus incoming, you call it.
Yeah, it's so strong. I don't know why more Protoss don't go 12 next PvT, honestly.
well, it's high variance is the thing, because every now and then the Terran will do a Vax at the natural and scout you first, and in that situation you just lose. And it's I don't think people are okay with losing like maybe 1 in 5 games just because of that.
I see.
Like most
Really,
of the time
just
it's
like a
fine,
Marine
but
bunker rush, like Vulture time, can kind of defeat it pretty well.
yeah, if you get scouted first and you're not cross position, then you can't actually defend that with a regular 13 nex. And I think that out as a build for me, just because a good build doesn't have like a percentage where you just lose right at the start.
Okay, we see a different 12 Nexus this game where Khala opted to go 2 gateways instead of 1. So
Yeah,
what
and
changed?
and no pylon. So he's okay. This is an interesting one. He's using the Nexus as the second pylon, so he's not making a Zealot now because he can't make one. But he's making sure he has the excess production capacity.
This is a flashed 12 Nexus build order. If you ever seen that tutorial where he explained this build where he used the Nexus as a pylon, only builds 1 more bro and has 2 Zealots and then 2 Dragoons.
Well, I'm liking
really
this a lot because the thing is, he built the gateways, but he didn't build any early Zealots. It gives him flexibility. If he needs to, he can build Zealots, but he doesn't have to. He went 2 gateway core, and then he went back for the Zealot. So he's not actually slowing down his tech. His core timing's really good, But if like an SCV walks in right at the start and sees him and he goes, okay, we're close position first scout, he can start building zealots if he wants to.
He hasn't been scouted yet, so this is kind of bad. Oh, that
Oh my
setup
gosh,
micro.
that control, that was so slick. Denying any and all scout. That's very nice.
Now we're going to be supply blocked. Okay, there's Pato started. We're not going to be supply blocked. And this is a huge build order advantage for him. He's his next has been down for ages. Scan's only just starting his CC now. Scan has one vulture on the high ground, but Kyle hasn't even seen the vulture. And if your opponent goes early vultures and they don't do anything with the vultures, then one thing that you're thinking, and immediately we see it here, is they're going to try and use those vultures somehow. It might
he can
turn
throw a
into
robo right now, right? He has to opt either to go range or robo. He can go robo in this situation. I don't think timing push is coming any soon.
Yeah, if it is, he has high ground.
Yes.
So he's going for a quick robo, and that is the exact right call against drop. And it makes sense that if you see that early vulture, you're thinking, okay, my opponent has an excess vulture. They're going to be getting mines, and if they're getting mines, then they're going to be tempted to build a second vulture and get a dropship. So Khala he's got a clue here. It's not always going to be a drop, but Khala is absolutely right to be thinking drop here. He has enough information to make him suspicious, and it's the correct decision.
And he's making a better SimCity as well. He created a pylon wall, so in the main nexus part, so kind of cool.
This was also robo before range, which was pretty unique.
He thinks drop, and it might sound like I'm like overthinking it by saying that like if you see an early vulture leave the Terran space, then be suspicious of drop. But when I watched this game live and I only had Khala's information, I called drop immediately, and then the dropship showed up. It's one of those things that you pick up, because if you Terrans want to get use out of those vultures.
Yeah, I mean, also he's cross map, right? Like, so he feels pretty comfortable to defend just off of a single factory. He wants, it's so far away that, drop may be one of the most efficient ways to get some kind of damage done, right? You're obviously going to be able to expect Khala to defend his own natural, but there might be an opening in the main. So it's just kind of it's a good choice here. I like it.
It makes sense for Scan to do it, but it's not going to do shit. Because Khala's decision to go quick robo, observe a pylon wall, and then keep making dragoons, and he's got dragoons in his main already. Like, Khala has 100% called that this is what's happening. He has no scouting information since his probe died a year ago. He hasn't left his base. He's like, okay, there's definitely mines on the map. I don't even need to know what's going on. I will sit in my base and I will wait for the dropship.
Yeah, and really just these two dragoons being in the perfect position. Trying to target down that dropship won't be able to kill it, actually.
Yeah, but look at that SimCity. It's just, these are the saddest vultures.
Wow, beautiful SimCity.
Okay, that was sad.
Does get another, couple probes, I think. Something like
the
that.
saddest vultures are still going to kill 5 probes. It's just, vultures are pretty OP. But even so, like Scan very late to CC, that was his recovery play, and he did not recover.
Do you think Khala tries to opt to take a third here? Is he just gonna go? Is he happy on 2 base?
We're seeing Double Forge, Stargate. That's an interesting combo. Double Forge, Mass Ground, Stargate. What are we doing here? Do we have a Citadel?
Nope.
No.
Carriers incoming.
Just odd.
Okay, so we're going for Double Forge upgrades, no +1 air, and also.
Yeah, this is really strange.
Yeah, I mean, personally, if I was going carrier rush, I would rush my +1 air, but that's just me.
Okay, second Stargate and Fleet Beacon, maybe?
It's not going to be D-Web, but this is exactly what it would look like if he went D-Web. Like, that's the only situation where you go double Stargate, Fleet Beacon, and don't get +1 air.
Oh, that braid maybe is going to cut that shuttle, but no, it passes
That's
by.
unfortunate. That's really unfortunate, because I mean, he has the information, and the quick wave is an
There, he
excellent counter.
spotted. He spotted. Oh, he's going to lose it. Yep. I'm sorry. The dragons will not arrive.
I mean, he's just got to run back with that Reaver now, right? Can't
Yeah,
use
but he's
that to
fairly
attack.
supply up. I mean, he's not unhappy. Okay, it's carriers with double forge, no +1. Did he cancel one of the forges? No, he didn't. Okay, he's gone double forge, no +1 air. This is bad. This is
Only a single carrier, second carrier just started to build. Yeah,
this is
odd.
objectively bad.
But he can do whatever he wants. He has a huge advantage.
He does,
early on,
but I
so-
mean, this is like, don't do this. Okay,
he's
now
got
he's starting
perfect
+1
vision.
air.
He's had really good observer position.
Oh, he counted it.
He knows the factory counts.
So I think scanned Khala's base and spotted the carrier. So now he just added more factories. Maybe he will prepare to push anytime soon. But
We're doing fake carriers. We're doing because we did cancel the +1 air. Now we restarted the +1 air. He's not even low on gas. What are you doing?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is a little perplexing. I'm not exactly sure, but I mean, carriers still sound good here, right? It's big map, cross map. Eventually,
Look
we'll build up
at
that
those
upgrade
cliffs.
count.
Yeah, I mean,
At the
carriers are a good unit. Just this isn't how you go carriers.
Yeah, got it. Huh. Yeah, it is kind of
Citadel
odd.
and +1 on the way. So, yep, this is looking very good for Khala. I think I would up a couple of cannons on the third Nexus, and I think his defense is pretty solid.
I would like
Can
to see
upgrades
him
are
look
really
towards second
delayed.
main.
Once again,
Does he have an observant? He does an observant scan space, so he can see these factories going down. Okay, so he knows this is definitely a free base timing, 100%. He knows this is single armory. He knows this is
Yeah,
the,
he's had perfect vision this entire time. That's one thing I gotta say about Khala. That observer has not moved, like, you know, just from the natural back into the main. It's really getting away with murder.
Okay, so I don't want to see Khala expand again in that case. I want to see him just try and defend the push, because Scan doesn't have a transition. When a Scan has no silence facility, he's finished his +1, he's getting +1 armor now. That's like his 9th factory that's currently building. So this is just like a 9-fac timing push.
yeah, but even though when he comes out, he will have like 4 to 6 carriers. So, I don't know. I think there's no way Scan will win this game, in my opinion. Just too many sellouts, too many dragoons. He will have like 6 carriers when Scan moves out, and only 1/1 upgrades at the time that he makes that push. So I think watching the other games, I think Khala will just smash this push like really easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's cross position. There's high grounds and low ground, so Khala will take the fight when Scan is pushing up onto a high ground. He's got the carriers, as you say. He's got his speed just finished. He only has +1 attack. He doesn't have any armor, even though he went for the quick double forge, and he's not been
Or it's
upgraded
going
his
to kick
+2
in
attack.
20 seconds. He will have 1/1, but it doesn't matter. 1/1 isn't like really great in this stage of the game.
The armor comes in handy against carriers, which is the only thing I feel like.
Yeah, but
that's
he
a big
needs
advantage
just
about that.
2/1 or 3/2. 1/1 is okay, but it's not enough in my opinion against 4 to 6 carriers. Okay,
Picked
he
off
lost.
there on that,
Oh, he's out of
yeah,
position.
Reaver. No siege.
No siege, yeah. Yeah, he's going to get smashed.
Why no
And lose
siege
also.
there? Seems
I
odd.
think he's worried about the Zealots, but the Zealots are doing so much work because he has 0 vultures. It's his comp isn't right, because the Zealots get onto his tank Goliath, and then he doesn't want to siege because the tanks are just too friendly fire. But at the same time,
many
you have to think, why are the Zealots doing as much as they are? And it's because there's no vultures.
Too many dragoons.
Well, if your opponent doesn't go vultures, then you can just go like Zealot Dragoon, and you can just plow through it. This is
I just feel like the siege tanks would have done so much more splash there, and it felt like he needed to siege much earlier.
I mean, they would have
2-2
done
on
more
the
splash,
way.
but it would have done friendly splash is the thing. Sea
Yeah.
tanks do a lot more damage in siege mode, but not always the damage you want.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
2-2 upgrades on the way, but I don't think this will be enough.
No, I mean, he's lost so many tanks already. And now we add vultures.
Ooh, big mine connection there. That was pretty cool to watch. And
I don't know how somebody can have 9 factories, like 8 or 7 of them without machine shops and no vultures. I don't know how that happens.
I mean, now he's got no Goliaths, so that's he's just getting caught out one way or the other. He has no business being on the map with 3 Goliaths right now when he knows that many carriers are on the field. It's bizarre. I don't wonder what he's thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it. I think there's been... So I don't think Scan made many mistakes until the push. Is the thing. I actually quite liked what Scan was doing. His factory opener is a good opener. He got very unlucky that it was up against 12 next cross map. But after that, the drop made sense. It didn't work at all because it was Khala saw it coming, but it made a lot of sense. And after that, the push made a lot of sense too.
Well,
Yeah,
you can only
Terran
make
feels like
like
they're lucky
3.
to be up against 12 next.
You can only make 3 CCs timing push against Protoss that receive a little bit of damage, or you have to really make a lot of harass with vultures. If you don't receive any damage, I think 3 CC pushes with +1 is just useless.
I mean, even still, this +2 is so delayed. It's
Yeah.
really costing him.
But just look at the Zealots. The Zealots aren't dying. The Zealots just run on up and the tanks shoot each other. It's
GG.
GG.
like vultures are a really good unit. You can't play TVP without vultures.
And mines.
Wow, Khala going up 3-1. That was surprising there. I don't know. Like you said, both builds were kind of a little something different than we're used to seeing, but I did like that flash 12 next or whatever. Like 2 gateways, you know, getting 2 gateways so much earlier and using your second nexus as a pylon was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I just like the flexibility of it because again, if an SCV shows up at your natural at like 215, then you're like, okay, wait a second, this is a first scout. I need to modify how I'm playing. You can throw down a pilot at the natural, you have the gateway, you can cancel one throw, get out a zealot quickly. You delay that core, you make a bunch of zealots because you're thinking, okay, I can get bunker rush. If you don't see SCV until like 245 or later, you know 100% it's either cross position or third scout, and in either case, you're fantastic.
Yeah, I wonder if that'd be a good build for Ringing Bloom as well. Probably.
Yeah, I think it'd be, yeah, for the exact same reasons. You've got that high ground defender, and the SCV timer will tell you what's going on.
Okay, guys,
like
what's the next map?
Game 5's gonna be
Polypoid.
on Polypoid.
Nice.
It's the most standard map right now. Everybody knows this map.
It's the new fighting spirit.
It
And Luna
really
and
is.
Lost Temple.
Yep.
And
Shout out
Bloodbath.
to KM, who made the map.
I would be very surprised if we saw another Nexus first here, just because if you see Nexus first on this map, you really are just hoping that it's not a first scout.
Yeah, I feel like I don't see Nexus first nearly as much on a map like Polypoid for some reason.
And people will do it on the ladder just because people on the ladder are like, okay, well, I lose 10% of my games right immediately just because I get bunker rushed, but the other 90%, I'm feeling good. But like, you wouldn't do this if you were seriously trying to beat an opponent. It'd be, I think if you showed up in the ASL and did a Nexus first and then immediately got bunker rushed and just you out of the ASL, that would be quite an embarrassing performance.
Yeah, it definitely would be. Huh. Well, what do you think about their positions for Polypoid? is that high ground base of Scan going to be kind of an advantage, or is that going to be kind of hard to hold in these positions?
I like these positions for Scan. Now, you can be really difficult just by not letting them take their third base, but once they take it, you're not pushing them off it. And I think especially with Khala's style, because we see that Khala does like to go like free base, make a bunch of gateways, get double upgrades, and just try and smash you early. And if your opponent has a high ground third, it's so much more difficult to do that. Okay, you see this forward backs that Scan's doing? This is the I dare you to 12 next again play.
Oh, I see. Does this have to do damage, being so far forward, or
no? It's if Scan scouts the 12 next right now, he just wins.
Ah, shoot, that would have been fun to see. But yeah, of course, Khala not doing it, unfortunately. Huh.
Yeah, but this is just like if somebody went 12 next against you last game, you're like, okay, yeah, I'll do the forward backs. It doesn't cost you anything. It's completely safe. And then if you scout them first and there's a 12 next, this game's over.
Got it. Huh. That's kind of interesting. Will it help him defend the natural any better? It seems like it would, right?
It makes no difference. I mean, he's going to go bunker and CC then bunker. Anyway, but I've done 12 next before, and you can take the CC and you can still bunker Ash is the thing. It's like not only do you end up losing your natural, you check the replay and you're like, wait a second, he was on 2 bases this entire time. It's like that forward Rax is that powerful in this situation.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me about forward barracks. I lose to every forward barracks ever created against me on ladder. It feels like as a certain player. Like, man, bunker rush is it's some tough stuff. It's tough to deal with. We got range on the way, pretty standard here from Khala, which I guess you'd expect having the SCV in the main the whole time.
Yeah,
yeah,
and he's gonna second
nice
scan because he knows that the 205 SCV is natural. There's only one thing it can be, or only one position he can be. It's close one way or the other. And he's going for possibly a 20p Nexus. There's no pylon, so I'm thinking 20p Nexus here. And I like that. So he saw the CC. He knows the CC timing means that there's no risk of any vulture or anything like that. So he can just take his first Dragoons and send them across the map. Now this is build order advantage scan, but it's not a huge advantage because those Dragoons are going to be attacking the bunker for a year.
I see, and then that's where Scan's kind of forced to repair and loses out on not only the mining time, but obviously the resources it takes to repair that bunker constantly. It's kind of a cool little trade that you always see in TVP.
Yeah, I mean, if Khala wanted to, he could have done like a pylon on the high ground and done like a very quick Reaver, but what he's doing is fine. As I said, it's a build order deficit, but he's going to grab a third Dragoon, and he's going to just, once he has range, he's just going to hit the bunker. He doesn't need the super quick robo either because he knows that there's no risk of mines. He knows that the opponent can't be doing a drop. He can use that money and potentially just take a quick bird. Okay, he's going for the robo. It's a delayed robo, but okay, I like that. So when you do the normal 23 next, you go robo 25, then you pick up the Dragoon later. He moved up the third Dragoon in the queue and he moved down the robo.
Oh, I see. That's just to get this extra damage on this bunker, right?
Yeah, and also just because he knows that there's no risk of like a quick tank push with mines that he needs to defend against. He knows what his opponent's battery timing is, and he can move his robo timing accordingly. So yeah, this is just he's stealing some extra damage in the bunker, and he's not too worried about the factories.
So one thing I notice is no Protoss here right clicks an SCV. Like, is that me just saying that, or why would you not go for an SCV dive in this like circumstance?
You
because
can
you need like 6 goons to one shot.
Yeah. So sometimes I will do like proxy gates and then have like 2 Dragoons hitting it while I mass Dragoons, and I just come in with 6 Dragoons and kill the bunker and win the game. But also, if there's only 3 Marines in the bunker, they can also just jump the SCV into the bunker.
I see, but obviously with 4 here, it seems like it would be good, but I don't know.
It's you never get anything done.
So.
And also, like sometimes your Dragoon will decide it has to move forwards to hit the. Oh, is he going to get the tank? If he gets the tank, that's huge.
He will. Lol.
At the
Oh, but then he
loses
loses another Dragoon. Okay, I mean that's still nice, but it doesn't make the biggest difference because Scan's making them 2 at a time. So the other issue is Dragoons are stupid. Look at this shit. So if you even if the SCV is in range, if you tell a Dragoon to attack an SCV, there's a good chance of say, okay, got it, run into the bunker. And or just like once you get them at the sweet spot where they're attacking the bunker and they're not in the bunker's range, you don't want to move them because it's quite difficult to put them back in that spot.
Yeah, that seemed a little frustrating. Like, I don't know. Who do you think came out ahead there?
2 Dragoons to a tank is fine because I mean he doesn't really need the Dragoons that much at this point in the game. He's busy getting his third base and his tech. The Dragoons are defending it to push that isn't coming.
Yeah, I think Khala is better.
I said they're defending it to push that isn't coming, and then Scan immediately moves out. But I mean, this isn't going to do anything, surely.
Yeah, this seems pretty oddly timed. Only 4 siege tanks at like the 7-minute mark. I mean, he does have mines and vulture speed on the way. Maybe he's looking for a small contain. I don't know.
He sees the observer.
High ground. Yeah, that high ground.
I love these 4 Dragoons for the flank because the issue is the tanks hide behind the marines and you can't get any damage on them. But if you have a flank, you can get the damage on the tanks.
Vulture's coming in, diving and putting down some mines. Ooh,
Good focus fire.
very good focus fire.
Oh, those Dragoons bugging out there.
Pretty
Another
even,
Dragoon.
but still.
I feel like he should just back up at this point.
Yeah,
He
even's not
knows
really good enough for
Khala has
Karen.
a
You
rally.
don't want to trade for goons because opponents could just make more goons. They're happy. Gateway units are cheap and you can make them all day. I look at this and I think, okay, what's Scan actually looking to get done here? Is he actually going for the kill? Because I don't think he's ever going to get it.
He's prevented mining at the 3rd for a while. That's the one thing I'll say. But yeah, it hasn't been the best. I mean, that tank just needs to run. There's just too many Dragoons at this point.
Siege.
Sieging it up. He
I mean,
is
okay, it got
confident.
more done than I thought.
Yeah, it did. I did not call that. I thought that was a mistake. But
Okay, now we have a
finally
Vega.
have a shuttle.
Yeah.
Timingu.
Oh, does he drop it on a mine? Why would
Why?
you kill the mine?
Because you think there's going to be a Zealot in there.
So
It's
many
unusual that there's no
emotions.
Zealot in there.
So many emotions. Oh man,
If there was a Zealot in there, you'd be saying, why didn't he kill the mine?
that's true. That's true. And then all the vultures and the tank would have blown up. So I do get that. Yeah, you're right. Just looked funny for a second.
Scan was only making vultures so well there as well because he was trying to just reinforce his position with quick mass vulture. But the problem he's going to have is that vultures don't do shit against beavers, and now he has no tanks.
He has
I'm not
no
sure
tanks.
about this transition for Scan. 1 starport, armory, 5 factories.
And it's the observer that makes it bad. It's the thing because it's not going to surprise Khala. You sit here, look at this guy. Okay, so Khala has 3 bases worth of money and all the time in the world. Is he going to die to a 5-pack?
But he killed a lot of probes. You
Yeah,
gotta
he
give-
has killed a lot of probes. That's one thing you gotta say. But yeah, he has no tanks. Finally, 2 tanks popped out for him. I mean,
I would say
got a
that
ways to
it's
go.
going to be a +1 push with this fact, but why does he have a starport? He's planning to do 2-1 push, maybe?
I would say it's got to be 2-1 once you see that starport. He's got to just take a 3rd and go from there at this point. So he
Third
is finally
command
taking
tender.
that.
This is interesting.
Wow.
Like, and Khala seems to think that this is not going to be an early push either, because you see him going for his 4th base and adding the Stargate. They seem to have an understanding that 6-fact doesn't mean push, and both players are on the same wavelength. And I don't understand how we got here.
I think it's just because of the early battles. Like, he's thrown so many tanks away. I don't want to say thrown away. He's traded them. And they were, some trades were good, some trades were bad, but I feel like Khala, if anything, might have the window on this, stopping this 3rd base right now.
He's got no Zealot
Two
legs.
shuttles, but
Ooh,
no
2
speed
turrets.
shuttle.
Oof,
Oh,
this could get painful.
no,
Why
he
did the
doesn't
shadow
hit the
turn
turret.
around?
He didn't
No,
hit the
why?
turret. Yeah. All these
It's
SCVs
no good killing the
need to
turrets
run.
now.
All these SCVs definitely need to run though. Oof. One shot going down.
Oh,
Well, this did nothing.
yeah, there was an awful drop.
Oh, and- okay, Goon's up
Oh
high
my
ground.
gosh, and
Khala's
he's
so
attacking
aggressive in the mid game, I don't understand it. Because his fourth just got shut down. So he's now stuck in this position where he's going 3-base Arbiter against 3-base. This is... I don't know why he makes these plays in the mid game, because he's not setting himself up for success.
When he was in such a beautiful position too. Yeah, I mean, it's just a mistake, but he was really in a wonderful position here a minute ago. He just needed to hang on to those units.
So, okay, there's a... If Scan was actually pushing, that drop would have been amazing. Because, like, if the Terran just unsieges and moves out all their factories, and then you drop a Reaver and some Zealots in their main, it forces a complete pullback. Like, it messes their build so much, but that wasn't what Scan was doing. So, did we know that... Did Khala know that Scan was taking a quick third?
Maybe not.
I don't think he did. I don't think he had any idea.
And it's not like Scan was telegraphing a quick third. Scan was, like, showed 6 factories under the Observer very quickly, so... If Khala was just confused about what was going on, this makes a lot more sense.
Oh, to be honest, I would be confused as well. I'm watching the replay and I can figure out what Scan was going to do.
This Vulture drop I really like. Good Sim City once again, but he did lose quite a few probes already. He's taking some damage on these zealots.
He should not be letting these back here. That Sim City is not what you want, I think, against drop.
I see.
Well, I mean, sometimes you build a SimCity that doesn't let them behind the middle line, and then they drop behind the middle line, and you're just like, well, I just owned myself. You need to start building cannons or something. But normally I try and stop the Vultures running behind the middle line.
Yeah, it's so tough to remember every game, though, I'm sure, as Protoss. Like, just having that SimCity and knowing the positions for every map, it could be pretty complicated.
Yeah, I do not like Khala's position at all now. So he went for like a middle of the road kind of. Getting the 9 o'clock shut down is what really fucked him, I think, because as he was doing that drop, some Vultures just went by and they killed the probe at 9 o'clock, and he's only just replacing it now. He wanted to be on 4 bases, with the 4th base having been up for a long time.
Little Kwark is crying because he sensed Protoss is going to lose.
Yeah, well, he's on 2 gases, so he's only building the 1 Arbiter. Is the thing. He's gone for this quick Arbiter play and a quick 3rd gas, and he didn't get the 3rd gas.
Okay.
Khala still has a pretty sizable force moving around the middle of the map. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I think he's going to have to defend Scan's timing eventually, but he really just wants to try to prevent Scan from getting that 4th and that 3rd gas up as fast as possible, as long as possible here.
At this point, Khala's win condition is taking one or both of the other mains. He can't just play even bases. He doesn't have like +2 air coming. He doesn't have like 5 arbiters. He doesn't have the ability to actually do anything to Scan. If he's going to beat Scan, he's got to beat Scan in the long game. And in the long game, he needed 9 o'clock a while ago, and then he needed to be taking another main. He just doesn't. He doesn't have the tools he needs. He could try and take them right now, but if we look at what Scan's doing, Scan is like aggressively using those vultures to prevent bottom left. And that high ground on the middle only for Scan is so good here as well, because Khala's got all this army. He's maxed out, which you actually don't want to be maxed out at this point. You need to save supply for tech units. And you look at it and go, okay, Khala, what are you going to do with this army? You're going to attack the middle only? Good luck. Are you going to attack the 3 o'clock? Well, there's a wall in. It can't be done. Or I guess you could recall the main.
Nope. There's just so many turrets and mines already set up.
Yeah, it's just there's actually no use for this army, and it's bad. He needs to actually like start killing some zealots and making more arbiters, but he can't do that, and he can't get bottom left.
I mean, he has to get bottom left at this point. I think that's the one thing he definitely can do with this army. Like, take some Dragoons, separate them out, move them bottom left, clear the mines, take those bases, and then just look for good trades as soon as Scan starts to move out. But nope,
This is
Khala
a frustration play. This is a frustration play. 100%.
Going into the middle only. Oh,
that's stasis.
not the best stasis. Oh, these zealots just bunching up on that stasis wall.
2-1 on Terran upgrades.
This
Yeah,
is what you do when you feel like the matchup is unwinnable. You're just like, okay, I'm maxed out. This attack isn't going to work. I hate this game. I hate how PvT is really difficult. I don't have enough stasis. I don't have recall. I don't have carriers. I guess I'm just going to lose. And you just can't be bothered at this point. You just grab all your zealots and you charge.
Yeah, Scan actually just unsieging and moving forward here.
Yeah, Khala knew if he lets it wait another 5 minutes, Scan's just going to take bases, get upgrades, take bases, get upgrades, and then eventually kill him. He's like, you know what, fuck this. Next game.
I mean, what if we tried to recall that fourth or something? I feel like that might have been a better option.
Yeah, but you're not getting the army back home. He just lifts up the CC. There's probably mines there. There's probably tanks there. And most of Scan's army wasn't actually at the Minoloni. He had those tanks. And then as Carlos started clearing the mines, everything else just moved into reinforce. Most of the army was
GG.
like staying loose between the Minoloni and the 3 o'clock.
GG. Very well played by Scan there.
Yeah,
He,
I mean, he just that pick up of the probe at 9 o'clock actually did so much work because Khala didn't have anything behind that. He's like, okay, well, I guess I'm just on 2 gas, 1 minute lonely, hoping for the best. It didn't work.
Yeah, that just seemed like a very dominant game from Scan altogether. Like, I felt like he was in a wonderful position at all points of that game.
The 6-pack into 3rd CC with no starport and 1 armory, that was a very odd strategy. However, I feel like it, like you wouldn't do that as your build in a vacuum. You wouldn't open the game and say, okay, this game I'm going to go 6-pack CC. But I feel like it made sense in as much as he kept adding factories and making vultures. And if Khala didn't have that Reaver at that exact timing, that 3rd base never would have come online. And then once the Reaver comes in and defends it, Scan just pivots immediately.
All right, guys, what's the next map?
Polaris Rhapsody.
Do you know who made this map? Shakira's Temple was made by the same map author, STR18-02. He's also brought you maps such as Katrina, Demon's Forest, Colosseum, Medusa, Tears of the Moon.
This quiz, I feel, is like when Apu and Homer go to see like the Quickie Mart master. You
Oh,
have
he
all
made
these 3 questions.
Benzene and Gladiator and
I
Aztec.
don't like any of those maps.
Yeah,
So
Gladiator is a Protoss map. I know it.
This is Kwark's favorite map maker.
I love you.
This has always been a tough map for me, even before the rework. I don't know. Mineral only, and then the double gas bases in the corners. There's not many maps that really play like this, so it's very, very unique.
Yeah, I feel like Scan's going to expand up the right-hand side. He's going to ignore the Minoloni and the bottom left entirely, because he does want that 3rd gas.
Along the right-hand side, you think he'll take 3 o'clock as his 3rd?
I think he'll take the like high, not the one that's like right on the edge at 3 o'clock. I think he'll take the one that's at the top of the ramp, and then he'll take 3 o'clock. But it looks like Kala's just going to proxy.
Oh wow, yeah, it's a very quick probe moved across the map.
I'm thinking 1 gate, not 2 gate. I'm thinking this is going to be like build a gateway and just throw some zealots at them just to fuck with them.
Is this like the aggressive 1 gate gas steal type play?
Yeah, and then you can just go Nexus behind it, or you can go have a gas and add goons. You can do what you like.
Yeah, this seems very, very strong. I wonder if Scan will respect it.
This is a map they play in ASL.
Yeah.
So Light did like a proxy Rax against, I think, Royal.
Yeah, that was an interesting game where the yeah, he did a proxy Rax in base. I remember that one.
Yeah, you never see that. Okay,
Yeah,
then.
It's really rare to see.
No, my gas.
Gets the gas steal off. Oof. I mean, he saw the probe too. That was a little odd, but oh well.
I don't think he had 100 at that timing, and I guess he could have cancelled an STV if he wanted, but it's sometimes it's a second to react that you don't have.
And Khala just continuing to poke away with this probe. He gets so much damage done with his early probe in this matchup, it seems.
Yeah, we're going to see what frees Zealots then Dragoon most likely, because Khala's already got the gas, so behind this he's going to add a pylon and a cybernetics core. Second Max, because he sees it's a proxy. I like this. Now it's not like Proxy 2 gates, so he doesn't need the second Max. He could potentially hold on with like a good SimCity and a using some SCVs, maybe add a bunker, but he doesn't need to. It's the thing.
So Scan actually put out a guide, and this was part of his guide. Was defending against these early proxy 1 gates and why he opens 2 racks as opposed to trying to hold on with a single barracks. It's pretty interesting, actually.
I haven't read the guide, but it's just going to give him like early map control, and he can just go pressure the gateway. It makes a lot of sense. This is that's a beautiful SimCity.
Wow, that's a beautiful SimCity. You see the Zealot just have to turn around? Oh my gosh. I thought he could walk through there for a second. That's funny.
I feel like this is planned. This is the thing where he says he does this exact Vax layout, hoping you go for the proxy gate, and then he's like, okay, I have a thing for this. Hold on.
But what's the plan for the second Rask? He has to like immediately kill that gateway.
Second Vax means that Khala can't go for a quick Nexus. He can't, like, Goons are going to do fuck all, because Goons actually lose to Marines if the Marines are in decent numbers, because they take half damage from Dragoons. The only time a Dragoon is good is if you have a bunch of 8 hit point Marines left over from the Zealot.
I mean, he's getting more damage done on this assimilator. Zealots, like, this is.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, Kala's going to build his Dragoon, and then what's going to happen is the Dragoon is going to have to just run away from the Zealots, and he's going to lose the gateway.
I feel like he could have microed that a little better too, and would have actually retained a couple more Marines.
He's just got so much damage here. Like, the Zealots just are not doing anything. This is... I really like this double axe here. Because, I mean, if you didn't make the double axe, you'd have to make a bunker anyway, and the bunker costs 100 minerals.
Wall this Dragoon, I bet.
Beautiful, yep. You are exactly right.
Oh, this is going to be sick.
Oh, Khala cancelled it. Khala's like, no, I'm not even going to give you that Dragoon. I know 100% what you've done, and it's a really smart thing. Okay, I'll just cancel it.
Very smart, very smart. Wow.
But then, like, look at all these Marines. He's like, okay, he kills the pylon, just moves on. He's like, okay, what are you going to do to hold this?
Academy. Marine medic push? What?
I mean, what does he have? He is building a single Dragoon here. He's going to have to wall this ramp and hope he doesn't die. This is really great play here from Scan.
Yeah, and Khala just wasn't ready for this at all. Like, Khala's build isn't working, but it's not like it never works. This is something that isn't working because of what Scan's done.
GG?
Yeah, I think saying GG is the natural follow-up to this situation. That's the strategy.
Probes. Oh.
Wow.
Okay,
There's just too many Marines.
Yep.
I like the bunker as well. I mean, if he ever gets up this ramp and that bunker is completed, then he's gonna just get so much more efficiency out of these Marines. Oh, bunker dies at 99%.
Killed like tons of probes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 11 probes, now it's 10.
Yeah, so GG, even though he gets
one of
range.
Khala's 10 probes is on the other side of the map trying to set up a proxy, but it's no point anymore, it's too late.
Yeah, he might live through this, but almost
Yeah,
gets that.
I mean, it just didn't work. Khala's build just was not a valid build. And I think that's interesting because like, I've seen this build work a lot, so clearly this is just a thing where Scan has come up with a solution and is saying, okay, this will be the last time you do that proxy gate because now people have seen this. It's just everybody knows what to do now. It's never going to work.
Yeah, this is. I mean, that just looked brutal from Scan. There was nothing Khala could do. It didn't look like there was any amount of micro that was going to fix that situation. You know.
Yeah, because there was no chance of getting the Zealots onto the Marines because the Marines had that little just hole that they live in. They go, okay, we're just going to back off into this gap between the two racks and we can stay here forever.
Dragoons are just so mean. They just do so much damage to these Dragoons. These are unupgraded, no medic Marines.
Well, they don't. I mean, they do like 5 damage a hit, and Dragoons have like 100 hit points. It's just sometimes when you have like 20 Marines and they have 1 Dragoon with no range, it's doesn't even matter.
Yeah, he cannot poke in here with either of these Dragoons, or that tank's gonna have a field day.
He's got 12 workers. He knows he's all in at this point. He's just he's going to do one more attempt. I'm surprised he didn't turn that gateway online again. The build a pylon at the proxy gate and just keep committing to making goons.
The 3 HP gateway, like.
Yeah. I mean, he's so all in at this point that you might as well.
Yeah, you're right. I 100% agree. It would be very difficult for him to come back from here. He's got half the workers. You know, none of the tech. Doesn't have the second base going. This one's over.
Yeah, I like Scan confirming there was no Nexus too, because if he can, once he confirms there's no Nexus, he goes, okay, even if you were to start the Nexus now, I've still won. All I have to do is not die. And then immediately with the eBay in the wall, he's like Scan is not dying. Scan, he's pretty sure that Khala has nothing, but he's gonna make sure. Oh, and the comsats. Yeah, he's just Scan has no intention of losing this game to anything.
Just no reason to. He's gonna have perfect information here, have the better economy. I mean, you could argue the stronger force already in this game. I don't know. It's gonna be a long road here for Khala to come back from this.
Yeah, like third Nexus is the best possible way to lose this game. Sorry, he's gonna lose the game. Third Nexus is the smartest thing he can do in this situation, but he's still losing.
He's kind of putting passive pressure on Scan, right? He's not making it so that, hey, if Scan just sits there forever, I lose. You know, like.
Yeah, he's identified that Scan is playing not to lose right now, because he's so far ahead that he's just trying to not lose to anything. And so the only thing he can do to get ahead is take a Nexus. He can't. Oh, he's going to take a 4th one. Okay. I like this play. It's not going to work, but I like it. He goes, okay, yeah, I can't catch you off guard with DTs. I can't catch you off guard with Reaver. I can't catch you off guard with mass goons. Maybe I can catch you off guard with a bunch of Nexuses.
I mean, it's not the worst idea, for sure. I mean, why not? He's got to catch up somewhere, somehow. 3 Nexuses can produce probes pretty quickly. You know, he might be able to get himself back in this.
We're a 15 probe deficit to make up, though.
He's got scouted with the barracks, so...
Yeah, Scan is doing what he needs to.
Yeah, he's going to push out.
Oh, this is sloppy.
Oh.
Those goons should never have been there.
GG.
Yeah, he just leaves.
GG.
Yeah, I mean, Khala's build just apparently wasn't a valid build, but I didn't know that that's not a valid build because I have not seen somebody pull off that 2x before.
Un saludo para las viudas de Dandy en Ecoso. Y ahora en un rato vienen los matches de Dandy. Por favor, quédense. Es el último partido entre Scan y Khala. Para toda la gente de la TAM. No hay subtítulos.
We got a tiebreaker, boys.
Yeah. We got a series.
Fighting Spirit.
Yeah,
I'm thinking Scan.
Really?
So I'm not a fan of Khala's PvT. I think that problem is Khala's a really good player. He's much better than me. So like, there's not really a good way to be like, I think he's got some errors in his play, but he does. He plays for the mid game win, and he doesn't have any. He doesn't ever set himself up for any kind of victory in the late game. He will take his quick free bases, he'll max out, and then he's like, okay, well, hopefully I win. And Scan has his number. Scan doesn't play for the mid game win. Scan play to survive the mid game because he knows if he survives the mid game, the game's his.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's definitely an urgency in Khala's play to end each of these games. You know, I mean, a lot of the times that can work out for you. You know, even in this series so far, he's taken a lot of quicker advantages against Scan early in games. So you know, it comes with its own advantages, but sometimes it's really just not enough if you don't get the damage done you need to.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, even the Ascension game, he got an early economic advantage, and then he just went all in. He said, "Okay, I'm going to get Storm, going to get a Shadow, and I'm going to just charge in and try and deny scan third." I don't ever see it actually working unless it's like the hidden track game where he does Zell into DT. Something like that will work for sure, but just the early attacks off V bases with 200, no.
All right, so Kwark thinks Scan has this. Pato and Machine, what's your bet, man? Tiebreaker, who's going to take it? Who won over $100 in this show match?
Yeah, I'm not taking it back.
Pato said Khala.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Khala.
Because Protoss OP.
In your face,
yeah,
Kwark.
Protoss OP. No, Khala had a pretty convincing win their last series, and I can't bet against him this time.
I missed the first game, but I mean, hidden track doesn't really count, and the what was that 4-player map where he went 12 Nexus? That doesn't really count either. Like, if Khala doesn't get
those don't count the entire game just because he went 12 Nexus.
He went like 12 Nexus and then shut down the drop so hard that it's not just 12. It was 12. If it's 12 Nexus against like a Rax expand, then sure, okay, that's. I'll say that's an even game. But 12 Nexus against a cross map Vulture first, where the Vulture first does nothing because you're up on the high ground. You don't even need Dragoon range, and you can follow that with rushing the Robo and shutting down the drop. That's a. I could perhaps beat Scan from that position.
What's
the
what
great
if
statement.
Khala 12 Nexus is here? What if he does it?
Then he deserved to get first scouted.
Okay. I don't think it's gonna happen. That's a really odd pylon placement, right?
Yeah.
No, he's starting his wall. Okay, so then you put the gateway next to it. You can do another gateway that like covers most of the gas. You can do a pylon below the nexus. Or you can do the core to the right to seal off between the gas and the core. It's as a Protoss player, you are always thinking about the Vulture SimCity from your very first pylon.
Got it. Okay. I was just thinking the travel distance between that gateway and the ramp. Like usually, I would assume you'd want to build closer to the ramp, but I guess there's not really a need to.
No, I mean if you're going like a 23 next, you don't care because you have no early timings that make a difference. Your goon's going to be at their natural before range is done anyway, and they're going to have a bunker.
Looks like pretty typical gas timing here from Scan.
Yeah, this is just going to be a factory expand.
What do you think of these positions for drop here for Khala?
Drop is going to be quite effective, but Fighting Spirit, it's they can float a building over the natural mineral line, and then they can build turrets there, and you can't get into the main or the natural. It's like back in the olden days when people would like do one base Reaver Rush. It was effective, but this game, in this current meta, I'm thinking that it's not going to be super effective to go drops in this position.
I see. Just every turn, I'm sure he's played this map to death and knows all the proper turret positionings to stop those drops.
Well, yeah, well, the current meta is like delayed Reaver, and then maybe do your own double shuttle, and like when they have floating buildings over their natural middle line, it's not useful to be coming at it from this angle. Those turrets will really just hit you the entire way into the main. Okay, so it's not factory expand. This is gas expand. Interesting. I like this for Scan. This is a solid opener. Because Khala's not going to be able to do much. He's going to get some damage on the bunker, but Khala's just going for the regular 23 Nexus. And in this situation, the 23 Nexus is going to be a later expand, and it's not even going to get a bunch of bunker damage because the tank won't be super delayed. This is a good opener. I like this a lot.
I like that the SCV is luring this Dragoon away to give him more time to get that bunker up. It's so, I don't know, it's just so smart. Such an efficient use for the unit.
And if we look, Scan's only actually making 2 Marines. He's not worried about the Dragoons. He'll repair the bunker until the tank's done. But he knows he's not going to get dived or anything.
Yeah, even with that delayed factory, it doesn't seem too far behind. I mean, a tank should be up in just a quick minute or so.
Yeah, and this actually isn't a 23 Nexus. This Nexus is a much later, which I don't like. So he's gone for the third Dragoon. No, adding the Robo now, but that Robo was late. So I'm looking at this thinking, okay, you've got 3 Dragoons in range, but this isn't like the Polypod game where you're going to be able to hit the bunker all day. This is, he's not even attacking the bunker.
Exactly. That SCV is still alive. It's still just running around.
It's like he's defending against... I don't think he's read this build correctly. It's like he's defending against a Vulture that isn't coming. Like, he's treating this like a factory expand, but it isn't a factory expand. It's a gas expand.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Either he's misread this or he's just playing it wrong. So catching that second SCV is nice. But ultimately, he's given himself a big economic deficit here.
We have eBay just about to complete inside the main, so Scan will be well on his way to defending any kind of drop or, I mean, even observers, I guess, that could come out of this Robo. Kind of a good position to be in, I feel like, so far.
Yeah, and Scan is... He's going to take 0 damage from anything. He's got a tank out, so he can't pass the bunker. He's got his army really quick. He's... And Scan's there thinking, okay, wait a second, did you skip range? What's going on? What, like... Why are you not attacking the bunker? Is this like a Robo Rush? Because Scan has no scouting information, so he's having to play ultra defensive here. We're looking at this and saying Scan's in a really good place, but he's kind of nervous. Because this doesn't smell right. But Khala really is just not doing anything. It looks suspicious for Scan, because he's like, you should be attacking me. You should be just attacking the bunker. We're still building Marines. This is interesting.
Just because he's terrified. I don't know. Could it be to read the Robo play?
I think he's just afraid. Again, we know he doesn't have to be afraid, but yeah, it's this is an odd situation for Scan because he doesn't know why he's not being attacked.
He's just playing standard.
I mean, standard these days is like Academy rather than eBay. If you're playing like if you're not feeling nervous, eBay is like the nervous build, I think. Scan, because he had his scouting denied, he feels like he's ahead just because his CC was so quick, but he doesn't know what's going on.
Khala's already got that third base up though.
Well, it started, but it's yeah. I mean, and the fact that Khala has Scan has no scouting information is good. A Vulture never got out. There's no mines anywhere on the map, but at the same time, it's like Scan has a lot of economy, and that +1 is like 2/3 of the way done already.
I feel like he's not close to moving out anytime soon, though.
No, he'll be going for 2-1. He's got a star pot coming.
Which is why I mean, I think Khala's doing all right given the situation with this, you know, opting for this very quick Nexus.
Yeah, his natural was late, but his third isn't a good time. Yeah, it's you're right that the third is good timing. We're seeing Forge, delayed Reaver. I think we're going to go into a classic Khala game where he goes 3 bases and tries to just bust something. And this is Fighting Spirit. I'm not a fan of busting on Fighting Spirit.
Just because of the high ground cliffs, right? It makes it so easy to defend your natural as a Terran. It does seem like a
and then they can just take and they can take the easiest third in the world. So yeah, Scan's going to go second armory. And also, I think Scan at this point, he knows Khala. He knows Khala's playstyle. It would not at all surprise me if he just doesn't move out. He says, okay, at some point you're going to get frustrated and suicide. I just need to wait. Like, if you're playing Khala, you're not worried about the Arbiter timing. You're not worried that he's got carriers coming behind this. You know what's coming, and what's coming is 200 supply over Dragoons.
Yeah, lots and lots of units, absolutely. I mean, it's really just kind of been his trademark throughout all of these games. You know, the delayed Arbiter. We got to see pretty quick, relatively quick carriers one game. So I guess it's not 100%, you know, always the case, but still, he does favor his heavy, like mid-game army composition.
Drop incoming, but
yeah, catching that drop's really good. Khala's been playing really solidly. I look at this and I go, okay, but what do you do with all of this money that you've earned? Because Scan CC's coming up. He's going for a third CC in his main, and he's going to fly it out. There's no way Khala denies the 6 o'clock. He's got a shuttle, but I feel like Scan can almost certainly take that third clock safely. The third base 6 o'clock safely. So
yeah, he's got that third command center on the way as you say that. Yeah.
So Khala with the Stargate Templar Archives and taking the top left main. That is everything I wanted to see. It's a bit late, but I like that he's doing this because he does at least have an out, as long as he doesn't lose that probe at the top left of this vulture.
Which he just might. Oh, Ninja Probe.
Oh, probe wins.
The vulture. Yeah, it was a 5 HP vulture. Wow, unfortunate there for Scan.
I feel like that
nice.
might actually decide the game, because what we saw on Polypoid was he had his 9 o'clock denied and he's just like, okay, fuck it, I'm just going to lose. And then he went ahead and lost.
That's hilarious that probe took out that vulture.
Like, if the vulture kills the probe, I genuinely believe that there's a game in which Khala just sticks on 3 bases and doesn't plan on winning. His plan is to lose the game.
Oh boy. We do see that shuttle making its way into the main. Never mind.
He's just being annoying.
To deny 6. Okay.
He's going to delay 6 as long as he can, while taking the Nexus, while getting the Arbiter Tribunal. Please build a second Stargate, Khala, because otherwise you're going to max out and have 1 Arbiter again. Okay, Khala actually has a win condition in this game. This is the first game where I'm looking at this and going, you know what, Khala, if this goes late, Khala might win.
He's got, that Stargate and the Arbiter Tribunal in a really good time. He's just got to start that Arbiter here in a second. He's doing a great job delaying the 6 o'clock, at least forcing Scan to pull these units, move them, make the turrets, slowly get that command center to fly over. So he's doing all the right things.
Yeah. Wouldn't mind seeing some gateways to the top left. And the second Stargate is the thing for me. He's building 1 Arbiter, and 1 Arbiter is not going to cut it against maxed out 3-2 Terran.
Second Stargate's that key, huh? You just always need to get it.
Well, if you go mass Storm, you can make Storm work too. It's just you have to have something that deals with the Terran army. Like, you've got to knock out enough tanks from the fight that your Dragoons can actually man fight them, and that means you need a lot of stasis.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, Kwark, because at the beginning of the series, I was almost bragging about Khala's use of Storm against Terran before this series ever started today, and we really haven't seen much of it, minus a couple, the Storm drops on Ascension, I believe it was, earlier. Is there any reason why he's not doing it here?
He's not doing it this game because it's not his plan this game. He's going for the Arbiters, but so it falls off if you're very aggressive with your Storms and you're constantly picking up tanks, like you're starting fights that you're busting locations, and whenever you bust them, even if you don't actually destroy the location, you're storming a lot of tanks. You can kind of keep the Terran's tank number down so that you can keep fighting with gateway units, but eventually +3 finishes and the game's not over. It's going to stop working. But that's how you do the shuttle storm style. You're always killing tanks. You can't do a critical mass of tanks, but you never plan to. You just plan to never let it get that late. But Arbiters, you can actually play the late game if you have more than 2 Arbiters, which he doesn't. He's going to be maxed out with 2 Arbiters. And, okay, he's cancelled some units to make a 3rd Arbiter. If you looked what just happened, his supply went down a bunch as he went through his gateways, cancelled the production, and made a 3rd Arbiter. But that means that he's going to have 3 Arbiters, 1 bad EMP, and he still lost the game.
Yeah, at the same time, I feel like it would be the perfect time to start that +1 on a core and put down 2 or 3 more Stargates, and you could still go some type of delayed carrier from here, no?
It's a bit late. I like to start my +1 early. But yeah, if he's worried about this game going to like 30 minutes, he could start +1 and eventually go carriers. But he's adding a 2nd Stargate now. You're maxed out. What are you going to make out that 2nd Stargate?
He's going to have to trade some units. That's what he's good at.
Yeah, Scan doesn't have a 3-2 yet, so this is not the worst time. But he doesn't have any Storm. He has 1 Arbiter.
No,
he has no Arbiter.
He just lost it with no stasis either. If he can get on these tanks and trade these tanks, I feel like he backed out at the wrong time.
He didn't have any more Zealots. I feel like no, he didn't back out at the wrong time. The problem is that he cast exactly zero stasis in that fight.
The Arbiter had 96 energy when it died. It was heartbreaking.
Yeah.
You just needed to
So
wait a
he
second
did
longer.
kill like 40 supply of Terran, but he didn't kill the tanks. And the issue he's going to have is that wasn't Scan's push timing. I don't know about this from Scan, because I mean, Khala has a lot of gateways. You've done a good job of killing Kala's Zealots, but his Dragoons are still alive, and he can make Zealots. He's not worried about that. But ultimately, I think the lack of Arbiters is just what's going to decide it. You look at all these tanks, 3-2 is like a minute away. Once 3-2 is done, I'm thinking, okay, wait a second. You're going to beat 3-2 mech with, what, 0 stasis? It can't be done.
It's just beautiful positioning here by Scan. I mean, really not pressing his luck either. He's happy to just hold this entrance outside the natural here of Khala. Like you're saying, all the gateways are top right. It's all going to come out of there.
There's also the 0 reason why Khala can't have 5 Arbiters and also a recall at 6 o'clock right now. He had the ability to get those things. There was plenty of time. He's got 2 Arbiters at the moment, I think. He's lost 1. He could have had 5. He had the time. He chose to go gateways instead.
Like that wall will fall. Yeah, all these Dragoons are just stuck inside the main.
Yeah, he doesn't have the tech units. He's not even building High Templar now. He's given up on Storm, but Storm was the only thing that he had. Because he went 1 Stargate Arbiter. He's like, that Arbiter was a mascot. The Arbiter just comes along with the army. He's like, hey guys, I'm here for moral support.
Yeah, these tanks are just too set up. I mean, Protoss has such a difficult time rallying units outside of their main and into their natural and engaging from here. Look at this. These Dragoons are slowly and awkwardly just walking down into mines. And
yeah, I mean, he should just recoil out of his main at this point. The main is non-functional, but he doesn't have the energy to spare. Like, if you have a bunch of Arbiters, you can recoil over and over. But he doesn't have
engagement here at the natural. Oof. Once again, losing that Arbiter right before stasis. Yeah, this is unfortunate.
I mean, this is what I was saying before when we were asked whether Khala or Scan was going to win. Like, Khala's macro and micro are really good, and his like multitasking is fine, but his strategy in PvT is not a valid strategy. It doesn't work, and Scan is showing us that.
So many siege tanks here from Scan. Finally pushing into the natural. This should pretty much be the end of that natural.
Yeah, I mean, Khala has top left. He's got gateways to top left now. He's on like 4 mining bases, even with the natural dead against 4 mining bases. But I don't think it's going to matter because, I mean, the 3-2's done. He still doesn't have the Arbiter production, so the situation isn't getting better for him.
Yeah, there's just no econ at this point. Losing, I mean, I don't want to say no econ. He's got.
No, there's plenty of econ.
But
The tech just isn't there. Is the thing. It doesn't matter about econ. It's the Terran army's just stronger unless you have mass Arbiter. There's nothing happening here that's going to make the situation any better for Khala.
And GG
He's
is
got
called.
money, he's got bases, he's got income, he's got gateways, but gateway units aren't going to cut it.
Yeah, that was a really good call, Kwark. Like, just, you know, being able to spot that off of seeing only just the single Stargate early on. I mean, it's still like a decent strategy, like you're saying, from Khala, and you know, his, like you're saying, macro, micro were all great, but he just could not close it out. He couldn't really control the middle of the map against mass tank.
Yeah, Scan says, okay, I'm not going to let you get anything done in the mid game with your mass units. I'm going to take like the safest, slowest third possible. I'm going to get my 2-1. I'm going to take a position on the map. I'm going to get my 3-2. And unless you have carriers or 5 stasis or a really good recall, there's nothing you can do. And Kala's like, okay, well, I'm going to try and build what Arbiters 1 at a time, and I'm going to max out first. So I'm going to have 2 of them. It's not valid. If only Zerg's up there. I feel like it's like missing your hive timing in ZVT. It doesn't matter how good your lurkerling micro control is. It's if they have mass vessel and like double upgraded Marines, it's not going to go well for you.
Yeah. If you don't have Dark Swarm in time, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh man, still really well played though by both players, but Scan obviously, taking the series. It was pretty close still, 4-3. But yeah, Scan definitely a force to be reckoned with. Such a strong Terran.
And I feel like he had Khala's number. Also, that Proxy Gate game with the double racks, that was just like on a different. That was just smacking him down. It's like, no, I practiced against this. No.
Yeah, like I said, I've started kind of keying off looking at that. As soon as I see that second barracks, I'm like, oh, it's kind of the Scan thing. Like, I hadn't seen a whole lot of Terrans doing that versus one Proxy Gate before that, but he obviously has a great way of dealing with it.
Okay, my friends, that was a best of 7 between Khala and Scan won the $100 prize. Big shout out to the Twitch viewers who pitched in. The final event, guys.
Ooh. Bonyth and Dandy. The big boss and the Peruvian Terran. This is going to be sick.
What do you guys think? What are we going to see?
BSL's going on, so Bonyth is unbeatable. Like, on the off season, you can maybe beat Bonyth, but during the BSL season, no.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to have to agree with Kwark here. I think it comes as no surprise. It's definitely a feat to be able to take a series off Bonyth. Dandy has that kind of potential. Do I think it's going to happen right here, right now? My money's on Bonyth.
We got 9 whole games. Bonyth and Dandy played this set a few hours ago, guys. So it's fresh. Big shout out to Leo for sponsoring and organizing this, along with Esport Fund. And Trovo pitched in $50. $350 show match, guys. Every single game win is worth an equal percentage of the total prize. About $39 is on the line each game. It features the BWG's weekly map pool. So you're gonna get to see different maps, guys.
Yeah, these are some unique ones, for sure. Really, I mean, like, nostalgic is always the word I say, I think. But, it really just reminds me of when I was a little kid, fucking still playing in WCG qualifiers and things. So it's kind of nice to review, and we always get some interesting games.
Alright, so I'm gonna take a few minutes just to get things ready. If you guys want to grab a drink, a bowl of ice cream, whatever your thing is, and then we'll get right down to it, man. Bonyth vs. Dandy coming up. 9 whole games.
With 9 games, I think the 5-0 Dandy win that's been predicted in chat is unlikely.
Yeah, I'd have to say the same. Someone else says 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 Dandy, so I guess he's going to 3-0 Bonyth 3 times in a row. Could happen. That's 9. I wouldn't bet that though.
What's the map pool for this one? I don't think I saw it.
It's the G's weekly maps. It's got like 815, Blue Storm, Nostalgia, Estrella, like a bunch of the older funky maps for sure.
So we're committing to old school.
Oh yeah, I wasn't joking. It's very old.
Estrella is as early as I remember.
Gorky Island, there's a bunch of them actually.
Gorky Island's actually before my time. I was offline only until like 2003, I think.
Okay. I wasn't that much before you. I think I started playing around 2001.
I used to play on Challenger and go Zealot Scout as my combo. Because Scout's really good against the air and Zealot's really good against the ground.
Nice.
Also, I would only ever build 2 gateways because once the map was mined out, I was never going to get that extra 150 minerals back from a 3rd gateway. Now, I don't know why I didn't commit to that and only make 1 gateway, but I thought the 2 gateways was the correct balance between over-making gateways and...
balance. Yeah. Oh, that's too funny. I was a Terran player when I first started because I watched every Boxer VOD in existence and wanted to be just like Boxer, and then I was like, I don't control my units very well. I should probably just pick Zerg. It's been working out ever since.
I was before I started playing online, I was that classic stereotype. I played like some LAN games with people at fence houses because we had like 1 StarCraft disk between us, but you could install it on as many PCs as you wanted back then. And,
Oh yeah.
and I beat them. I was like, I'm really good at this game. I can beat like 2 computers at once.
Yeah, I was in like a, what do you call it? Almost like a day camp thing, and one of the labs or whatever was like computer lab, and that's where I first learned about StarCraft. Everybody wanted to play StarCraft during computer lab break, and yeah, all my buddies were actually better than me, so I like immediately loved the game, but I was like, I can't just keep losing all my friends. Bought it, went home and practiced, and then just so I could beat my buddies. Like, it was funny. Yeah. And then I've been hooked ever since.
Alright, guys. Bonyth vs. Dandy, 9-hole games. The first map, chosen by Leo, I believe, is Python.
Python. Like, it's pretty much known as the 2 vs 2 map. I mean, at least to BattleNet goers. But it's kind of a unique one for a number of reasons. Like, the main bases can spawn so close to each other in air positions that drop play is really prominent. There's island bases on the map. It's got everything. So this should be a fun one.
Yeah, taking a 3rd base on this map is difficult. If you take the mineral only, it's impossible to wall it against vultures. If you take the corners, it's impossible to wall against vultures. Like, I feel like Python's map design wouldn't be deemed playable in the current meta.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, even back when it was, like, quote unquote, a map in play, like, it has a number of flaws that make it a little difficult for one matchup versus another. But yeah, it's, you know, I think Terran can be quite strong on the map, I'll say that. Minus, like, holding a 3rd is definitely going to be the difficult part here for Dandy. But it's still very possible.
I look at it and I think, okay, so you can go Viva, take a quick island 3rd as Protoss, and then you can just go 3-base carrier off that. And then I think, okay, well, Bonyth's playing, so like,
Yeah.
Viva's okay, he's fantastic with them. Carrier's even better. This is
island play, sure. Let's give it to him. You know. Yeah.
Like it's because like you wouldn't want to take a 4th and 5th base on this one as Protoss because you have to maintain like total map control. Then you have to probably take a main as your 3rd base and build a bunch of It's going to be a difficult way to play in like a more modern style. But yeah, if you just go Reaver into Carrier, it's the easiest map ever.
Could be the perfect Bonyth map.
Ox would like to know if you want to join the game.
Yeah, Machine, get your sexy ass in here. Let's get it started.
All right.
Are you guys ready? I'm hyped. Bonyth vs. Dandy, guys.
Yeah, I'm hyped. I'm gonna call this one a close 5-4 for Bonyth. That's my guess right now. It's gonna be close, but you gotta give it to Bonyth.
I'm Bonyth during the BSL season. He plays on a different level. Now, I don't think we were quite up to Bonyth, like asking his wife to take the baby for a weekend so he can actually like play non-stop. But still during the BSL season, he's on fire.
You think he's been pretty much practicing nonstop right now?
Not non-stop, but he's been practicing properly. It's right at the end of the BSL season is like when he goes like full non-stop. But he's much scarier during the BSL season than not, I think.
Give me a player intro, guys.
Okay, we have the BSL champion, Bonyth, as the red or white photos at the top right on Python.
And spawning as the brown Terran on the left side of the map, we have Dandy.
And Bonyth is immediately going for the forward gateway. Now you can do the forward gateway here with the pad on the high ground too, which I think is perhaps better, but he's just going to go for the... I think it's going to be... Okay, it's going to be a 9 gate. He's sending another probe. I was going to say that probe is going to be too late to do a 9 gate, but if he sends another one, yeah, it's going to be a forward 9 gate. And it's just going to be a pressure opening. He is going to find its cross position, so it isn't what he was looking for. But it should still be annoying at the very least.
Yeah, I was going to say, this map, it just, I don't know why, it feels like natural just about every base really isn't that far away. It might, still be able to get some damage done here, even on, just because it is Python.
But also, I think he was looking for like a gasless opener, but Dandy is not doing that. Dandy's going straight into the gas, and it's probably going to be a factory expand from Dandy, so he's actually going to be in as good a position as he can be here.
I see, he's hoping there was going to be like a forward barracks, and he could maybe harass the natural Dandy, but Dandy's kind of tucked away inside his main and in a pretty safe spot here.
Now this probe scout timing could confuse Dandy, because this would be like a normal scout timing if Bonyth was 6 o'clock, but Dandy is probably going to overthink it. He's got to know that Bonyth isn't 12, because the probe didn't intercept the SCV. But he's just going to scout normally.
Yeah, I guess so. Which will work out, right? He should hopefully be able to see him at the 3 o'clock position here. That probe getting quite a bit of harass done, actually forcing quite a few SCVs to be pulled there to deal with it. Factory's still down in great timing though, but not a bad start here from Bonyth.
Yeah, this is going to be Zealot Goon, so it's not like super committed. I think that's because it's cross position. Although maybe he just only ever planned to do 2 Zealot Goon, but it's... That factory is going to be difficult to defend because he can get the Marines between the bunker and the Vax and the CC, that's fine. But then you go, okay, well, how are you going to defend the factory from that spot?
Yeah, it's kind of away on its own. I mean, he is going to pull some SCVs. I guess that's one way to kind of deal with it, but...
I don't like that factory. That factory should have been above the Vax. I think that's a mistake. Obviously, if there's not a Zealot Rush, then the factory position there is great, but it's...
Definitely a Zealot Rush, yeah.
Yeah, it's... You gotta be ready for that situation. Now, the Vulture's being made, that's fine, but we're only 2 Zealots and Goon. The Vulture's just going to kill the Zealot for free, and then the rush is going to be over. Second gateway, and the second gateway gets seen.
Marines being pulled very quickly there from Dandy.
Yeah, these Marines had no business even being in that fight. Because now he has to build new ones, it's the thing. Because the Vulture can kill infinite Zealots, but the Vulture can't kill Dragoons, the Marines kill Dragoons. So he needed those Marines to survive and then have them ready to hold the ramp against the Dragoon, but instead they died.
He's actually looking to counter with his early Vulture.
Yeah, and this has not gone the way Dandy needed it to. He lost like those extra 2 Marines dying at the end of the Zealot when the Vulture was 99% done was avoidable. No machine shop upgrade too. He's ready Vulture, but the Vulture's doing nothing at all. This is, I mean, he's fishing for a Dragoon that's out of position, not holding the ramp, so he can go in and kill some probes, but it's done nothing. High ground CC, and it's up against 2 gates, so it's... I don't hate it, but it's... He spent a lot of money on Marines. He's still building Marines. He's not building SCVs.
This Vulture got so much work done though in the main and gets a perfect scout off. But yeah, It's kind of a delayed tank, high-grown command center here.
One thing that I want to note is that because he killed that probe at Bonyth natural, Bonyth did not go for a Nexus. Bonyth added another 2 Dragoons with that money. So we're now in a position where he's forced Bonyth to go Robo and a bunch of Dragoons, and Danny's going one factory siege expand. He's actually forced Bonyth to hard counter him. If Bonyth makes a shuttle right now, Bonyth is in the best position ever.
Looks like he's going to opt to put down a Nexus instead and just take the delayed X-Bar.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that like a Bulldog just hard kills this. He's got 2 gateways, bunch of Dragoons, like a shuttle with any Zealots in it, and the game's over. And he put Bonyth in this position of having late Nexus and a bunch of Dragoons. But if okay, there's the shuttle. Are we going to build a support bay, or are we just going to go Zealots?
Maybe just 2 Zealots.
No, the Zealots should be building by now, so it's going to be presumably a support bay. Oh, actually, this is going to be for quick Nexus. I think that's what he's doing. That's why you build a shuttle with no support bay.
Oh, I see. He's going to take the island?
He's going to take the island.
Ah,
I like that he's not building units. Because, I mean, okay, he could have Bulldogged this and won, but now he's identified that he's just going to let Dandy keep the expansion. This part of the game, he doesn't need any units at all. Both those gateways just immediately go offline.
That's actually really smart. It's kind of that same saying that I keep bringing up, Kwark, that you've said multiple times. Like, as Protoss, a lot of the times it's really important to know when to just shut off production. Get that probe count up, take that extra base, know when, or, know when you need to be producing units and when you don't. It's not all about just trying to constantly queue up units all the time.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's building another 2 Dragoons rather than taking the top right Nexus, but I guess he's blind because his Observer's really late, so this is, if he's playing not to lose, this is fine. He's just accepting the deficit and going to play it out from there. So we look at the worker count, he's behind on workers because of his later Nexus. He's getting shuttle speed, and it's... See, I've got perfect vision, so I'm looking at this going, well, he could have just taken a really quick third Nexus. And he could have, but it's fine that he's playing it safe.
Well, he does get that later third at the island expansion. There are so many turrets set up that I think Bonyth would actually have a pretty difficult time going for any type of drop play at this point. Third base, about to go down here. Reaver. I don't see too many entrances here for much Reaver harass, really.
No, and also he wants to keep that shuttle alive because that shuttle is how he's going to saturate his top right when he finally takes it. He is getting shuttle speed. Once shuttle speed is done, then it's going to be much easier to... the shuttle should never die once he has shuttle speed. He's just going to drop a Zealot to take the tank fire and then fire a Scour, pick it back up, drop a Zealot again. He hasn't been able to get to the factory location. He can't see this for back. Dandy's turret placement's really good.
Wow, that Reaver, though. Having perfect vision with that Observer, being able to pick off the first 2 Marines. Man, it's just things like that Bonyth does that most other Protoss don't really look for.
Yeah, he's found the depots too.
He's just a sniper with this thing. Gets into... That Reaver has no chance of being hit right now. It's at the very far corner. He's going to force
so much damage. I'm surprised he bottled out that. I would have liked him to... Okay, yeah, okay, good.
He's too good. He's just too good. Man, what a nice depot snipe. You hardly ever see that.
Yeah. Although during that time, he's still been making units and he's not taking the top right. I think that he thinks this is a timing push, and he's not wrong. But I don't know why he thinks that, because if you look at Dandy's turret placement, he's got a ring of turrets, and then the factories are all up the left-hand side, right up against the wall. And Bonyth hasn't got an observer there. Bonyth has never seen that. So Bonyth is for some reason reading this as a 2-base timing attack, and that is the exact right read, but I don't know how he's doing that.
Yeah, I'm not sure myself. Maybe just reading more into Dandy.
Yeah, I mean, Python, I wouldn't want to do a 3-base build of 10 because you can't take a third. Where's it going to go? But at the same time, I wouldn't want to do a 2-base all-in cross map on Python. It's such a wide open center. Like I don't feel like this is a map where you can do just a slow push across the middle. You're always going to get like run into like a 270-degree arc of Protoss attacking you. So I don't like Dandy's chosen strategy, but
It might work.
I also don't know what I'd advocate for instead.
Yeah, I mean that's really what I think of when I think of this map. Is like it's a tough map for Terran to pick a third right off the bat. I don't know. I think Bonyth maybe losing out on a window to take his own third though. If Dandy's pretty content with just sitting here, he should be all right to just sit 2-base versus 2-base against Bonyth. No.
Well, this isn't proper 2-base against you. This isn't a scary Terran. A scary Terran is a Terran that has like 2-1 coming. And like this isn't that. Bonyth isn't worried about Dandy in the late game because Dandy doesn't have a late game. Like the longer this game goes, the more like storms in shuttles Bonyth has. It's like Bonyth's upgrades are going to be progressing to like a +3 ground attack. Dandy's aren't. He can obviously take top right and saturate it. This isn't a scary Terran. This is a scary Terran push timing, but if it goes late, then you're just like, okay, yeah, sure, you've got nothing. You've got 1-1 tanks. Who cares? Beautiful.
First two Reavers, just beautiful shots. Oh yeah, like you're saying, that's just amazing. You have the timing to be able to pick those up in time and know that's just a free tank. He could do it again here.
Yeah, it's about the shuttle acceleration, I'm told, because if the shuttle is like stationary, you can't easily move it out of the Goliath range, and you might end up taking damage on your shuttle, potentially losing it. But if you move the shuttle like in a loop over the Reavers, you can have them jump into it as it moves.
There's a second shuttle here with a couple High Templar and a Dragoon as well. I mean, he's just full on ready to defend this timing. Here we go. Big push in by Bonyth. Both Templar going down.
Yeah, the Templar are getting sniped, and the Reavers aren't in the fight. The Reavers aren't firing.
Oh man.
This is going way better for Dandy than it should.
Yeah, this is really going well for Dandy here.
Oh, those mines though.
Still alive.
Those mines were what Bonyth's looking for. Also, Bonyth can just make DTs and put them in shuttles all day long. Because he knows this is a just early factory, no sand vessel. He can
and
just do DT bombs all day.
Yeah, DT zealot bomb. Looks like exactly what he's doing. 2 shuttles moving in here. He still has those Reavers alive. Oh, he sees the unsiege and moves in with the Dragoon.
Yeah, we're going to see the Reavers. Yep. Although if you look at Dandy's tank, the tank immediately swung round and started looking at the Reavers the moment they came out. I think that was manual targeting by Dandy. So he's not getting good arcs here, and it's weird because Python is so open, he's not controlling as well as he could. We saw that with the first fight with the Zealots, where the Zealots bunched up and the Dragoons couldn't get near. There's no reason why he couldn't have like a proper 270-degree arc on Dandy's army. He just isn't setting it up. That was nice.
That was very nice with the Reaver. Ooh, Reaver does go down though.
Do we have any High Templar? No, he just put in Dragoons.
Yeah, it's just Dragoon Zealot for the most part.
See, Bonyth gave himself the tools he needed here. He has Storm, he has Speed Shuttle. He's not using the tools properly. He's not. Okay, now he's building 2 High Templar, but they're not going to have the energy upgrade, so it's going to be a year before they have. Wait, that's a nice mind drag.
Dandy though, I mean, just with the best positioning ever he could ask for with that tank. Like knowing to move those tanks there to take less splash from the mines and not DT. He's got turrets set up.
Bonyth's dead.
He's got such a good position.
You look at this and go, okay, well, you've got Zealots and Goons. Zealots and Goons aren't how you beat this. Where are the High Templar with the Storm? Because you knew this was coming. You have 900 gas. Like, this isn't what Bonyth was trying to do. It's weird that this happened. He had those he did the High Templar thing one time. He didn't cast any storms because Dandy was sniping them, and then he just gave up.
Yeah, I feel like he just kind of got caught. Yeah, I mean he delayed his own third so much when honestly I feel like the third might have come in handy here. Just that extra economy to prevent this type of Terran from really containing him.
Well, it never should have got to the contain. His angle on the fight was bad, and then he wasn't making the tech units he needed to be. Because, as I was saying, there was no no Goliaths and no detection with the push. He could just have a single shuttle with DTs and just drop a DT. Yeah, wait for the scan, drop another DT after scan, just do that all day long. Or he could cast storms all day long, but he wasn't, and his in the first fight, the middle of Python is so open, he could get the best possible flank ever. It's like the middle of circuit breakers, but he just came from one angle. Obviously, once the contain goes on his natural, he's fucked. Dandy did do a fantastic job though of picking off those high temps out when they came out of that shuttle. I do not think that was accidental. I think the Dandy saw the shuttle and he's going, okay, whatever comes out of that shuttle, the tanks are going to swing round and it's going to get picked off instantly. I think it was Vultures who killed the high temp laugh, but Dandy was waiting. He knew that those storms were going to decide the fight, and the storm didn't even get cast.
Yeah, that control is so difficult to do. You know, being able to select mid-fight like 3 tanks or so to manually target a Templar the second it drops out of a shuttle is, man, it's just such high-level play from both these players. That was a lot of fun to watch.
I have never seen this map before.
What's the map, Kwark?
Map is Paradox XXX2.
Do you like it?
I mean, I've never seen it before. Is it an island map? It looks like there's double gas in the main, and then a mineral-only expansion that only a Zerg would ever take because there's only 4 crystals.
I think this is a really old map. I think this is like 2000, 2001.
So
I've seen this before, but this was a long time ago.
I think the loser gets to pick. So did Bonyth pick Paradox?
He must have.
He's an old man. I guess he remembers this.
I think this is an island map. I think this is one of the first island maps where you have a natural inside your main, and even that mineral only. This is really old though. This even predates me. But yeah.
Oh, look at that. So if you're Zerg, you're building a second hatchery to the left of your first hatchery, I guess.
Yeah, and it is an island map. So, man, I feel like island maps TVP, it really comes down to a lot of Wraith play, from what I know about it.
Yeah, we saw there was a island map in like an ASL last season where we saw like a lot of Wraith against Corsair micro. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, Wraith, Corsair, Valkyrie, man, it's pretty unique stuff. I really have no idea what to expect here. I know Goliath drop is completely viable in this matchup. Wraith, as we mentioned. Protoss can go like quick barrier play. There's just so many options on island maps for either player.
My first question is anybody going to go quick second production building or second like CC or Nexus? Because I'm looking at this and thinking a second Nexus to the left of the first Nexus would make sense. You have enough crystals here that you do need the probe production, and you it would be closer to the resources. I want to see a second Nexus.
I want to see a second Nexus and a second command center. Why not? I mean, right off the bat, it just seems to make sense. That it seems to be a pretty sizable map. You know, it's going to take quite a while to be able to traverse like the distance from either race. Why not go for just getting that extra economic advantage early on? But we do see a barracks going down for Dandy, so we will not be seeing a very quick command center from him.
This is such a weird map.
I love this map.
So what's the difference between Paradox 2 version 2.0 and Paradox 2 version 1.0?
Maybe the more bases, maybe the second base.
It could have just been a slight update. like Monty Hall has a second edition.
I like that it has its Paradox II 2.0.
Yeah, it's like redundant, like 2.0. Yeah. Quick factory going down here from Dandy. I mean, that leads me to believe this is going to be some type of an early starport. There's just no reason to sit on factory tech here on an island map.
You're thinking Battlecruiser Rush?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. BC's kind of died at everything late game that Protoss has, it feels like.
So Bonyth is collecting minerals from the other mineral line, but Dandy isn't. What do you guys think?
I mean, Bonyth's just being efficient with his workers. Like, as efficient as you could possibly be with a mineral field is by having, like, just a single 1 or 2 workers at it. So he's just trying to make sure those probes mine as efficiently as possible.
I'm not sure Dandy knows this map. Okay, he's just going 2-pot Wraith. He just says, you know what, I can do 2-pot Wraith. It's I know how to do this build order. I'm going to pretend that this map is just like a 1-base map.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of smart. It's ignoring your opponent's pick, right? Like,
yeah,
this works on any map. Why not?
Bonyth is going to have so much more money though. Like, Bonyth can, if he wants here, just like do forge, add some cannons, and everything else as normal. So we're seeing machine shop as well. So are we going to do like vulture drop into Wraith? This is odd. Okay, machine shop got cancelled. Okay, never mind.
It's just all in 2-port Wraith at this point.
Yeah, he's just messing with me. But like Bonyth has so much more money than you would normally have here. This is, Right. Also, this Vax timing is... I don't know if I'd want to show the Vax here. Because this Vax timing says I didn't go CC first.
Does it? Oh, you're right. Yeah, because it is such a fast barracks. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, either way, he just feels like he wants to have absolutely no questions what he's up against. It will be a Dragoon, which you expect to see. Second Dragoon, range upgrading, and a Stargate. So I guess this is one of those rare situations where that core could be for +1 air or range, but more likely probably Dragoon range.
Well, Corsair is the quickest scouting unit you can get. Now, if the Corsair gets the Corsair, you're like, oh, wait a second, you've gone Wraith, I need Observer. But you at least get the information early. It's, oh, look at that work account difference. That's that double Nexus doing a lot of work here.
31-25. Goes the
Corsair. He should not be killing that Vax with that Corsair. That is not what. That is not the. And you don't even need to finish it off. Like, it's going to burn down.
I mean, I don't know why he decided to kill that with the Corsair.
No, this is not the priority right now.
He's up against.
I was 100% sure that Corsair was a scouting Corsair, and I feel like he was too. But he's like, no, okay, I'm going to just kill a Vax. Why not? That way he won't be able to do his factory flood.
If he puts down a forge right now, he might live. But
Wraiths do no damage at all. Like, he's gonna live. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna lose a lot of probes, but he has 35 probes to lose. Please build a forge, Bonyth.
He needs to know he needs a forge right now. I feel like he could still lose all the probes and be okay as long as he gets some cannons up. And the forge.
Okay, he started the forge, yeah. And a Robo Bonyth. You gotta have a strategy after the cannon. Okay, there we go. Like, he's gonna lose a lot of probes. He should have had the cannons building by now. This is silly. I think his strategy for cloak might just be, well, they can't cloak forever.
I mean, at the same time though, with such a quick second Nexus, he might just be able to outproduce these raids. I don't think he's in the worst spot if he gets a couple cannons up here.
Yeah, I mean, that's why that's why I'm saying he's not dead. He's going to lose a bunch of probes, but he has probes. Also, now that there's a visible Wraith, he can attack that one. It will splash the rest.
That's kind of funny how it can splash the rest of the Wraiths there.
Yeah, one thing you can do is like friendly fire with the Corsairs too. If you put your Corsairs, put one Corsair on top of the Wraiths and attack it with the rest. Yeah, he's still up in workers. He went from being like 10 workers up to being 1 worker up, but I mean, Dandy's still making Wraiths. I do not agree with Dandy's decisions to keep making Wraiths against double Stargate Corsair.
I mean,
But
I feel like he's just almost committed at this point. Like,
he had
what
the
other
second
tech does he
CC.
have? Yeah,
He can
does.
do what
He
he
lost
wants.
his
And
barracks. Yeah, I'm not sure. You could be right, but what if he just went Mass Valkyrie from here?
Valkyries aren't great against Corsairs. Corsairs are better. They just do more splash.
Okay, okay.
The Valkyries do have a lot of armor. It's I guess I'm thinking like, what are you actually going to do with the Valkyries? Like, even if you establish air control, it's for what purpose have you done this?
I love how you get 2 gas at your main, but the natural, the map maker was like, nah, no gas for you.
Well, we
Yeah,
choose up with
yeah.
Zerg, I guess, to give Zerg free gas off the bat.
Yeah, that could be part of it. I mean,
I was
which
assuming
Zerg
that
would probably
like
need.
you're not even meant to take that base if you're not Zerg, because Zerg you need hatcheries anyway, so you can take any base you want. But it's only got 4 crystals. It can't be that valuable for Protoss or Terran.
As you say that, Bonyth putting a pylon at it. Maybe he does plan on taking it. Rate's getting another probe kill, but nothing really big here for Dandy.
So Dandy with the armory, but he's only building a Valkyrie and more starports. This is, and you're up against mass Corsair. You're going for air control. Get air armor.
I think he knows carriers are coming.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at this and thinking, okay, there's actually nothing that Bonyth's ever going to make that air armor isn't great against. Okay, we're going with air attack. Hey, would you want air armor against the units that do 5 damage per hit or the units that do 6 damage per hit? It's both of them.
Yeah, that's very true.
This might be the greatest map I've ever seen in my life.
It's made for a pretty interesting game so far, that's for sure. Dandy, I mean, still 6 Wraiths, 3 Valks already completed.
Yeah, and it's 4 port against 2 Stargate. I mean, it's... He's going to be able to dominate, yeah. Somehow, I'm looking at this thinking, where's all your money going? Because it's... I feel like he could have a 3rd Stargate.
I'd really love to see a shuttle here from Bonyth to...
See, we're not building any carriers anymore. We've got 2 carriers and we're done. What is going on this game? Back to Corsairs, okay.
I mean, air control superiority is just such a big advantage in this type of scenario. That's why we're seeing so many Valkyries, I think. They both know this is going to end one way, and it's going to be a big air fight. Carriers, you know, they do good damage, but maybe this is a situation where, like, Mass Corsair might be a little more beneficial.
I guess carriers had the advantage of being able to hit the ground. There's absolutely nothing on the ground they'd want to hit. If Dandy was trying to take, like, a quick island third, then maybe you need some carriers to go punish that. But at this stage in the game, there's actually nothing that's on the ground that you need to shoot at. Air control is the only thing that matters, as you say, and Corsairs give you more air control than carriers do.
I mean, the other big thing that I'm thinking about is who's going to get the first 3rd gas, you know? If this game does go long, I feel like a shuttle from Bonyth would be very useful about now.
I'm very confused by Dandy's double armory. I was complaining that I don't like his choice of air attack rather than air armor. Then he got a 2nd army. I'm like, okay, he's going both. That's fine. He's not going both. His 2nd army hasn't done shit. And the 1st army is going to finish with +1 air, and he's not going to be able to get +2 because he has no science facility. This is not optimal. Dandy is not following his own plan.
Yeah, you think he needed air armor a lot earlier?
Yeah, and now he's gone for double armory. At least he can get both, but he's not getting both. Like those.
Oh, big timing from these Valkyries moving in, splashing those Corsairs. That was a very nice cloak going down on those Wraiths, but it might be time for Dandy to leave here.
And the Corsairs all died, but I think if we look at those Wraiths, they're all going to be red health.
I mean, they're still alive, though. I think Dandy is happy with that. My immediate thought was like, run, Dandy, you've done your damage, go repair everything back up and move out on the map again. And as we say that, Bonyth is taking a 3rd. He did purchase that shuttle, and is looking to sneak a base, maybe mid-left. I thought that was actually really well played there from Dandy. I was not expecting.
Well,
him to
I'm
have an
surprised that
advantage.
Bonyth isn't going double core as well. So he's getting plasma shields, but plasma shields are not what you want because carriers have really high base armor anyway. So you want to augment that because if maybe it's for the interceptors, but like it's much better to make 3 armor 4 armor than it is to make 0 shields 1 shield.
They're both doing such a great job of keeping their money low.
I hate Dandy's double armory because I was really excited about his double armory, and he's never used one of them. He's only that he started +1 armor in the same armory he did his +1 Aaron. He isn't going for. Okay, there's our sound facility. But I feel like he's just not going to use that second army. That second army is like a decoy army.
Oh, why he's not repairing all of his Valkyries and Wraiths? That's a little odd to me. Oh, Dandy
That's
did
lucky.
scout Bonyth's.
The scout carrier finds it. So the scout command center finds the base.
Ooh, Corsairs diving on these Wraiths though at the same time.
Yeah, all dead.
All dead. Now the Valkyrie's being forced to push in, but they're all so low from the last engagement. The Corsairs will fall, but there's 4 carriers here now.
Yeah, and the CC's going to die, and with the CC, I think that's going to be it. His sound facility's done. He's still not using his other army. Dandy he doesn't like that army. Second army. Okay, there we go. It starts
There we go. Now
working.
it's spinning. Yeah.
He built the
man.
army like 5 minutes ago, and this is the first time it's done anything.
Wraiths are really just paper to Corsairs. That was some very quick movement, good damage there from Bonyth.
Well, that and it's +2 Corsairs, so it's like the Corsairs are doing like 40% more damage than normal. Like damage upgrades are just so strong on units that have low base damage and high rate of fire.
Yeah. Not enough turrets here really for Dandy to stand a chance of holding. Oh, he does have cloak. He's not. Oh, he does dive on the final remaining observer. He might be able to clean these carriers up actually. Oh, there is another observer coming in actually. He's got vision once again. Oh man, he really needs these carriers to stay in this game.
It's 3 bases against 2. I feel like Bonyth isn't upgrading right now, which is an issue. Because upgrades are what's going to decide the airfight. Because the Valkyries and Corsairs are both low damage units that are really impacted by armor. So Bonyth's lack of upgrades is what's bothering me, but he's got 3 bases, so Bonyth should always win this.
I mean, at the same time though, Dandy's sitting on 2.5, almost 3k for such a long time. Just now starting.
Well, look at his gas,
because
because he doesn't have any gas, and this is going to be a gas game.
Which is fine, but I mean, imagine 10 more turrets around this main, and I mean that fight might have gone even better. I don't know. He could be producing a few more turrets here, is all I'm saying.
If Bonyth was to drop a Reaver and 1 Dragoon, would Dandy just die?
Yeah, Wraith can kill a Reaver.
Yeah, they'll kill a Reaver. I mean, it would take a little bit. It probably would kill, some SCVs first, but he could survive it.
It's kind of unfortunate that he caught that CC. It's the CC going to the place where the cannons were is not what Dandy was hoping for, I think.
No, not at all. I mean, at the same time, for some reason, that was a great base for Bonyth to take, but Dandy really didn't expect either. Just a good call by Bonyth here.
So with Bonyth on +2 air attack, +0 air armor, +1 shields, I can't help but thinking that if Dandy had his upgrades, which he could easily have had by now, Dandy would dominate the air.
Yeah, he very much might.
Dandy's on 2-1, but there's no reason why he couldn't be on 3-2 right now. He had 1 army inactive and he never made his science facility, so he couldn't get his +2.
Ooh, nice dropship going down here for Dandy, taking the 3 o'clock-ish base, but actually being scouted right away.
Yeah.
By Bonyth.
Bonyth has good map vision. He has observers at every base. He's not going to let this happen. So +2 air attack is finished. They're currently 2-1 Wraiths. But, I mean, the Corsairs are going to do way too much damage to them, I think.
Is that the only obs snipe? Oh, there is a second obs.
If we look at the Wraiths, I think they're already going to be close to death.
They are, yeah. Those Corsairs just doing way too much damage.
Yeah, and it's the lack of armor. I mean, he could have so much more armor at this point.
Gets another observer. Wow.
And that's GG.
That's gotta be it. GG. Still very well controlled there from Dandy. I mean, Wraiths are really just paper. But even get that kind of a damage done was pretty impressive.
$39 on the line. Nobody is gonna tap out this easily.
Like paper planes against Corsairs, it's... And Dandy had the right idea. He built a quick second armor. He just never used it.
That's got to just be the nerves of playing the king, you know? Like, you got to earn every single game you take off of Bonyth.
With that, and like, who opens up quick +1 air armor and TVP? It's such a weird niche thing to do, but I mean, in this... Oh, he lost his eBay, he didn't replace it. Look at all these SUVs.
Oh, no. Yeah,
I mean, he has that new CC at mid-right. He could potentially have put down a lot of turrets there during this time, but he just lost the eBay and didn't notice till it came time to build a turret. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, really unfortunate. I mean, Bonyth should just go in this.
I mean, I think he will now. That's too much damage. Bonyth, attack your own carrier, just to show off.
Oof. Only 3 Wraiths remaining. Still some production out of the main, but not enough to hold this third base. And it's a mineral only at that. It wouldn't really even get Dandy too far ahead here.
Yeah, this is GG.
Yep.
I like that Bonyth took the base on Dandy's side of the map. I think that worked out being effective.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure how to read that. I wasn't sure if he was trying to hide a base at first, but just having a base with a lot of cannons against Wraith on the map seems to just control quite a bit of area.
So that mineral only expansion is looks like it was completely worthless to both players, but Dandy especially. He's got all those extra minerals, and they've done nothing for him.
Absolutely nothing. Yeah. I mean, he could have just spammed command centers and thrown them at every base early on. It would have made a difference.
Yeah, or use them for depots. If money's not a factor, then you could just build command centers, fly them all into the corner, and stack them.
Yeah.
You have the tidiest base ever.
Oh man, I've never thought of that. Just spamming command centers in the core of the map so you save on depot space. That's good.
It's how you should play those maps where there's no room for factories in your main.
Yeah, Terran have no excuse. Looks like Bonyth going into attack. I wonder if he has D-Web. With that many Corsairs, I'd get it.
I'd get it too, but he's been tied on gas this entire game. Even though he has free gas between the two. Yeah.
Oh, Valkyrie's coming in for an engagement. Man, they tear up those Corsairs.
Yeah, the Corsair doesn't have armor. Bonyth has only been doing single cybernetics core against double armor. Like Dandy could have actually dominated this with double upgrades because he went for the quick double armor. He just didn't actually use it.
These are the angriest Valkyries I've ever seen. How?
Also, like the observers just caught in the crossfire. Like if you fill the air with Valkyrie missiles, observers are just going to disappear. You're not even targeting them. You're not looking for them. They're just in the wrong place.
Andy, you should have made more Valkyries earlier, buddy. Jesus.
Well, yeah, I mean the first air battle he dominated, if you recall, it was at Bonyth's mineral only, and the Valkyries killed all the Corsairs. And then after that, he just went, okay, no more Valkyries. And I don't know why that happened.
Yeah, I'm really not sure myself. I mean, Gosh, if he had a third, he'd be in a fine position after that.
It's his upgrades. It's like he's taking reduced damage from the Corsairs, and the Corsairs are taking increased damage from the Valkyries.
We got the dreaded SCV drop on Bonyth's new base. But 2 Dragoons are there to greet them. I thought for a second he might take the Nexus down. So many cannons going down at this base here from Bonyth. He knows this is the key. If he just holds this base, there's absolutely nothing Dandy can do to come back.
Those stacked Wraiths.
Yeah, they just take so much damage from Corsairs.
Oh, so this is the only base with gas, so at this point Dandy's like, okay, I've got another base. That's not actually helpful.
Yeah, maybe you could just
Look
go
at Dandy's
Marines
gas
from here.
income. Well, he's one of his refineries is depleted.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay, they're both depleted. Yeah, it's a difficult game to play with no gas.
Still have Corsairs and Carriers in production here for Bonyth. But yeah, there's just, I don't know, I don't know what to say. There's just not much really for Dandy to do at this point.
It's not even like you go Marines. If like it's the upgrades are too late at this point, so only if he can build his Marines, the Marines wouldn't do anything.
Nope. Can blame the map maker.
I feel like this is how the games looked like in 2001, guys.
Yeah, I think they weren't quite this fast paced, but yeah.
I think there were more
yeah,
scouts.
Definitely more scouts back then. The stove was a popular build. And the last hurrah here from Dandy. A couple Valkyries and raids coming in once again. Just so diligent Dandy is about picking off those observers, but there's always one waiting in the whim here for Bonyth. GG is called.
Yeah, I feel like Bonyth had a better plan for the map. The quick nexus was better than the dual port Wraith. But Dandy did successfully take that air control with the Valkyries. It's just he didn't use it.
Yeah, just those upgrades. You know, a mistake like that at this level is just devastating. You know, Bonyth will 100% punish you for it every time. But still very well played from Dandy. And that ties up the series 1-1 so far.
Yeah, and his Wraith micro was certainly good.
Absolutely. I mean, knowing those scans, one of those fights, he actually like came in from a flank, picked off the observer, you know, to start the fight, and was able to clean up quite a few Corsairs and Carriers, you know, before Bonyth was really able to get another observer on the field. And I mean, just that's exactly what you want to be doing with that Wraith control, and it's so difficult to do. So very great, very well done there from Dandy.
I have to be right back, but you guys can start without me.
Next map is Taucross, made by the same map maker of Fighting Spirit. His name is Rose of Dream. Korean map maker who is not making maps anymore.
Yeah, one of my favorites. I love Taucross. It's always been one of my just go-to maps that I would pick in a series if I had it available to me. It's such a good map.
So it seems Dandy picked this map.
Yeah, there's like a small entrance from main to natural. I think it's quite easy to kind of wall off and deal with any nonsense Protoss kind of throws at you early game. So I can see this being a pretty favorable pick here from Dandy. The one thing I will say though is I find it very difficult to defend ups for any race. So I would really expect to see Bonyth implement Reaver opening here on this map. And we have Bonyth spawning as the green Protoss at the top right of Taucross. Meanwhile, we have Dandy spawning as the tan Terran player at the 6 o'clock position. I'm not really sure how these positions really kind of favor the matchup here. For this matchup anyway. It seems like the rush distance from natural and natural isn't too difficult, but it's very wide open in the center. Lots of position for Protoss to really get a good surround against the Terran force, so this could be a little difficult for Dandy here. Yeah, for all races, I really have a tough time on this map defending drops. But I mean, both players are veterans. They know to expect that here. We have Bonyth opening up with a very quick forward gateway at his natural, looking to most likely put on some early Zealot pressure. Meanwhile, Dandy looks to be taking 12 Vespian Geyser here, Refinery actually. Inside the main, so very standard opening from him. You'd expect to see a pretty quick factory play into an expansion just based on that. Bonyth going to get the second scout though. He has a second pylon inside the main, first Zealot underway, and it looks like he will be taking his Vespian Geyser 15, so pretty standard. He's not looking to expand off Zealots or anything like that. There will be a Cybernetics core shortly. Dandy going to scout the first Zealot, moving towards his main here. Actually continues into the main to see if Bonyth has taken his own Vespian gas, try to get an idea of the core timing and all that.
So I really don't like this opening. Dandy should just put half a depot in the choke.
I was thinking the same. I really was. One of the things I said was this is a very easy map for Terran to kind of wall off. Why would you not put a depot?
Yeah, like once you see the Zealot, you just put half a depot, then you cancel it later. You hold it one Marine.
Makes sense.
It's
just easy.
Yeah, I'm assuming that he just didn't think of it, but it's. I feel like in retrospect he's going to be like, you know what, I should have just done that.
Would be nice. Very good control here from Bonyth so far with that probe and that Zealot, looking to pick off a single SCV, but no dice so far.
Yeah,
really
the
good control here
SCV.
from Dandy.
Yeah, and the SCV RNG hasn't been on his side. He moved his Zealot and probe above the factory because that's where the SCV was, and then the SCV just wandered on down, and it just wasn't going to give him anything to work with. But like Dandy, he's built 4 Marines here. He could have gotten away with 1. He could have just done 1 Marine, built a Vulture, and then straight into Machine Shop.
What do you think of Bonyth's position here so far? Did this forward gateway accomplish what he was expecting?
No, he's behind.
Okay.
Like he's forced a bunch of Marines, but Dandy can still use those later. It's now he's got to get Dragoon range, but it's slowing his tech. It's slowing his Nexus. It's not like he's even going to be able to do anything with it because the tank's actually going to be faster than the Dragoon range.
What do you think of their positionings for this map?
Bonyth's natural third is not going to be easy to defend. That's the first thing that comes to mind, is that it's going to be close, there's going to be vultures. It's going to be difficult to get the wall in. Bonyth is going to want to start playing on the other side of the map, but that's going to be difficult. I'm looking at this thinking, okay, where does Bonyth take a 4th base? Obviously you can't take the one that's on the other side of Dandy's cliff because you can actually shoot across with the siege tanks. He can never take that Minoloni down there. So he's going to have to take the 12 o'clock Minoloni, but that's awkward. It's a long way from everything. Maybe he wants ideally the other main, but it's not going to be easy to take. Whereas Bonyth, it's super easy. Bonyth can just move left. So Dandy can just move left. Dandy can just take that third. I wonder if drops are going to be a factor as well, because this is a map where you can drop siege tanks behind the natural.
Yeah, I was saying at the beginning of this map's notorious for drops from every race. I think like a Bonyth Reaver play you know, delayed Reaver might not be a bad option here.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of Bonyth going Reavers. We saw on Python that he was able to get stat value out of them. If he gets that tank, that's really good.
Felt
Oh, but
like
there's
he
4
got
Marines in that
too
bunker.
zealous there.
That bunker is a scary bunker.
Definitely is, but he does get that tank. Tank for a Dragoon, so very good trade so far here from Bonyth.
Yeah. It's a weird thing because sometimes there's only like 2 Marines in the bunker and you give it no respect at all. You just dive in and kill tanks all day long. And then sometimes the bunker has 4 Marines and you dive in, some SCVs start blocking you, and then you lose everything. And they look the same.
Yeah, they definitely look the same. I know what you're talking about. Like, it's really difficult to tell. Man, good wall off here for Dandy. I feel like he really just doesn't have much to be afraid of at the moment.
So that machine shop upgrade, that's Goliath range, isn't it?
It is. Wow, that's a shocker. I just assumed it was Siege.
This could be very surprising if you're honest, because that means that like you could barely even see the Goliaths that are killing you. You've got your shuttle just moving around minding its own business, and suddenly, like from the other side of the map, comes a volley of Goliath missiles.
Do you think this is just a read here from Dandy? He's gonna make a couple Goliaths here and just snipe this quick Reaver from Bonyth?
Yeah, I think it's like a fishing expedition. He's going, okay, well maybe a shuttle comes in and I snipe it, and if not, well, who cares? It's 100-100.
Yeah, maybe not a bad call here actually. Range is just Goliath range is just about to complete. No Goliaths yet. Looks like Dandy's opting for a 4th tank, and then maybe after this he'll make a Goliath. Maybe not. Does have an eBay as well. Yep, 2 Goliaths in production here. For
Yeah,
Dandy.
so if you're
I
doing
really
like
this.
he did Goliath range before siege mode. That is like that's surprising, but it's I'd done it the other way around, but I like it conceptually. I think it's a smart idea because, again, he's just fishing. He's seeing if he gets any opportunity in it. If it turns out that he can pick up a shuttle, then great. If not, who cares?
I mean, fortunately, it looks like it's going to pay off. eBay floating in the main. He's got a missile turret as well in production, and 2 Goliaths already completed.
Yeah, and with shuttle speed not finished, this could like completely catch Bonyth off guard. I guess shuttle speed's going to finish around the time that the shuttle gets there, but it's like you don't expect like the Goliaths just shooting you from the other side of the map, and it only takes 1 Goliath volley that you weren't expecting to clean up.
I mean, Observer does see the main, sees the Goliaths and the tanks in the main. It looks like, I mean, Bonyth's just making the easy call. I don't want to mess with any of that. Let's just go to the natural and see what's there. Just 2 siege tanks, a bunker. It is a scary bunker, but it's just a bunker. And wow, big
Yeah, he just busted
Reaper connects. Oh man, Dandy had the right read, just the wrong positioning.
Oh, there were no turrets there. It was weird that there were no turrets at the natural.
Yeah, 1, but not very well placed. Not enough to kill that Reaver quite yet from Bonyth. It doesn't matter, even if he targets the Reaver at this point, it's done its job.
Yeah, I mean the Goliath did pick off the shuttle, but just too late.
I mean, Bonyth still has control over this natural. He's going to be able to siege this for a while. Picking off more and more SCVs. Might even force a lift on that command center.
And there's a DT drop behind this too. Not that DT drop's going to do much, just because Bonyth has Comstat, but it's like Bonyth has so much stuff here. Oh, so Dandy has Comstat. Bonyth has so much stuff here. He can do every tech at once. He was 75 minerals from holding that. 1 turret would have closed that gap, but Bonyth just always finds the opening with his shuttle. He finds that one spot where all you have is tanks, and he just drops his lot. Then the Reavers kill the tanks, and then it's over.
Yeah, it was the Observer once again. I feel like he just had perfect information, just right over the factories. He knew exactly where the units were placed. Said, that's way too many units to be sitting in your main base. Let's go kill the other one. So just very well played there from Bonyth.
Yeah, and I feel like if it was a less good Protoss player, it could have gone the complete opposite way. It could have been us talking about how prepared Dandy was and how he shut down that drop with no damage at all.
Ooh, big double drop going inside the main here.
This is not going to do shit. He's got so many comp stats.
Yeah. It's also Dragoon. Dragoons aren't
The
the
thing
best
is,
units
it's
for these drops.
53 probes against 34 SCVs. It doesn't really matter what this drop does.
Yeah, of course. Dandy's still not even mining the gas at his own natural, you know, this is just, he's just caught between a rock and a hard place.
DT thinks it's so sneaky. He's just sitting there next to the turret. So Dandy had such a quick +1 and then nothing after that, because in this time since then, his game flow has been disrupted completely. He's not been able to get his second army or his starbot.
Meanwhile, that DT that was still inside the main picked off 2 more turrets, and the Reaver picked off the 3rd. He's gonna have to use a comm stat on this DT in the main. Oh, but the Reaver going for a shot and actually kills something. Very nice.
Yeah, those vultures at the bonus third base I was talking about, that third base is just impossible to defend against vultures. I think bonus strategy is just not to mine it.
Yeah, I was wondering, it almost seemed like the probe transfer was a little delayed, but I guess that was intentional. I mean, if I'm Bonyth, I feel like just put a 4th Nexus down here.
Well, Bonus Macro has died in a fire. If we look at the army supply, so Bonyth is up 13 workers, which means Dandy is up army. Like,
He just backed 5 Dragoons into mines. He lost
like
all
Dandy's army is actually completely fine here. And Bonyth is like, okay, I'm going to kill some of your workers. The workers aren't the issue. It's my co-caster is very surprised by that storm, but Dandy, don't turn around. He's killed all your workers, but all he has is probes. Kill him.
Yeah, he needs to go now. I mean,
Like, your Bonyth's floating 1,500 minerals. This is your chance. In terms of army supply, you're actually up in army. It's just you have no workers.
yeah, every second this continues, Dandy's, I mean, still in it, but he lost quite a few Dragoons backing into mines in the center of the map. He's not prepared to fight this. Oh, right into the rally. Those Dragoons were on move command.
And the longer you wait, the more energy those High Templar have.
Such a massive force here from Dandy. I like how slow and methodical both players are. Bonyth just pushing in with a single DT, seeing what kind of delay he can force. Meanwhile, Dandy unsieging and sieging just a few tanks at a time, slowly pushing his position.
Well, Dandy's missed his window, because Bonyth did have, previously Bonyth had 1,500 minerals, no army. Bonyth has spent that. Like, his base is now full of gateways, and he has a lot of army.
He definitely does, but he's still bleeding units here and there. Losing some probes here at the 3rd. I mean, Dandy's kind of set up. He's got mines in good positions in front of the siege tanks, slowly pushing into this 3rd base.
The 3rd base
don't know.
isn't the objective. He has to kill Bonyth. Like, he's taken so much economic damage that anything short of the gateways isn't worth getting. Killing this 3rd base. Okay, actually, he did get a lot of probes. Bonyth just lost. Did Bonyth's probes run into the sea tank? They must have. One of those sea tanks was like 20 kills.
It was at the 3rd. Yeah, he lost a lot of probes at that 3rd, I think. Man. Yeah, I don't know. Suddenly, I don't mind Dandy's position. I think Bonyth can still break out of here.
So Bonyth spent his money. Bonyth was up like is banking 2k and had no army. Bonyth is no longer banking 2k and now he has an army.
Dandy's also not mining either Vespian gas, I just realized. So yeah, this is just a missed window. You're right.
Bonyth has 2 saturated bases and he's going to make It's going to keep those 8 gateways running.
Ooh, this Reaver harass going down at Dandy's natural. This could be a little tough to deal with. Oof, 1 tank going down, 2nd tank well on the way to dying.
Dandy was doing a good job of mitigating the Reaver damage just by pulling his tanks back against the SCVs, so against scouts, so they only did half damage. That was nice. Because a tank can take 4 scouts to kill if you turn it into a 49 damage scout.
Yeah, very, very good control there from Dandy. And that's really not easy to do in those high pressure situations. But Dandy, I don't know, I don't think he has the force anymore. I think Bonyth's been building up this entire time, and even though he's on 2 base, finally is taking that 3rd mineral only. He just might have too many units here for poor Dandy.
Yeah, I mean, beforehand we were saying that Bonyth was actually down on supply, army supply. He was only up on supply because of his workers. Now he's up, 27 supply, even on workers. It's been such a huge swing.
Another shuttle making its way towards the south side of the map. Will look to do a storm drop inside Dandy's main here. Wow, great SCV pulling, but still manages to kill quite a few SCVs and actually has now a Zealot and an Archon in the main to deal with. But Dandy just
storm drop at the natural too.
Oh, that's just chaos here for poor Dandy. He's lost so many SCVs at this point.
And even the SCVs that survive, they take damage, which means they're more vulnerable to the next one.
I mean, Dandy still has wonderful position outside this natural. He was able to cancel that mineral only of Bonyth at the same time. But I mean, I feel like it's go time here for Bonyth. He's just about to push.
I don't feel like there is a go time to 200-200 just because he's not actually getting pressured at all. He's not lose. I mean, he thinks it's go time, but
it's go time. Here we go. A lot of Zealots actually taking out quite a few of those.
Where are the storms? Okay, there's one storm.
One storm.
I mean, is he going to lose this? Those tanks at the bottom are just demolishing him.
They're doing quite a bit of damage, actually.
Yeah,
it's going to be close.
He cleared all the mines at the top, and then he used both his storms on the tanks at the top, which the goons were already killing. And none of his storms on the tanks at the bottom. But he's broken the army, and at this point, that's all he needs to do.
Yeah, he did break it. I mean, it was very close. You can
Actually, how many minerals does Bonyth have in his main and nat?
Not many at this point. He's got quite a few probes. None in the main, and I mean, most of the mineral patches are down to 100 at the natural.
Okay, because I mean, Dandy's been mining in a very sustainable way because he has no workers. Dandy's got that long-term income going on.
It's the one advantage of getting all your SCVs killed by storm. Like, it's very nice. Yeah, I don't know. Dandy might still win this.
Yeah. I mean, I think Dandy might be ahead at this point. Because, yeah, Bonyth has lost his main, effectively. His natural's about to mine out.
I mean,
that harass
Dandy
has actually
just
killed
about to
Bonyth.
mine out of that main, but Natural's got a ways to go. I mean, as long as he slowly pushes towards taking a 3rd, this could be good for Dandy.
Those SCVs in his natural have to be so low, though. Like, it's each time they get stormed, the ones that survive barely survive, and then the next storm just makes them closer to death.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, the majority of the SCVs are very weak at the moment. I mean, Dandy needs to just take a 3rd. Like, just even lift the main command center here a second and take it to the 3rd base. Ooh, Reaver inside the main once again with a High Templar. Another big storm going down. Kills 4 SCVs total. Not the biggest deal. Man, that siege tank just picking off a single Archon. I really think it should be targeting that Reaver there. And actually, the Archon will get up. Dandy is taking his 3rd finally. Bonyth is finally online at the same time that his natural mines out with only 25 probes total as well. So
yeah, I feel like this is the window where Dandy needs to be like harassing with vultures, just because it's killing a probe with a vulture is so easy that I would be amazed if he didn't get value just by killing workers at this point.
As you say that, he is moving out with quite a few vultures to start mining up his own third base. You might be right. He might just drop his mines here and then go try to harass Dandy's natural. Ooh, Templar coming in. But he will be warded off by these Goliaths.
Yeah, just the map is just filled with good targets for vultures. It's the only things they can't fight are the goons, but the High Templar, fantastic target. Zealots you can trade efficiently against with mines, and Phobes obviously, great target.
Oh, we have 9 High Templar in Bonyth's army now. Looking for actually producing some Archons, but should also have plenty of Storms here.
I wouldn't mind Hallucinate just to mess with him. I think Hallucinate's underused.
Yeah, Hallucinate, I mean, such a good spell. You're trading energy for units, especially against Siege Tank Splash. It's very valuable in this matchup.
Yeah, or just like hallucinate some shuttles and just fly them around. Like just it's shuttles take a lot of attention to deal with, and it's you trade if all you have is High Templar because you ran out of minerals and you have a bunch of gas. Just mess with them, or clear the mines. Just build some zealots and throw them across the map. Just anything you can do to have like red dots appearing on their minimap is worth doing. Okay, so Dandy's up on income and up on workers now. This is not how I thought this game was going to go. He's up in supply. This is that extra income from having 2 bases versus 1 because he didn't mine out his natural is doing work. Beautiful. That was a full energy High Templar too.
Such a clean snipe. It was just immediate. There was nothing Bonyth could do about that. Oh, loses another Templar to a mine as well. Nice dodge from Dandy once again. Wow, he's kind of styling on Bonyth here. Another Templar goes down.
And it's not like Bonyth has the army to be able to move in there and do it. If he does that, his natural is going to be, or his only mining base, his third is going to be weak. So he can't really reinforce that spot without leaving himself open to vultures.
Looks like Bonyth will move up with a small force to try to clean this up. Bonyth, he just needs to have another base at this point.
Yeah, and the moment Bonyth's army goes up to the top, Dandy's A, he's looking for the probe to snipe it, and B, here come the main vultures. Love it. Because he knows that there's only one place the army can be. Dandy has, what, 2 Dragoons there? So Bonyth has 2 Dragoons there? Like, it's... He can pick up that Archon.
5 at the mineral only, and 4 Dragoons with the Archon.
I am amazed that Dandy's winning this, but, I mean, it's... Bonyth's harass actually backfired.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, he got rid of all the SCVs, but there was just such a big army there for a while.
Yeah, he killed all the SCVs, but he mined out and Dandy didn't. Yep, Dandy was on 2 mining bases to Bonyth's 0 for a bit there.
So big push coming in here to Bonyth's third. Turret's going down as well. Dandy just in a wonderful position. Even 4 Goliaths with range as well. It's going to be...
Yeah, the shuttle can't go anywhere near that.
Yep. You know, not pushing it either. All he needs is a single siege tank pushing in there.
Yep, that High Templar he couldn't afford to lose. That was a full energy High Templar. This one here is probably going to die the same way. He needs like something to draw the tank fire so the High Templar can cast the storm.
What if Bonyth just counters here?
He's got to, because he can't go anywhere near Dandy's army, but countering, it doesn't deal with the issue. The issue he's having is that he's only got 15 probes and a weaker army.
Ooh, Dandy actually moving back with the majority of his force to try to kill Bonyth here. Bonyth just slowly working his way through this minefield.
I mean, Bonyth has nothing. Yeah, there's no chance. And with that, I'm afraid I have to be back for just a minute, but this game's done.
Dandy does hold his own third. I mean, Bonyth he's just caught. Couldn't hold his own third. He does have a mineral only now, but I mean, significantly less workers here. 15 probes remaining on the map here for Bonyth to the 40 SCVs of Dandy. Dandy's just done a great job of closing any opening that Bonyth really had into the remainder of this game. double drop going in on the SCV line here for Bonyth. Ooh, big storm going down, catching quite a few SCVs. Dandy finally pulling those workers. But I just, it's not enough. There's too many tanks here. Yeah, well over 12 tanks left here for Dandy. Meanwhile, Bonyth slowly producing off of one base, but he just doesn't have the unit count. Especially with Dandy securing his own mineral only towards the bottom right side of the map. And I mean, Bonyth having an observer over it just doesn't really have a way to deal with it. Ooh, good vulture harass here from Dandy, scouting out the mineral only, seeing exactly what he's up against here. Picked off quite a few probes, when every single probe is very essential at this point in the game. Ooh, big storm drop actually going down the middle only of Dandy. Killed quite a few SCVs there, but actually bringing Dandy's SCV count down to 25. It's very respectable at this point.
If he could buy some time to saturate his expansions, he might be able to come back.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's possible, but I mean, you'd have to be Bonyth to do it. This would be quite the comeback for sure. He's near half the supply that Dandy has at this point. Still, from Bonyth, you know, floating quite a bit of extra gas. He's been very Templar heavy, producing another Reaver as well. I mean, these are definitely your big bang units that can really pack a punch if controlled properly. So you know, it's always hard to count out Bonyth. It's definitely hard to count him out, especially when he's got a Reaver on the map. So we'll have to see what he can get done here with these. Shuttle almost complete as well for Bonyth. Dandy just kind of playing smart. Like he knows he's winning. He knows he's ahead. You know, Bonyth is such a difficult, you know, competitor to ever take a series off of. Why take a risk, get a little overzealous, and get caught out on the map by moving out a little too quickly? He's really covering his flank by placing mines along these bridges as he moves towards the top side of the map. Really trying to close out any and all options for Bonyth for a counterattack. Ooh, nice storm attempt there from Bonyth. I mean, he's got 3 more Templar in these shuttles, so they could continue to rain down some damage on Dandy's force. But actually, it looks like Bonyth's opting to back off with that shuttle as well as his Dragoons. He's just
how
not
is
in a
this still
position
going on?
He's just... I mean, Dandy's just being really methodical about moving out. I think he's trying to close off any counter attempts, and that's kind of why the game hasn't ended so far. You can tell Dandy really wants to squeeze this one out of Bonyth.
And Bonyth just hoping for a power cut or something.
I think you're right. That's really what he's hoping for here. He's hoping Dandy gets a little overzealous and kind of catch him out of position here. He'll save this Nexus, actually.
If
I mean,
only had
Dandy
probes.
getting caught kind of moving back. Yeah, exactly. If only he had some workers. I mean, he's up to 19. That's more than he had before. But it's still a tough spot. And actually, here we go. Big engagement, finally, from both players. Huge storms going down there for Bonyth. Not giving it to him.
Okay,
wow.
Look at
Very well
Bonyth's
played.
gas going up. It's he has like 1 probe, but it's mining a depleted gazer. So Bonyth's that was Bonyth's High Templar. He's used them. He's cast his storms. He's not getting any more.
I mean, he's got 1 left. Maybe if Dandy stacked his entire army and unsieged it, and he allowed him to storm twice, the whole army could die, you know?
Yeah, it's just that middle only is not working for him, and I feel like so Bonyth didn't quite notice that he was on depleted gas because he's built some like high Templars and stuff, which I think in retrospect he's going to say, wait a second, sorry, 100%. That was 100% of my gas on a Dark Templar, really.
Yeah, it's kind of odd that he hasn't funneled this Reaver and the other units over as well. Kind of just slowly gave that base up. Oh, another storm drop going down on the mineral only bottom right though.
It was a nice storm drop, but again, that's 100% of his high Templar. I don't think he even wanted the high Templar. I think he would have been happier with Dragoons with that gas.
I mean, he is mining minerals. We'll have some Zealots here.
Yeah, he'll only have Zealots here.
Yeah. So many tanks here for Dandy. I mean, to be fair, a lot of them are weak, but it's definitely the major force here to deal with.
And Dandy's not even bothering mining his gas at his third. He's just happy with his depleted gas. He doesn't care. Like, late game when both players have no gas as well is so good for Terran. Because the Protoss is forced to make Zealots and the Terran is forced to make Vultures. And that's not a not a great situation for Protoss.
Yep. Yeah, Vulture's just so efficient against Zealots late game.
Bonyth needs that 3 o'clock base for the gas, but he can't ever take it. It's always going to be sieged from the bridge, and he will never ever be able to defend that bridge. Any fight taken on the bridge, Dandy automatically wins, and he's got to take it because he needs the gas, but also it's never going to happen. There's no win situation for him there.
Bonyth kind of keeping Dandy busy with this drop at his own base, but it's just not enough. Ooh, DT goes down immediately to a mine. Does get an epic storm off on quite a few workers here, but like we've been saying, this Terran force is really the problem. There's just, I don't know why you bother putting a Nexus down there, because it's not getting any more resources at this point.
I mean, he needs the gas, but he's trading that 400 minerals for the Nexus for the 50 gas he's getting out of the assimilator before it dies.
Yeah, it's time for Bonyth to make his round of units. I mean, maybe he did put down another Nexus at the top side of the map. It might be enough, but I don't know. It's looking like Dandy's gonna walk away the victor on this map.
Yeah, losing those goons there just made that entire base so that he took not worth it. That gas that he managed to squeeze out before he lost it, he's given all that back.
Seems like Dandy knows it. Vultures are moving towards the top side of the map to try to deny this new base here from Bonyth for the second time. Looks like they will be able to do that. Oh, I don't know actually. Bonyth moving in with a group of Dragoons and an Observer. Looks like the Nexus will stay up for now, but
Yeah, look at the supply.
Yeah, he's got double his supply at this point.
I think Dandy just doesn't realize how far ahead he is, or he doesn't mind. He's like, okay, yeah, if you want to drag this out, if you don't want to leave, I won't make you, but I'm only getting further ahead. Now Bonyth has 24 probes. I wouldn't mind seeing him putting 3 on each of his depleted gases, just so he has some gas income.
I'm just not sure why Dandy isn't really pushing at this point. He knows there's no way Bonyth can hold that base. Oh, okay, he is moving out. Good delay here from Bonyth, really just trying to stretch the use out of every unit. It's just not enough.
The scan missed the DT.
The DT
Bonyth's production tab has 0
everything.
units loading.
DT just sat there, hold position for some reason.
27 gas. And this was like a map thing too. It's just, it's so difficult for Protoss in these positions to take a third. Now if the position to a reversed and Bonyth has the bottom left base that he can take as his third gas against Terran. This is a much easier map for him to play.
Yeah, agreed. Anytime you're really forced to expand towards your opponent's main, as Protoss is quite difficult against Terran. So, Bonyth still made it quite a game, even given those positions. So very well played by him.
I feel like it was very well played at the start. He got a lot done with that first Reaver and that Goon bust. He found an opening, he picked off both the tanks with the Reaver, and then the Goons just come in and bust it. And then he started messing around. We started getting like Archon drops, and like he went every tech at once. He went Speed Shuttle, Reaver, DTs, and it was just weird for a bit. I felt like he was trying to play some challenge where if you kill every single one of your opponent's workers without forcing them out of the game, then you win a point. And he was doing well at it, but it was... Maybe don't go for the challenges, maybe just make some units.
Alright guys, that was a 35-minute game. I want to thank the casters. This is a marathon, it seems like. We got 90 more games? How many more games do we have left? We got 6 more games.
6 more games. So Dandy's up 2-1, which is not what I anticipated.
No,
And the map
here.
that Bonyth chose... What map is this, guys?
This is Estrella.
What can you tell us about Estrella?
I can tell you, if there's no map that like I despise more than Estrella. This map was such a difficult map for Zerg players. At a time where WCG definitely implemented a lot of their island maps are a lot more regular, and man, this map literally broke me and made me into a Terran player on island maps, because you just couldn't do anything as a Zerg player on this map against a good Protoss or a Terran.
This was still played when I was first starting out at StarCraft, but I wasn't very good. What I used to do back then was go for quick control of the middle of the map. So I would rush out the fastest possible shuttle, put a pylon on my high ground, and then drop a probe out, double gateway on the middle, and then just like run around the middle of the map with a giant army. But I'm expecting that because Bonyth is good with Reavers, we're going to see some kind of quick Reaver play.
I think that's pretty accurate. I know the meta at the time too, and like definitely putting that pylon, double gate, Dragoons running around the center of the map was an option. Might still be an option, but I mean, if you're Bonyth and your Reaver control is just godly, why not? I think he'll open Reaver as well.
So is there a possibility that Bonyth only wins island maps and Dandy wins all of the ground maps? How many island maps do we have here?
I mean, there's definitely more, I'll tell you that. Gorky Island comes to mind. Yeah, I mean, that's a meta, right? You could definitely just pick island maps with such a large map pool and be completely fine. But man, I don't know. When I think Protoss in general is just strong on island maps. Why not? The Corsair is such a robust unit, and we've already seen Dandy tends to favor 2-port Wraith. I wouldn't, put it against him here either. So maybe it might just be a way for Bonyth to really meta Dandy here.
So the first thing I noticed that Bonyth went for the gas before gate. Now that is the DT drop opener. It doesn't have to be DT drop. He could also go for like a Robo and Dragoon range at the same time. That's another thing you could do. Or maybe like the fastest possible Reaver and shuttle speed. But if you want to do like the DT drop rush, this is how you do it. Also, he needs 4 probes on gas because this base site sucks.
Good old WCG Estrella. Yeah, that's so funny. You need 4 on gas here to mine that perfectly. Huh.
Yeah, like you can mine it like kind of okay with 3 on gas, but if you're going for the fastest possible DT drop, 4 on gas.
Is that your call? You think he's going DT drop here?
If you open gas before gate, for me, that is what you are most likely going to try and do. Because the thing is, this isn't the fastest possible Reaver. Because the fastest possible Reaver, it would be slowed down by slowing down the gate. You can get 200 gas after gate. So you do gate, gas, core. You still have 200 gas, so you can still go Robo ASAP. The only thing you can't do is what he needs to do right now, which is Citadel, then Robo. Okay,
I see.
so what are we doing here, Bonyth? Because you would go
It's a
Citadel
robo.
first. This is a robo opening, but this is actually slower than normal because he had to take those probe, or because he slowed down his gateway.
I don't know.
I mean, if you go robo before gas, you have a plan. But he's banking 200 gas. I don't know what that plan is.
Could it be Reaver here with shuttle speed or something?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a way of speeding up your shuttle speed and also getting out of knobs. Dragoon range, I don't know about this. If he goes, he's got a lot of gas. If he goes observatory here, I'm not a fan. I don't like this because his mineral, he can't go shuttle. He's got no minerals.
Yeah, it's definitely not DT. We would have seen a Citadel so far.
Oh, okay. He had to
I mean-
cancel the probe to get up the shuttle.
It's got to be support bay. Has to be.
I think observatory then support bay because you would. Okay, yeah, because you want to keep up
right.
you want to keep the robo uptime. So you wait till the shuttle. You build the shuttle first, just because that's the only thing you can build at first,
Yeah, yeah.
and then you go back for the observer later.
Meanwhile, in Dandy's main, we have the second starport down completed. Add-on on the way. This is going to be tried and true Dandy 2-port Wraith.
I'm looking at that extra gas, and I'm just. He's not seeing the value he wants to see. It's. Like,
Also, you have a shuttle here. Why not drop a probe? Like, why not have a probe on the middle of the map? There's no reason not to at this point.
well, he doesn't actually have that many probes. He has 4 on gas, and he's been cutting probes because he has no minerals. Like, he can't afford his shuttle speed at this point. That's the thing. He's got all this extra gas, and he can't use it.
I feel like you could put a pylon down somewhere on the map, have some extra scouting. Like, there's got to be some type of use for having a probe on the map at this point. And here we go. He's opted to come back, pick that probe up. He will place it down at the natural, so not that delayed.
I don't like the. I think the fast gas, he originally had like some kind of plan for it, and then it turned out that because he had 4 probes mining gas, not enough probes on minerals, just none of the timings worked out, and he's ended up just banking the gas. Like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, you've got 300 gas from a gas first opener. Your robo has been delayed so much by this. This is just not what he wanted to do.
Well, Bonus Obs should be able to scout Dandy out here, and he should have a perfect idea of exactly what's going on here. Yep, 2-port is scouted. Obs inside the main.
If Dandy sees that blur, that would be nice, just because Bonyth is going to be limited by robo uptime. Oh, that's a lovely find.
Finding that shuttle with the Reaver in it. Ooh, this Reaver will accomplish nothing. Very, very nice there from Dandy.
Well, Bonyth never got his shuttle speed. Like, the opening just... The build order didn't work. It didn't line up. He slowed down his robo, and in exchange for that, he had a bunch of gas, but never had any minerals to go with the gas. It didn't come together.
Wow. Meanwhile, I mean, these Wraiths are doing so much damage here. Only 2 Dragoons as well to defend. Oh, diving on the Observer is Dandy. I mean, these Wraiths will have free reign until they run out of energy here.
Yeah.
Another Observer on the way.
Killing the shuttle also meant that Bonyth spent this entire time replacing that shuttle, which meant he wasn't building the Observer. Like, Bonyth is really finding that shuttle so that robo uptime to be a constraint here.
He might be able to even snag this shuttle once again.
Yeah, because he doesn't have speed because his build just didn't line up. It didn't work. This opener that he did here is not a valid open. Now we have a shuttle with no speed and a Reaver against Mass Wraith.
Still, that Reaver finds a way to get inside the main. SCVs are scattering, just trying to spread apart. And for some reason, these Scarabs just don't want to kill anything. Oh, poor Bonyth. That was.
He's got
really
20 workers against 31. I attribute so much of this going wrong to that gas before gate.
I believe it. I wonder why he would go gas against gas before gate then.
I mean, he thought. I'm thinking he thought it was going to line up and let him get the range, but then he just ran out of minerals. Presumably, he. I mean, how often do you play Estrella? Is the thing. It's
never. Yeah. I mean, it seems like Dandy just opts 2-port rate every game on island maps. If you're Bonyth and you lose this game, do you pick an island map and go 2-port Sarah?
So Bonyth's opening could have done a lot. I mean, he had switch around the gate and the gas order. He goes gate, gas, core, robo, shuttle, observer. Like, that is a much quicker observer. That observer is in Dandy's base like a good 30 seconds earlier. It sees the 2 ports before the Wraiths are anywhere near coming across the map. That's a great position for Bonyth. It's just that he didn't have any minerals, and he actually slowed down his tech by going gas first, because the tech he was going for was being constrained by his gateway timing, not by his gas quantity.
He does have a natural up with a photon cannon in perfect positioning. Big pick off on those Wraiths there. I feel like suddenly Bonyth's in a much better position than he was half a second ago.
And look at the work account though, and Dandy's just building tanks on the low ground.
Look at the bases though. All the workers are in the main. Sure, I feel like Dandy is mining that main as efficiently as he possibly can. I mean, top right, he does have a gas, but until this dropship gets out, Bonyth is mining more efficiently, I think you could argue.
Yeah, and Bonyth does control the middle of the map. And there's only like one tank at the top right, but I'm hoping that one day a second tank will go to the top right. Also, there's a bridge there. If he puts like an eBay near the bridge, it will Goon will attack the eBay forever. Like, there's a time where Bonyth could destroy it, but that timing is closing.
Very, very true. Oof. Little skirmish out on the middle of the map between these Dragoons. Bonyth making his way slowly to the top right. Like you said, Kwark, I mean, that's definitely the bottleneck here. Only a single siege tank top right. If Bonyth sniffs this out, this could...
yeah, it's going to be about the Wraith and the shuttle. I'm really worried about that shuttle because it has no speed and the Wraith are flying in.
Scanned. He scanned it. He's going in with the Wraiths. Oh, sniped it before anything could happen. And
okay,
gets the observer.
He's going to save it.
Wow. Dandy with just some magnificent play here. Really bringing out his A game for this series. That said,
Bonyth is making this difficult for himself. So Dandy's making this difficult for himself with his strategy of like one tank not sieged and also no buildings near the bridges. Dandy doesn't want to make this an easy game.
No, I definitely doesn't. Man, these
that
Wraiths
shuttle
are getting
takeoff.
so much value.
So much value there.
It was. I mean,
and
anytime
lack of shuttle speed. Like, he went for like, and I really do believe that quick second, so that early gas, that gas before the gate was intended for the shuttle speed. I think the build just went wrong.
I mean, now we finally, as you say that, have shuttle speed on the way, but this is as Bonyth is stacking 700 gas, was stacking 900 gas right before that upgrade. Yeah, you could be right. It could just have been a little bit of an error in the build.
Yeah, like, because if he had the minerals for it, that shuttle speed would have made his first shuttle probably not die to his Wraiths. And that means he doesn't have to build a second shuttle, which means he isn't building... Because having to build the second shuttle is why he had no observers for the Wraiths, because his robo was busy building shuttles to replace the one that died. It all went wrong when that first shuttle died, and that first shuttle died because no shuttle speed. Double robo, interesting. I don't know about this because Dandy's turning this into a ground game, and Bonyth has gateways on the ground as well. So they've decided that they're just going to treat the main base as an island, and they're going to fight over the low ground. So I guess it could be effective if you can get good drops in there, because that island has all the depots and tech on. Maybe you could mess with them. It's not like they can reinforce it.
Yeah, it could be a good call. I mean, I think this was the favored way to really play this map, even back in the day. There are just so many bases connected by this middle ground that having middle ground map control is a big advantage here. So I kind of like this from both players.
I would like to see a lot of mines, because if we have a few wraiths and we spent our game picking up observers, mines suddenly become a lot more exciting.
We do have drop coming in. Reaver is picking off the first siege tank, but this doesn't look like enough of a force here from Bonyth. I mean,
No, he's
he got
not
good
trading at
trades
all well.
with what he had.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, he's trading well with what he has, but ultimately, in terms of money, he came up behind there. And now Dandy has his factories. Although Dandy could afford a lot more factories than he has. The problem is Dandy doesn't know where he wants to put them. He's putting them at the top right, but they don't really fit. Like, he's got 1,000 minerals. Also, you can fly factories. Build them in the main and just fly them out. Like, Dandy...
Yeah,
Terran is like
much.
the easiest race to play on this map. What are you doing, Dandy?
Yeah, he's got so many SCVs in this main. Actually, bring 5 more SCVs.
Oh,
down
that
to
mine
this
hit saved him there. Like, those goons were about to absolutely demolish his base, and then one mine just took out 3 goons.
Beautiful control there. Bonyth's just finding damage with this Reaver. That was very, very well played.
I feel like there's Dandy really... Because it is difficult to get all your factories up on a map like this, but if you're Terran, you can just pre-build them, and then the moment you take this expansion here, you just dump a bunch of units there. Oh, another huge mine hit.
Yeah. Ooh, picks off the Reaver as well with that cloaked wraith. Huh. Very well played. Still, I feel like every time Dandy brings a tank to this third base, Bonyth finds a way to pick it off. He's constantly having to rebuild this tank force.
His factory count is finally up though. He's got like 5 factories at the top right now. And also that CC just chilling at the top left. Another thing to note is the upgrades. Bonyth has... Does he even have +1 ground? Okay, he's got +1 ground, but that's all he's getting. I don't think he has an archives. Dandy is going for his 2-1. He just finished his +1 attack. He's got his statistically done. Bonyth going for the air attack, but it's... Dandy's going to have double upgrades. Bonyth is not going to have double upgrades. This drop could be good though, because without wraiths, all Dandy's production is on the low ground. I feel like maybe as Terran, you actually have to keep building some wraiths just so you have something to that can bail out your main. Oh, and also if the Zarmvi dies with the that is going to make carriers so much more effective.
Yeah, that armor just getting picked off right before it completes. Ooh, that was a huge drop play here from Bonyth.
Most of the time people think the attack upgrade is more important than the armor, but if you're going carriers, then the armor upgrade suddenly becomes very important.
How do you re-establish your main here if you're Dandy?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? This is why I was looking at it thinking, maybe he needs just like a contingent of wraiths, just so he can always eventually clear up something.
He might just lose his whole main to a single shuttle here.
Yeah, I think he will.
This is crazy. Oh man, if you're Dandy, you're kicking yourself right now. He was doing so well, but what can he possibly do here?
I mean, Bonyth probably can't fight his army. He's got +1 mechs. He's got a lot of tanks, so like, I mean, I don't know that it's over, even though Dandy is obviously losing his entire main to a single drop.
Now Dandy losing his natural top right to 2 Zealots and a Reaver. I mean, but constantly just trying to put this pressure on one of Bonyth's 3 bases. Bonyth just, I mean, being poised, sitting back, building up his unit count, hopefully going to be able to overwhelm this tank count from Dandy here soon, but meanwhile, he's just content to be killing off all these SCVs. Dandy's really struggling here.
They're even in supplies, and Bonyth doesn't know about top left. I don't like Dandy losing his entire main, but ultimately he can play without it. If he dominates the mid, all he had to do is rebuild everything that he lost, and he'll be fine.
Yeah, I'd like to see him just float the starports at this point, give everything up. It's done too much. I think Wraiths could have cleaned it up at one point, but it's nothing that he won't make up for by having literally double the base count.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really to clean up anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
Did he float the science facility?
No, I think it just died.
that's an issue.
Yeah.
'Cause now, okay, at least he's going to keep the star pots.
Yeah, no, the
They've both
Reaver
been
picked
supply
up
blocked for
Science
quite a while here.
This is such an awkward, painful game, like, to play. I know both players are pretty frustrated at the moment.
Also, Dandy can't build any Goliath because he lost all his armies, so these shadows are just going to stay alive forever.
Wait, did he lose his barracks? Is that why he can't make an armory, or?
Oh, sorry, no, he lost his army, so he can't make Goliaths. He's still... There we go, new
Oh,
armies.
yeah. Double armory. It's gonna make
Although,
up
with
for it
no
here.
science facility, he can't get his +2.
Yeah, no science facility. He still doesn't have an armor upgrade on the way. Man.
Yeah, that... losing that +1 really is going to make a difference. Bonyth is going to have +1 attack against +0 armor. I would love it if Bonyth was going towards +2 at this point, but +1 against +0 is an extra 20% of damage on the carriers.
This Reaver is just still finding damage, trying to pick off turrets. Ooh, almost gets it. I would build a Wraith just to kill this shuttle at this point.
Yeah.
This
But
is so
I'm of the opinion
infuriating.
he should have just had like a contingent of wraiths just to keep his main alive. But at the same time, he was actually quite tight on gas. I'm sitting there saying, well, why don't you have any wraiths, Dandy? But it was a choice between wraith and tanks, and he was using tanks constantly to keep his third base alive.
Yeah, I mean, he's not tight on gas now, that's for sure. I mean, Wraiths would at least do something against carrier opening. I don't think it's a bad idea even to
That is
have
true. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about the race of the carriers, but yeah. I mean, you already
it's
have
gonna
the
force
double port,
observers.
and yeah, you have too much gas, so yeah, it makes a lot of sense. He still has no science. He went for double armory, but he can't get his +1 or +2 ground.
Oh,
This is
that's
a huge issue that he's not even building science facility. He just starts it now. If you look at how much how far his +1 is along, that +1 armor along, that is where his +2 attack should be.
This seems like a tilt timing here from Dandy.
Yeah, this is just everything's gone wrong. Fuck it.
Like, I'm just gonna run him over. And actually, it worked all right. I don't think that was
Yeah,
the worst
all these
trade you
goons are
could
gonna
have
die
escalated.
because they're trapped, and because vultures are really effective against goons if they're not alone. Because vultures doing that like 22 damage against the shields is so much damage for a 75 mineral unit. The problem is that the goons have that armor as well, but if you have tanks following, it's fine. Just the tanks will do the rest.
Wow, and at the same time, simultaneously, Dandy does clean up his natural or main, let's call it now.
Yeah, let's focus
But
the
two
Nexus,
carriers are
Dandy. We
out.
can do this.
Yeah, exactly. Get that Nexus out of here, back up with as many tanks as you can.
Look at the worker count.
Oh, wow. 20 to 53 of Dandy.
Even if Bonyth takes the mid left, which he's doing, it's he doesn't have any. That top left hidden expansion has been doing so much. So the moment that the Reaver dropped the top right back like a year ago when Dandy lost his main, Dandy pulled the SCVs from the top right to his third base next to his main, and the SCVs from his main to the top left. And I don't think Bonyth ever knew about the top left. So
Yeah, I don't think he's seen it with an Observer or anything.
Dandy has so much income.
Yeah, it should really be enough at this point to win the game. He just needs to pump out a few rounds of Goliaths and clean up these carriers. Even without armor, it's just...
Oh, he's building the
such
race.
a big force.
He listens to you clearly.
Oh, nice.
Also,
Oh,
his
nice.
+2 attack is starting. It's the latest +2 attack known to man, but he's doing it.
He's got it. Could come in handy eventually.
Question is, are we going to go for our +2 armor? Yes, we are. Okay. This is the game where Dandy gets his upgrades slightly on time, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, that, I mean, better late than never, I guess. This is, I don't know. I think this is, I mean, this is obviously a pretty difficult spot for Bonyth to come back from.
Yeah, Bonyth can't even afford the new interceptors after the Goliaths killed the interceptors.
Yeah, mining off of just that single base, mid left, only 9 probes mining total. hasn't even been able to afford the gas there yet.
He
Bonneth's
still
just trying
had
to
400 gas there, and it's he still hasn't used it. He's been floating that bonus gas all game.
but here comes the race. No vision for Bonyth. These are his only remaining carriers. There's just not much he can do here. GG is called.
He made a game of it with those drops, but I really did not like his opening at all. And that opening went so bad. He mined inefficient. He cut a bunch of probes, and what he got for it was a shuttle with Reaver that flew straight into Wraiths.
Yeah, like just right away. That neither the shuttle or the Reaver got any value whatsoever against Dandy, who I don't know. Every time we've seen him play on an island map, it's 2-port Wraiths, so it's kind of surprising to me. But
yeah, the opening. It was not only did he lose the first shuttle, he then built a new shuttle to replace the first shuttle, which meant that he didn't have the observers, which meant he ended up losing like another 5 probes after already cutting probes. And then finally, when he built a new observer and forced the Wraiths away, they went back and they killed his new shuttle. It just nothing he did worked. It was lose the shuttle into lose a bunch of probes into lose a second shuttle and the Reaver.
By the way, so did we call it? The next map is Gorky Island, picked by Bonyth. He just wants to play island maps.
Yeah, but is it gonna be? I do not like that quick gas that he went for.
I hear you loud and clear, and knowing Bonyth, he's probably gonna agree with you. I'm sure we'll see a different type of opening here. I want to see more Corsairs. I don't know why. Island maps, it just seems like Corsairs seem to work the majority of the time. Let's see if he opens a pretty quick Stargate here.
And this map, at least you have the advantage that you're not as focused on dominating the middle, because Estrella, every base except the starting aces are in the middle, so you really do need to get your production on the low ground quickly. Whereas you can play, I think, this map a bit more island focused.
I 100% agree with you there. You know, you have the corner, let's call them natural expansions for every base, so getting some type of drop or, you know, lifting a command center early is going to be pretty useful for the majority of races, but there's not as much of an urgency to have like a ground-based army on this map. You can just go Goliath drop, or you know, get your Corsairs, go 2-port Wraith, things like that, and it's just as feasible here.
Do you think we're going to see a quick CC just floated up?
Yeah, I really think it would be strong here. You know, this is one of the rare maps where there's not a mineral blocking the natural expansion, because it's, you know, a little before that time. So why not take advantage of getting an economic advantage early? You've already shown 2-port Wraith 2 games in a row, so I think just in the name of like trying to throw off your opponent in a best of 9 series, do a different build, you know, get out of your comfort zone. CC first would be strong here, but actually we are seeing a barracks once again from Dandy.
Yeah, I think Bonyth this time is going to go for the fastest possible robo opener, which is getting the gas after the gateway, because it that way you get your core fast and you can still get 200 gas. So then he can go robo, grab a shuttle quickly. He'll have to go back for Dragoon range after, but he will be able to speed up that shuttle and the observer. And it just, you get so many more minerals that way. It's not just that you have the probes mining for longer, you also don't have to cut any probes.
Bonyth has 4 on gas once again here. I guess just because of the positioning, you need to have 4 on gas. We also see Dandy's is mining efficiently.
Dandy getting the first scout though. With that Vax, he built as high up as he could, and he's just going to immediately fly it out with no marines.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Factory going down inside the main as well. All SCVs staying on top of that Vespian Geyser for Dandy as well. That would indicate, I just want to say 2-port Wraith once again.
Yeah, and this is that opener I was talking about with the, as you can see, the moment the core finishes, the robo goes down because you do have that 200 gas. Now, you do have to delay the Dragoon range, as I was saying, but this will get you a much faster shuttle and a much faster observer and Reaver than the gas first option. Double factory, interesting.
Goliath drop. It's got to be Goliath drop.
I don't know how this build. Cause I would think that by the time taken to build a starport and then the control tower, then the dropship, you could still get the Goliaths out of the first factory. Vulture drop, maybe, because it's oh, okay, yeah, Goliath drop. You are 100% right. You know more than me, apparently.
I don't know. It was a guess, but I know that used to be popular on this map. Getting the second factory right after the first, you know, getting that starport down, armory. I agree. I think he could build a Vulture here, and that would absolutely be a great option and add it in with the drop. But I'd assume we're going to see probably 4 Goliaths here, not too shortly.
Yeah, so if we look at what Bonyth's doing this game, he's still able to go that shuttle, but that shuttle timing is like a good 30 seconds faster, and then get the observatory behind it so he can go shuttle observer, and he can still go for the Reaver. So this is the timings this game are going to be so good. Or maybe the shuttle is just for the okay, he's not going for the support bay. Interesting.
No add-on on either factory. I think that was a little bit of a mistake from Dandy. I think he could have afforded to put the factory add-on on the initial factory that completed and gotten range actually with this at the same time. I'm kind of interested why he would choose not to do that.
Okay, so the reason that Bonyth didn't get the support bay on time is he was going for double obs first, so he didn't need it until later. I'm surprised he's scouting the way he is with the observer, because he knows where Dandy is. He saw where the Vax came from. But this is odd. But with double observer, he can send one observer across the map and keep one at home, which is always nice.
He might have assumed that Dandy was being tricky with the angle he was bringing the barracks in from, and could be cross map. That's the only thing that comes to mind for me.
Okay, so he's starting his first Reaver now, which means the Goliaths are going to drop before the Reaver's done, but he has some Dragoons too, and Dragoons are just really good. Dandy dodging the observer. Nicely done.
Dodging the observer. I mean, the Reaver won't quite be completed when these 4 Goliaths hit. And if he drops him on the high ground behind Bonyth's main, what can you do? You can never get up there.
Goliaths don't do that much damage. They could probably kill the shuttle effectively. But
well, that's all you need to do if you're on the high ground, right?
Well, they lose to Dragoons, is the thing.
I see. I think this is beautiful here from Dandy. He's denying so much mining already. Reaver finally completed with a single Dragoon. I mean, if he catches the shuttle, it's game over. And he looks at it, catches it pretty quickly. I mean, that shuttle's going to be delayed forever. At least it's not going to allow any probes to get up to this natural and mine on time. Does pick off the Reaver. I don't know if the Dragoon will die. Oh, it looks like it will. And he's still got a free. I'd like to see him target that.
Yeah, that was way more effective than I thought it was going to be, honestly. I did not believe, but I should have. Because also one key thing there is Dandy was pulling the Goliaths that were being targeted away, and he split up all his Goliaths. Like that Reaver splash did nothing.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. It was such great control here. Oh, 4 more.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you were right. This is GG.
Yeah, this was a really popular build back when this was a popular map, so it seems to work pretty well even nowadays. I mean, what do you do?
One thing I'll note is that if Bonyth had gone for Shuttle Observer Reaver rather than Shuttle Observer Reaver, he would have had the shuttle on time. He would have had the Reaver on time.
Yeah. Huh, maybe like almost getting caught by not being greedy, right? Getting the observer
Well,
out.
I feel like his first observer should have gone down to the bottom right. I mean, he saw where the Vax came from, but I guess he thought maybe it was cross map.
Yeah, it happens. Maybe thought too much of Dandy and thought he was trying to trick him with his barracks scout timing or something. But yeah, it was kind of odd. I agree to send the first observer bottom left. Yeah, Bonyth can't even mine half of his main here. This is just... he's really caught in a very difficult spot here.
And with just the
with
one
that
gateway
high
against
ground-
2 factory, it's he doesn't even have a production advantage.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't.
Well, Bonyth's island map strategy is not working out for him.
No, it definitely hasn't, and he continues to pick them. Ooh, big positioning here from Bonyth. Looks like he finally will clean these Goliaths up.
But it's not going to matter. There go the glass on the logo.
Oh. Yeah, this is going to be the last remaining probes here from Bonyth. Wow. How crazy is this?
So Dandy's
Dandy-
also going for that victory where you get every single worker.
Yeah, just like last game, they were
Oh, the
both
Tower
trying to
Cross
come-
one, yeah. Where
Oh,
Bonyth
Tower
was,
Cross. Yeah.
Bonyth said, there's not enough to be ahead. I need to kill every worker.
Wow. Meanwhile, I mean, Dandy happily plugging away on a second base here. I don't know. I think Bonyth, just by staying in this game right now, is showing he's a little tilted. He's not where he wants to be.
I don't know, maybe it's just
GX12.
revenge for Tower Cross.
Might be.
Saying,
Wow.
you should have left that Tower Cross game after I killed all your workers.
Yeah.
So the thing is, like, the map pool, I think there's over 50 maps in there, and there's like no way that you can practice for them, right? So when somebody picks a map like Porky Island, I don't think we really can expect anything.
Yeah,
Bonyth's
I mean,
build was nearly perfect. It's just nearly perfect isn't perfect. Like, that Goliath drop timing was so good. I didn't believe, because I don't remember Gorky Island, it's before my time. But Machine called it. Machine was like, no, on this map, it's all about the Goliath drop, and I see why now. Like, it's just so good against the shuttles.
yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, it was a strong map even on Estrella back in the day. Just Goliaths, especially, you know, once they get their air range attack upgrade, they're just so good at shutting down any type of shuttle play. And then give, you know, a map that has a high ground above the main, that's all Terran needs at that point.
Alright guys, the next map is Paranoid Android.
Another classic. This is such a funky map. Really, the travel time, natural is so short. It's always felt like. This is just one of those maps where normal standard builds from today's era just would not work here. You gotta expect early zealot pressure if you're Terran, and if you know you're Protoss, you gotta expect the possibility of some type of bunker rush if you're going for a quick nexus. It's very difficult. That paired with, I mean, look, the mains are right next to each other. Any type of drop play, Muta, you know, Wraith, anything like that on this map is going to be just so much more difficult to defend than it would on any type of a standard modern map. So yeah, I'm really not sure what to expect here from either player.
As a Protoss player, I'm looking at these mains and I'm just immediately triggered by the mana pylon spots and the cannon rush ability behind them. Like, you can cannon rush both of these mains, and you probably should. That probably should be the right build.
Just send one of the first probes over, cannon rush the main right away.
Yeah, because you do a double mana pylon, and then you use that. Do a double mana pylon, and then you use that to just immediately do a cannon rush. You build the forge in their base. You can probably do a mana pylon with the mana forge.
You're definitely right. I see like the double pylon like probe block spot on either main, and then a forge paired with that. Yeah, it would be a nightmare. It definitely would be.
Like, looking at these old maps with what we know now, it's weird to look at them and go, how was this ever playable?
It was barely playable back then, I'll tell you that. This was not one of my favorite maps.
I just think, like, how does somebody just not get really good at then cannon rushing, and then every single game the PvP they just cannon rush, and you know it's going to happen. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, I think this was there before people really figured out cannon rush wall-ins and things. Looking at it now, you know, like you're saying, it almost seems like instinct for a lot of Protoss to be able to go for something like this, but I don't think it was really standard back then. Gas down in the main here for Dandy. Cybernetics core halfway completed here for Bonyth. So nothing really super out of the ordinary for either player here so far.
Yeah, I think that sometimes it's on maps where you're not that familiar, it's just tempting to go straight back to your builds, you know, play it like any other map.
I think
Is he going to get a kill with that probe?
He might. That was a really low SCV, but it looks like Dandy's going to repair it, spend the time he needs to. I feel like because this bridge is so small, obviously, from natural to natural, this map almost lends us to playing a much later game. Like, neither player is really going to be able to move across there with any type of a sizable force.
I feel like it will, like, just doing that the Viva shuttle delay play that Bonyth likes to do, and we saw on Python, will be powerful here. Just you establish a light contain, and then as they push you back, you just put the Viva on your side of that bridge, and it's not like they can get Goliaths up there to try and hit the shuttle. Like normally you move the tank forward, siege it, and then as you push it back, the Goliaths will try and pick off the shuttle. But in this case, on that bridge, it's never going to happen. So Dandy is representing a fast expand, but he is not going for a fast expand. He is going for a 2-fac. However, Bonyth apparently remembers back when this map was played and knows there's a secret backdoor way in. This is really sad for Dandy. He's looking at this going, wait a second, how did that probe get there? Bonyth still places the Nexus. Okay. Bonyth with the 0 fucks given. He's like, oh, whatever, I'll just build a battery, it's fine.
Exactly. Scott's 2 factories, completely fine with it.
Yeah, 2 factory, that's pretty sure Nexus is the play to do. Okay, I like the Citadel here. So what he can do is he can buy a lot of time with that bridge. And then while buying that time, he can rush out a DT. And I don't think Dandy can actually kill the Nexus. Dandy might be able to overrun the natural, but he'll just pull the probes and then wait for the DT to save it.
You never see this, but the bunker actually falling at the natural once Bonyth really knows that it's kind of a feint. But
yeah, I don't think Dandy even wanted it at that point. Dandy's figuring that, okay, you know it's a 2-fac. It's what's the bunker even for?
Pushing out with a single siege tank here. I don't know if I like this from Dandy.
Yeah, and Bonyth just needs to keep that Vulture from laying the mine because he's going for a very quick DT behind this. And as long as the Vulture doesn't get any mines on the map, he's just won. Okay, he just won anyway. The game's over.
Yeah, picking off both that Vulture and the siege tank. This is gonna kind of cleave the way for these quick DTs.
So Dandy actually just bailed from his build. He's no longer building tanks. He's going for mines and speed and a quick starport. So he's gonna put some mines on the map, and those could be effective at keeping him alive from DTs. At which point the Vulture drop maybe does something. But this is optimistic by Dandy. He's doing this because it could work and nothing else will, but it's unlikely to work. Bonyth not going to finish his wall. And Dandy's not going to use that. I don't think Dandy knows about that way in.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He didn't even try to feint at it. He knows about it now, though.
Yeah, he's found it.
Getting a few probes here. I would have liked to see more mines placed, personally, but...
yeah, and mines placed aggressively. Because if the mines are placed aggressively, he'll get the information about the DT earlier.
Well, 2 more Vultures coming in here, placing a few more defensive mines. They do know about that second backdoor entrance now. Oh, but getting walled off just at the right time does Bonyth.
So Dandy could still win this. If Dandy gets his mines near gateways, that's going to go really well for him.
DT walking to Dandy's base, though, managed to miss both those mines placed defensively. Yeah, this might not be enough.
Yeah, one of the mines killed the other, but he's got more mines. He's fine.
Wow, he does save that.
This drop could end the game. Seriously, this drop could go incredibly well. Stop messing around with the DT. Just build your CC on the high ground, Dandy. Go for the drop. The drop is how you're going to win this game. The
Yeah,
DT will still be there to play with later.
And that's exactly what he's doing. Dropship does load up. Vultures will be dropped in the main. There's no vision of this from Bonyth. And
Yeah,
here they
he gets
go.
those mines on the gateway.
Ooh, one Dragoon
Beautiful.
going down.
Yeah, this
already.
is exactly what he was after.
Ooh, does pick off his own Dragoon. Not quite picking off any probes though.
Okay, he's finally found the path to the back.
Oh, this is such a difficult space to be. I mean, he's still got that dropship. He could come back in with another Vulture drop.
Yeah, and that SimCity's actually going to backfire. If you look at what Bonyth's done, Bonyth has sealed it off. But that's actually not what he wanted to be doing here.
And that's exactly what we have. 4 more Vultures being loaded up. Ooh, this could be
Wrong way, Dandy,
devastating.
wrong way. Dandy
guess he just
knows the
wants to get
observatory is
away
there.
with
Dandy
nothing
knows that this is the DTs are not gonna, so the Vulture not gonna do as much as they did last time.
Still diving in once again. Ooh, another mine going down inside the mineral line. Won't go off.
Yeah, probes are actually really good against mines. Oh, the
He
probes killed the
his own
goon though.
Dragoon. Oof. Really unfortunate. Dandy actually sending a Vulture to the natural to get another probe as well. One more remaining in the main. I mean, it's good harass, but that command center from Dandy is just so late at this point.
I'm actually fine with Dandy's position. Now the problem is that he doesn't. Like, I'm fine with his economy. The issue he's going to have is that he doesn't have any tanks, and that there's dragoons and a shuttle and so forth.
Drop going down inside the main once again, actually taking advantage of that position you've been talking about, Kwark. That is completely sealed off, and actually getting out with all 4 Vultures as well. I mean, he didn't force anything. That was just very, very well played here from Dandy. Man,
Yeah,
Dandy,
now Dandy has a Wraith. He's got a Comsat. This is like he's in a good position. This shuttle could do a lot though. We'll see.
Dandy playing like God tonight. But yes, 1 shuttle with 2 DTs going down inside the main. They are on the middle line. Immediate pull from Dandy. He's bringing his 2 tanks in position and actually forced a pickup here from Dandy. Meanwhile, those Vultures still sitting behind the main, just delaying this mining here from Bonyth as well.
Yeah, I mean the worker difference is only 5 workers at this point, and like it's not like Bonyth has crazy good tech or anything behind this either.
DT finally going down for Bonyth at Dandy's natural. Dandy's finally going to be matching Bonyth's 2 bases with a second one of his own. This is, I mean, very good things here from Dandy, but somehow Bonyth is still ahead in supply.
Bonyth starting his +1 air. Okay then.
Carrier map, I'm guessing? Wow.
Yeah, it's the only thing it could be. So this is interesting. So Bonyth is decided that he's not going for archives, he's not going for zealot legs. So he has archives, but he's not going for zealot legs. He's not even going for the support bay, he's just going to go for 3 gate goon obs into carrier.
I actually like it just because of the map, right? Like, actually, this kind of could be like the ultimate carrier map. You can pick off their main from your own main with carriers. They're almost like the siege tanks of the sky in a way. This is really like, this could be a pretty good choice here from Bonyth as this game continues.
My thought is that he's squandering his timing, because right now is when he's actually like much stronger than Dandy. Dandy's only just taken his natural. Bonyth had a bunch of goons. Oh, this is a really good run by. This is a lot of damage. And Vultures are so
Dandy,
cheap.
He's just so, man, he's just got such great Vulture harass. Always does. I mean, he's really annoying Bonyth, to say the least. This is just, it takes so much effort to deal with each and every one of these little Vulture run by. And they kill probes so quickly. It only takes 2 shots, you know, and you can lose so many workers at the cost of just minerals, you know. It's crazy.
So my thinking was that Bonyth was like at his strongest right after he got Observer. He had 3 gates, he had a bunch of Dragoons, he had Observers, he had Dragoon range. Dandy didn't actually have much. Dandy had no tanks at that point in the game. So Bonyth has kind of squandered that timing by going for the carrier switch, I think, whereas Dandy is able to, I guess, kind of recover, but the supply difference is now 30, so the recovery is, I guess, not as much as I was thinking.
Do you think Dandy's going to recognize that Bonyth is going to switch to carrier here? Or do you think he's too worried about defending some type of an early gateway timing after that opening?
I mean, he has 2 quick comp stats, so I'm thinking that it's not unreasonable that he would have scanned Bonyth, but I don't know if he has. Now, he went for like +4 factories and armory, so I'd believe that this is a counterbuild to carriers, but it also could just be what he wants to do.
That DT drop was just perfect. Getting away with all 3 DTs as well. I mean, Dandy's really going to be forced to build turrets there.
Also, the thing I like about Bonyth's carrier switch here is that he's not like going hard on the carriers. He's still getting his zealot legs, and he's still adding gateways, still building dragoons. So if Dandy actually goes for like a hard push, I think where are the Goliaths going to go when they do this push? If the Goliaths aren't in Dandy's main, then Dandy's going to lose his main. If the Goliaths are in Dandy's main, Dandy's going to lose his push. How is this going to work?
It's a very good point. It's just because the mains are so close. I don't know what you do. Wow, another big vulture drop going down inside the main. Quite a bit of mines going down. Oh, do get a connection and actually kill a dragoon, and they're looking to trade for the probes on gas here. And Dandy just once again finding that little opening and scouting the carriers at the same time. It's such an essential time.
Yeah, I'm just so worried though about how, because the carriers can defend that bridge and also attack the main like very, very easily. There is no distance between those.
Tank drop in the main. I like this. I really like this.
Yeah, he's killed so many probes.
He knows he's up against carriers. Like, he just wants to get any kind of trade he can get for these siege tanks. They're not going to be as valuable as the Goliaths he's producing.
Yeah, I mean, Dandy's up in workers at this point.
Wow.
But the thing is, Bonyth is not going super hard carriers. Bonyth has the ability to make a bunch of dragoons. And where are these Goliaths going to go? If the Goliaths are going to die to dragoons, and also they can't even be with the army pushing. This map feels kind of difficult to play against like just 2 Stargate carriers and also a bunch of dragoons.
It really does. I think you've kind of really got me thinking about it here. I don't know what Dandy's supposed to do. You can't abandon your main against carriers here, right? The carriers put on so much pressure.
Even if you do abandon your main, you can't go into a base trade because the Protoss can kill your main and then go back and save his main. They're at the same place. It's not like you even get a base trade. It's you trade away your base and the Protoss takes your base and also defends his.
What if he stopped every SCV in his main and made a turret right now? Like, could he then?
So these are +2 carriers, or they're about to be +2 carriers, which means that they're plus like 40% damage. Also, Dandy only has the 1 armory, and it's getting attack, not armor. He has no stat facility. So, like, these Goliaths are not even going to do very well.
Yeah, boy. Either way, Bonyth sees the counterattack coming. He's just going to ignore it.
They're going to go for the base trade, but again, Bonyth can just he can abandon his natural and just defend the ramp if he wants.
So you think he's just going to do a little bit of damage here in the main, and then bring the carriers back to save his base?
I think he can do a lot of damage here with the carriers. I think he's going to like say, okay, I'm going to kill the tanks, I'm going to take the high ground, and then bring them back. Because again, they're so close that he doesn't have to pick.
Yeah, very true, very true. And that's exactly what they're doing. They are just cleaning up. Ooh, 1 carrier unfortunately does go down there.
That was sloppy. Because these dragoons are meant to be shielding the carriers.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, but still easily should be able to clean up this main.
Oh, he's killing the comp stat and he's building DTs. Game's done.
Yeah, smart play. There's just going to be no skip. And Dandy knows it. Unsieges everything and moves back.
Yeah, Dandy's realized what's going on here. It's a sneaky play.
There's still 1 comp stat left in the main. It's not sneaky if it works. And final Comstat going down, but does not catch the DT at Dandy's own match roll. I mean, these DTs are slowly just going to bleed the army dry. Oof.
I'm surprised he didn't put one on the ramp, honestly. That would have been the play.
Just hold off the army forever. Yeah,
Yeah, Bonyth's
right.
making this hard work, but it's fine.
He's killing the academy as well, hoping that no scanners got up. But actually, oh, he does stop the scanner in the main.
The
So
natural one's going up.
Yeah, he's essentially locked.
Dandy might be okay with this. Like, this Dandy might be okay, but I feel like the economic damage is probably enough because Bonyth still has the left-hand side one prevention.
Yeah, it just got up, and it's. I mean, it seems like a pretty vulnerable base. It is a high ground one, maybe not. I don't know. I mean, it's just funny how the game is still suddenly so even somehow.
Bonyth should have won it. He had those DTs. I mean, Dandy can win here because Dandy's ahead on eco, but Bonyth had those DTs. They just weren't doing their job. If the DTs are on the ramp, he wins because he keeps his army alive. The units coming home can't do anything. If the DTs that he had at his natural just cross the map, he wins. If he does a better job of keeping down the Comstats, he wins. This is like the one scenario in which Bonyth is actually in trouble. Even though he's got his +2 carriers, I feel like the +2 carriers have a good shot at just causing some chaos. Just picking off some buildings on the left-hand side of the map. So on the left-hand side of Dandy's base.
Dandy seems content with just kind of taking a third. He takes the mineral only, blows natural.
I think Dandy's just, this is Dandy's GG push.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That narrow ramp though, that's not the ramp he wanted.
Oh, you don't want to siege there either, I don't think, that's for sure. Yeah, he's just trapping his own Goliath force on this ramp. Once again, like, Dandy just...
Yeah, this is a huge throw.
Control for the map. And Bonyth absolutely is the kind of player to, you know, take advantage of a situation like that. DT's still alive on the ramp. Oh my goodness. I don't think Dandy knows about it. This DT is just doing work. Might pick off another tank, and actually, it's because he killed that academy and Dandy is stuck on a single scanner. So Bonyth has been leaning on these DTs, and it's absolutely the right call.
I would love to see Bonyth making high tempo at this point too.
Yeah, I actually would too. I mean, one good storm on these Goliaths, and it could be a game changer.
Yeah, especially with them being forced through that narrow bridge.
I like this. The DT's just sitting on that middle ramp. It's kind of the gatekeeper. I mean, it's true. It's really the only logical place to engage through. You can push through the smaller, or the bottom ramp, which is much wider. Actually would probably be a little better here for Dandy, but it's just not as close. DT at the mineral only of Dandy. Dandy's sending in some Goliaths. Looks like he will clean it up pretty quickly, but remember, that's a single scanner. There's no academy still on the map for Dandy, so any DT that Bonyth can kind of throw away is going to delay him from ever moving out.
I do not like that Archon decision. That's not the play.
No? Why not?
Oh, because this is PvT.
They take a lot of hits though. I don't know. If you're really like gas heavy, there's just no reason to build Archons PvT.
No, high tempo are always better.
Okay.
Actually,
I mean, I believe it.
I was going to say that against stacked base, maybe Archons are better, but even then, high tempo are still better.
Yeah, if you can hit the storms, for sure. I agree. I don't know. Mid-fight, if you use the storms onto HT, it's always nice making that Archon, getting that little tank bonus. But yeah, I 100% agree. High tempo are just so scary. Good Goliath drop here from Dandy. I mean, still just finding ways to put pressure on Bonyth. He's not giving him an
Look
inch.
at the worker count. I think this game's done.
Man. it's so bizarre to me that I mean, Dandy's done this multiple games in this series. He's just been able to crush Bonyth's economy to the point that Bonyth can't really recover. It's I mean, he really focuses on it in a way that I haven't seen many Terrans focus on killing workers, but it works.
I'm kind of surprised that Bonyth didn't do the DT thing properly. It's a really cute move. It's a cute move, and it was a smart strategy, and he clearly knew what he was doing. He's like, okay, yeah, I just killed the comp stats, then my DTs win the game. But then he killed the comp stats, and his DTs didn't win the game.
Yeah, I mean, they got some good value here and there, but you're right. They definitely didn't win him the game.
Well, 4 of them just stayed in his natural doing nothing, and then the one that was meant to be on the ramp wasn't on the ramp.
Yeah, very, very true. I mean,
if Bonyth wins this with the carriers, something's gone wrong.
It could happen. They're Bonyth carriers.
And he's up like 30 supply if you look at the army difference, so the worker difference. But like even so, if Bonyth wins this with carriers, this game is broken. He's only got 4 of them. He's not building any more.
They're carriers. I mean, carriers are so strong. I'm just gonna call it. He won. I'm so angry right now. He should have won this. He did not deserve to win this game. What just happened?
Yeah, he's. I mean, they're plus 2.5 carriers. They're about to be plus 3 carriers. So 4 of them have the damage of like 6 carriers.
No,
but
there's
even
no
so,
explaining this. There's no reason why you should come back with 4 carriers right now. Oh no, I jinxed it.
He's got 18 probes.
Did I jinx it? Alright, I'm not gonna talk about jinxing it. Carrier's still doing damage here, picking off quite a few tanks at the natural. He's got a small force of 8 Dragoons and an Archon. They're moving in. It's time to get on top of these Goliaths. And these Goliaths are his lifeline. They're the only thing that shoots up right now. If he
Dandy has nothing in his production tab, and he had nothing for a long time.
Oh my.
I think Dandy went AFK for a bit there.
Oh man, he just needed turrets. He needed to wall that natural and make more turrets.
Like he's got 2k minerals.
It happens. It happens.
Like,
I mean,
build a bunker.
What a crazy comeback from Bonyth.
Yeah, that was crazy.
But at the same time,
that was crazy both ways.
What a painful map for Terran to deal with carriers on.
Yeah, as I was thinking about it, I was like, okay, wait a second. He doesn't even need to trade bases. He could offer a base trade, and they'd be like, psych, I'm defending my base and killing yours.
Oh my goodness. But at the same time, I was convinced that Dandy had that game at multiple points. Like, convinced. Oh man, right up until the end, I mean, Dandy held the supply difference. He had such a better econ. The Goliath drops and Vulture drops were insane. They didn't stop. Oh man, I really thought of, you know, in this series, that was a Dandy game for sure, and Bonyth ended up coming back from behind. So, I mean, congrats to both these guys, but Dandy just making Bonyth work for it.
He killed so many probes with those Vulture drops and the tank drop and then the Goliath drop.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Like the Vulture drop, then you know the tank drop as well. Right as the first 2 carriers came out, you know, multiple Vulture drops, Goliath drops. It's like, man, he was never ending, and it looked just so difficult to deal with. But Bonyth just somehow pulled through. Very well played there.
Alright guys, the next map is Fighting Spirit. I think we created a monster with these 9-game live show matches.
Yeah, I think so too. These are, I mean, we've really seen both these players play at a level that you're really not used to seeing, and it's only because of like a 9-game series like this. I mean, we've seen what they do on island maps. That last game was just insane. The level that they were playing. And just really taking advantage of this map.
Oh, Foxy Gate.
Nice.
So if we think back to what happened at the start of that game, Dandy went for a bunker at his natural into a hidden 2-fac, got it scouted immediately, then adapted into a quick dropship, but ended up losing a tank and 4 Marines and a Vulture to 3 Dragoons and killed nothing. Like that game could not have started worse for Dandy. If that's a ladder match and he opens that way, you just leave the game.
Yeah, very, very, very true. I mean, he actually played it so well that I'd completely forgotten it started out so atrocious for him. Like, but you're very much right. You don't want that probe getting in, scouting everything you were doing, having to pick up and change your build order entirely, and still play from there. And yet, Dandy still made it such a game.
And this is the Foxy 99 opener. I think. Never mind, it's just one gate. My bad. Okay, this is going to be like Zealot, Goon. Maybe 3 Zealots and Goon.
There's one thing I've noticed about Dandy is normally he kind of sucks his barracks up in his main. And actually, as I say that, this is a little closer to the ramp than I was expecting. He should still wall this with, you know, factory or depot or whatever, but it might be a little more difficult to hold.
The scout probe timing from Bonyth here is going to be pretty suspicious. So if you see that scout probe coming in on this early of Fighting Spirit, I feel like you go check the middle. He's just going to check the middle anyway, I think. Okay,
Yeah, this definitely looks like he's going through the middle. He knows exactly what's going on here. Wow.
Yeah, he goes, okay, you've got one gate, this is fine. At this point, he can just put 2 SCVs on the ramp if he wants and just hold it with Marines.
Man, talk about Dandy. Perfect. Like, perfect read on Bonyth here. He must know that this is something Bonyth opts for on this map quite a bit.
Well, it just is this Fighting Spirit thing. It might just be that, like, Fighting Spirit, you scout cross position because that way you know if they're close, and you also get the advantage of seeing the middle. Oh yeah, he's just going to do 3 SCVs on the ramp and a Marine behind them. He can use 1 SCV to repair the one that's being attacked and then pull it back if it gets low. This is fine.
Ooh, good SCV pull on that first SCV, but actually probe doing quite a bit of damage here as well. No units quite yet fallen here for Dandy, and actually picks off the first probe.
Dandy's factory is so late though, he's getting distracted, and his factory timing is really important here. Okay, he started it, but he started it on 300 minerals.
Yeah, that was definitely not ideal. I mean, at least he hasn't taken any damage here from the Zealot.
He's about to.
He is about to. First Zealot falls.
I guess he's killed a Zealot probe and he's lost 1 Marine. He lost his STV in the middle too. He was killing that pylon, but he doesn't finish it off, and I guess the second Zealot killed the SCV.
Ah, man, really unfortunate there. It looked like he could walk out with more Marines, but 2 do fall to that second Zealot.
Yeah, and this is going to be 3 Zealot into Dragoon, so the Dragoon is going to be later. Dandy will be able to hold with the Vulture, but he's going to be forced to make a Vulture, and then the Marines are going to be really low when the Dragoon arrives. Because you don't want to make a Vulture, you want to go straight into tank, but he can't, because he has to make the Vulture just to save himself from the third Zealot. And then obviously, because you're forced to make that Vulture, the Vulture does nothing against the Dragoon, and the Dragoon kills you.
I'm just impressed at the speed at which Dandy pulls this SCV and Marines from these Zealots. Just the reaction time is very difficult to attain. And yeah, easily defends those Zealots.
Yeah, but he wanted to get the bunker to the natural. That's what the SCV that we went up to go low ground was trying to do, because he needs the bunker to beat the Dragoon. You can't beat the Dragoons with just regular Marines as long as Bonyth micros it, because he's got range 2/3 of the way done. He's got more Dragoons coming in. Look at this, Vulture Marines just doing nothing. And if you can't get the bunker down, that means you can't establish your natural till you get the tank. If you look at Dandy's money, Dandy wants that bunker and that CC right now, but he can't do it because he's got a Vulture. The tank is only just starting. This is how the like 3 Zealot into Dragoon thing is meant to work. It looks exactly like this. You hold off the Zealot, your Vulture comes out, finishes the Zealots off, but it doesn't matter by that point because the game has evolved into Dragoons.
Yeah, he's done so much damage here with these early Dragoons. It's going to be very difficult for Dandy to play from here.
Yeah, like when there was only 1 Dragoon, I feel like he should have pulled maybe 2 or 3 SCVs and had SCVs either pushing back Dragoons or shooting at them, and also 1 building the bunker. Because you need to get that bunker at your natural really early, but you can't do it until you get the Vulture out because the Zealots will stop it. It's a really tough build to face because it looks exactly like this, where the Zealots will prevent you from getting the bunker at your natural, and they'll beat up the Marines. They force the Vulture, and then all you have is a bunch of beat up Marines and a Vulture against Dragoons. Like, this is absolutely textbook. This is the example you use to show somebody how you do this proxy gate into triple Zealot Dragoon.
Yeah, I mean, he's just executed it perfectly at every level of this. Adding on another Robo observatory for his observers, obviously, 2 more gateways. I mean, the 2 more gateways is telling me he feels like he's in a position where he can pressure at this point. He's not in danger of losing that middle gateway at any point here soon. And he kind of wants to play his advantage a little bit. What do you think of that?
To me, this just means like a loose contain. He's like, okay, you know what? My Nexus is really quick. I'm up in workers by a lot. I'm not too worried. My plan right now is to not die. It's he's making sure that if his opponent really is on one factory CC, he's fine. If the opponent went for more factories, then he's fine. Like the nightmare situation with Bonyth, because all his units are on the map, is that there's like a hidden factory and vultures run into his main. Something like that. But
and it looks like you couldn't be more right. That 3rd Nexus is dropped. But Dandy is moving out here with 3 tanks.
Something like this is like kind of what he was afraid of, is these vultures getting over here. And I do quite like Dandy's decision to... Dandy didn't go siege mode, he went straight into vulture speed. And they're actually going to get mines in a second too. Oh, that's a good SimCity.
Yeah, not too bad. Does grab a few more probes, but the vultures will be cleaned up here shortly.
That Dragoon deserted its post. There was a Dragoon there that was killing them, and then it just left. It was like, the probes can finish this off.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate.
Yeah, Bonyth has gone from being up like 8 probes to being down in workers.
But there's no siege. I feel like Dandy has to back up, no?
Yeah, Dandy is going to run out of steam. Except that mine hit.
Oh
Holy shit.
Yeah.
He has an observer too. He just didn't see it because it was under attack. That mine hit had just changed the game completely.
That was a fluke. Like, that never happens, I feel like. Wow, really unfortunate there for Bonyth.
Bonyth has a Dragoon 99% done in his center gate. If you look at the production tab, Bonyth is always on Dragoon almost finished.
Yeah, he's got to cancel that Dragoon, actually, get that supply back.
This was such a huge swing from that mine and those vultures. And I'm surprised that it went as well as it did. Also, you saw Bonyth placing the buildings at his natural, trying to stop the vultures from getting in. He almost stopped them. And this is Dandy's game now. Dandy is really far ahead. He's not even going to lose the tanks.
No, he won't. I mean, Natural's completely fallen. Bonyth does have that 3rd, but he has no control over it. These vultures could probably get some damage done down there.
And the worker difference enough. It doesn't even matter that he's really far behind.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Oh, and the tanks are getting repaired too.
I mean, to Bonyth's credit, there is a Reaver. Anything can happen with a single Reaver on the map.
Yeah, especially for the Bonyth Reaver.
So maybe
he's given himself some hard work here. This is not going to be the easiest win anyone's ever done. If he picks up these 2 tanks with the Reaver, then that's going to be the start of a swing.
He's definitely going to try to. And yeah, actually, both the tanks getting caught off guard there. Man, he's just magic with his Reavers.
And those tanks really had no business being there. 2 tanks by themselves. There was only so much you could get done, and then the dream was going to be over. But there's a 15 worker difference. Bonyth is getting his natural nexus back up, and then he'll be on free nexus, so he can maybe start a recovery. But it's all uphill from here. Dandy should never ever lose from this position.
Well, he will. Bonyth will actually save that 3rd base and his moving across the map with a couple zealots.
But now he has to main out his probe to that new base, and Dandy with the vulture interception waiting for it. See, this is actually kind of good, but like this should be getting a bunch of probes, but Bonyth didn't send them. I don't know if that's a mistake or for some purpose, but like Dandy deserves probes for that timing.
Yeah, he definitely does. There should be probes moving there. I mean, hats off to Bonyth for knowing he doesn't feel safe to transfer probes at this time. Like a lot.
Oh, it's a mistake.
You think so? Yeah, you could be right. I think a lot of greedier players would lose probes for the same reason though, but
Notice how he switches his damage with the Reaver. He shoots at one Goliath, gets it really low, and then he targets the other Goliath, so the other Goliath takes the full hit, and then the splash hit finishes off the first Goliath. Bonyth just gets more out of his Reavers than any other player.
He really does. Yeah, that selecting, like you're saying, is just next level. Even the movement, you know, a lot of players kind of ignore mobility of Reavers because you think, what do you mean Reaver mobility? They're so slow. But so much can be accomplished just by backing up in between shots. It's very useful at their level.
So Dandy is going just for a 2-base timing, and Bonyth can see it. So I don't know about this. And Dandy's really far ahead, so it should work either way. But Bonyth, all he has to do is make Reavers, Shuttles, and Dragoons. He doesn't need to progress his tech at all. He doesn't need to be making anything other than just those units.
I don't know. I see the low count of Goliaths so far from Dandy, just 2. But I think, that's like Reaver defense. You know, as long as he controls it really well and it's in a good position. But we'll see.
Bonyth really needs to cancel that Dragoon. That's kind of annoying on the production tab. But like, he doesn't need to be going for like +1 air or carries. He doesn't need to be going for arbiters. This game really is going to come down to whether or not he holds Dandy's push, because all Dandy has is the 6-fac. Does Dandy have +1 finished, or is he just not getting +1? Okay, so he's got +1 finished. He's not going for +1 armor. So yeah, it's all Bonyth needs to do is hold it.
900 gas. I feel like he obviously could. It's a little bit of a mistake.
I don't like some of the decisions Bonyth's making. He's built a lot of probes, but these probes are never going to pay for themselves because there's no time. He needs to just be making units. I don't know about the Citadel because I feel like Zealot bombs are the way to go here. Like there's a very low budget way that you play when you realize the Terran's all in. And you're like, okay, all I'm going to make is gateways, slow Zealots, Dragoons, and Shuttles.
I mean, he's even down in supply, which is not a good sign for this matchup for sure. It's really going to come down to these Reavers. You know,
there's a minefield, and are those units running into the minefield? I think they might. Okay, no, they're clearing it. It's because those mines could really just end the game right there.
Yeah.
He's counterattacking with the Reaver. Is he mad?
He's mad. There's no turrets, to be fair, and he's
okay. He's just going to sack it. He's going to sack his third base and go for the counterattack.
Maybe not the worst plan here.
Yeah, I guess he judged that he couldn't. His judgment was he couldn't hold this push either way, even with the Reaver, so he's not going to try.
I mean, the counter is getting a lot of unit transfer. There's not really much at the natural here for Dandy to stop this Reaver.
Yeah, and Bonyth's gateways are coming online, so he's like Bonyth's position is better than it was. I feel like Dandy is wasting time. Like Dandy's like killing his 6 o'clock. Like who cares? Bonyth is fine with you killing his 6 o'clock. The 6 o'clock wasn't the objective here.
Man, he's getting really good connects with these Reavers at the natural.
He's done it. He's actually done it. He's gone from being down like 10 workers to being up 7 workers. And Dandy has done nothing with this time.
That's just so insane to me. They came back right at the last possible moment with this timing. And actually a Dragoon counter even coming in here with this Reaver. Oh, no,
right, Dandy just... The moment that Bonyth goes to the base trade, Dandy should accept it and say, okay, yeah, I will go for your base too. If Bonyth had lost his natural during this time, then it's fine. But if Bonyth is offering you his 6 o'clock for all of your workers, and he can't even hold the 6 o'clock anyway, don't take that deal. This is the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals. There we go. Okay, Dandy's finally realized that he can actually pick up a real trade here.
Yeah, I don't know, actually. Bonyth really... I mean, this is a dead natural, actually, for sure.
Yeah, it should have been a dead natural. Like, I mean, look, all these units here, units that Bonyth has made since the Reaver shit started. None of these units were around to defend back then. This Nexus should have been dead.
Very true, very true.
Dandy just spent so much time at 6 o'clock with his entire army Just getting an expansion that Bonyth didn't even care about.
I mean,
What
once
happened to
again,
Bonyth's
though,
probe count?
the tanks that all died at the natural. He lost
That never
so
should
many
have
probes
happened.
at the natural. Yeah, that's
Bonyth,
why.
you worked so hard for your worker lead. You were so far behind on workers that you ground it back and you worked for every single SCV kill, and you went from being like 10 workers down to being 10 workers up. And he's like, okay, and now I'm going to lose 15 workers to tanks.
I feel like it's been the same story with the majority of these games. Like, that's kind of the edge it feels like Dandy's had tonight. He's just pulling his workers on time. And Bonyth's getting caught and maybe losing a dozen probes more than he should in multiple engagements.
When he sacked 6 o'clock, he got all the probes out alive, and then I guess he put them all in his natural and lost them all then.
Yeah, he's really got to cancel this Dragoon. It's definitely bothering me at this point. Like, that's the resources he really could use right now. Yeah.
If he's lucky, then Dandy will cancel it for him.
Yeah, it could happen. Double shuttle coming towards the left side of the map. Maybe looking for some type of a drop at the natural here.
Yeah, I mean, he has to because he's still really far behind an army. If you look at this, then Dandy's up like 30 supply an army.
Wow, Reaver and a lot of Zealots dropping in its natural. No tanks or siege though. Ooh. Reaver getting quite a bit of damage done though. 2 tanks fall.
He's going for the Comsat DT again, I think. He's got an archive that just finished.
He will pick up the Comstat at the natural, but looks like the remainder of these Zealots should get cleaned up.
But Dandy just used his scans. Does he have any? How many scans does Dandy have?
He's just
Okay,
got
he
2.
has enough. Yeah,
He's
Bonyth's
got
fucked.
2, but he's also got a 3rd command center. He's got a natural. He could remake those real quick. Yeah,
Triple
Dandy
DT being
really
produced.
just so strong at this point. And he knows it. I like this thought to back up here. You've got your own 3rd. You've canceled Bonyth's 3rd. You know he just threw his drop away. Just sit back and macro. Don't throw an advantage against DTs for not having a Comsat or something similar. And as you say, Kwark, like, there's 3 DTs on the map now, so it was absolutely an option that Bonyth would have been looking for. But he's just gonna build up his economy, take his lead. Big damage from that single Reaver, but it will not be able to escape. And Dandy up 28 workers to 23 of Bonyth at this point.
Yeah, they both lost so many workers this game. Bonyth lost all his workers as natural, and then lost half of his remaining workers at the 3 o'clock. And then he just okay, you know what? I may have lost another 15 workers, but I will just build another Reaver, go out there, and I'll get something done. He's working so hard to get to equalize the worker count, but it's just his Reaver, the kills from his Reaver can't keep up with the probes that he's throwing away.
Yeah, they definitely can't. What's the plan if you're Dandy here?
And Dandy's in great shape. He's Bonyth doesn't. Actually, Dandy only has like 1-1 and no sound facility. Dandy's economy's in great shape, but he doesn't. In fact, 1-0. He doesn't actually have a late game.
1-1.
We're 20 minutes into the game and he's on 1-0. He's got no. This is an odd position.
This is a bizarre position.
Because Bonyth's tech is considerably better, but Bonyth has no economy. Dandy just has a bunch of 1-0 units, but 1-0 units aren't that scary against a Protoss who's got a lot of Storm.
Well, 0-0 Protoss. There's not a single upgrade for Bonyth at the 20-minute mark.
Does Protoss even have upgrade? Like, it's Terran gets plus 15 damage on their tank. Protoss has the option to get plus 3 armor. Like, who can? Oh, plus 3 armor on half of your hit points. The other half doesn't count. you can reduce that 85 damage tank hit to 82 damage.
Sounds worth it. Ooh, big storms.
Except that storm was like the only thing that Bonyth. I mean, Dandy's just going to unseat and move out. Yeah, that storm was the only thing that Bonyth had that was capable of stopping Dandy's army. I'm the second gas is so late as well because he decided that he's going to hold this with Storm. And how many High Templars does he have? I'm counting it at like 0. Okay, he's got 1. But if my entire strategy was that I was going to hold the enemy's army with Storm, I would mine a second gas.
Yeah, I'm sure he could use to take the 3 o'clock gas at the moment, but...
Right, even his natural gas, he wasn't mining it. And his main gas is depleted. He depleted his first gas before he took a second one.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes with being so far behind in the worker count, unfortunately. Like,
that's true.
Just
it's not like he had workers to put that.
Exactly. Man, Dandy, there's nothing keeping Dandy from killing this third once again. Bonyth looking for a counter, probably the intelligent play here, I'll say. Just avoid. Try to do damage wherever else you can. But Dandy all over it, just perfect unit positioning. He's preventing any type of a counter while simultaneously killing Bonyth's third. This is the play for all you Terrans out there. The way Dandy handled this, being an advantage, this is how you close a game out.
Oh, Nex is going to survive. Or not.
Wow, he planned that perfectly, down to the last vulture hit. That was actually very well done from Dandy.
Yeah, we're seeing some pretty late GGs from Bonyth today.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's fighting for this. He knows he's down in the series. He's got to, get some wins. Bonyth's like the comeback king. Why not? If he still feels like he could win from this position, he probably could. So why not stay in it?
I've got to be back in for a second, but I will return.
Alright. About 20 tanks moving down towards the south side of the map for Dandy to meet Bonyth's army here. And it looks like Bonyth going in for the final attack. No siege yet from Dandy. Actually, Dandy backing out and sieging up quite a bit. I really thought Bonyth was going to continue to engage there. Dandy scanning the army, realizing he's at a pretty big advantage at this point. He's just going to start trying to chase Bonyth around the map. I mean, Bonyth's final mining bait, other than his mined out match, is that 6 o'clock, so he's just trying to get to it. Shuttle moving in here. We got a couple High Templar. Big storms going down on the vultures. But at this point, it's just too little too late. Dandy's about double the supply of Bonyth, and Bonyth really just trying to see whatever he can do to kind of hang on at this point. Fighting valiantly, as Bonyth always does. But Dandy definitely has the sizable lead and has had it, for quite some time here. He's just kind of taking a little bit to close the game out safely. Gets within siege range of Bonyth's 6 o'clock nexus. Chooses to move in. Bonyth actually breaking down his own pylon in order to gain access to 6 o'clock. Another shuttle with a Zealot, Reaver, and High Templar moving in. Reaver Scarab going down, a couple tanks going down. Big storm on quite a few vultures, but it's just not enough. There's too many tanks. It's just too many siege tanks from Dandy.
Is this the 3rd or 4th time that Bonyth's lost that base?
I think it's like the 3rd time for sure. And then he lost mid-right twice. Yeah, that was...
It was natural. He lost just the once, I think.
Oh, okay.
No,
yeah,
he did lose his natural twice. He lost his natural early. He lost control of his natural early onto the vultures. And did he have to cancel that time with the sea tanks? I think he did lose his natural twice.
What a game. it's like a knife fight between these two. You know, they're both just like cutting each other here and there, and it hurts, and everything's dying, but they're still alive somehow. Like that was brutal.
Bonyth's proxy gate Zealot Dragoon opening could not have gone better for him. That was like the perfect execution. But then those two vultures that just ran into his main screwed up everything. I was questioning Danny's decision to go vulture speed instead of siege mode, because I was thought that he should just siege up and like be very defensive on his natural. And Dandy's showing why he's good. He knows what he's doing. That vulture speed just punished Bonyth so hard.
Yeah, it absolutely did. I mean, he really just has been doing a great job of kind of murdering like Bonyth's economy game over game that we've seen. You know, whether it's drops, run bys, you know, you name it. It's been going very well for Dandy in this series. I'll be right back 1 second. I'm just gonna use the restroom really quick.
Do we allow restroom breaks? Get your ass back here, machine. We run a tight ship. So the next map is Neo Forbidden Zone 2.0.
Ox, would you click on the map just so I can see the big version of it?
What are your thoughts, Kwark? What are we looking at?
We're looking at like some 1999 era shit.
Man, map making was pretty primitive back then, huh? I'm not even sure how many of these were done by Blizzard, you know?
I think none of them. I think Lost Temple really was Blizzard's best map.
Like, there's a new program, it's not that new, SCM Draft Editor that map makers make, but that wasn't available early on, so I think some of these maps were made through their campaign editor.
Yeah, I remember that you had to hack in the reverse maps, so the reverse map ramps, because you couldn't get them. Are we just not waiting for Machine?
Oh, I forgot all about him. I'm sorry, guys. It's been a marathon. What has it been like?
That's okay. He'll be back quickly enough. Okay, we have Bonyth as the, I guess, lime green Protoss at the top right against Dandy as the regular green Terran in the bottom right on Neo Forbidden Zone, which is a map that I am not familiar with.
Yeah, Neo Forbidden Zone.
Our fucking dinosaur historian over here.
Yeah, exactly. It's an old one. I just remember like the mains seeming like they're massive for Terran.
You're hilarious, man.
Nice.
Like I can't even remember what happened last week.
The first thing I noticed is Dandy's gas is not good. That you never ever see gas below the Nexus, except on, like, I guess, Optimizer, where it's your second gas.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, these were the days when Blizzard was like, hey, make some map, guy, because people need maps to play on. I don't think they knew anything about map making or the game.
If they had the same number of mineral patches, then... if you get the same number of mineral patches, then that's good enough.
Yeah, not even evenly spaced mineral patches, just same number, right? No, well, what do you mean? This base has the exact same amount of minerals as this base. They're good.
Oh, sure, one may mine faster, but it'll work out in the end.
Yeah, exactly. They'll just have to play for the long game. Oh man. But this is gonna be interesting. Anytime you're playing this type of a map, it's I don't know, little, you know, more like island maps are just play very uniquely, you know, compared to most other maps. So really got to play much differently. I mean, not that we haven't seen plenty of island map play here tonight. I'm interested to see if Dandy's going to go to Port Wraith once again.
One thing that I still thinking about last game, but one thing I want to point out from last game is that Bonyth's game sense when Dandy's pushing his 6 o'clock, he recognized that he couldn't hold Dandy's army. Because what I would have done there is I would have gone no shuttle speed. I'd just gone gateways, dragoons, shuttles, zealots, and made the biggest army I could, fought Dandy's army and lost. And then I'd be like, okay, well, I gave it my best shot. Bonyth, he just sacks the natural and says, okay, I'm going to... I can't beat your army. No matter what I do, I can't beat your army. I'll go for the trade. And he actually came out on top from the trade. He lost his 6 o'clock, but Dandy spent so long attacking 6 o'clock and dealing with the Viva drop that Bonyth came out ahead, and that is so smart. He forced a mistake. He said, okay, under optimal conditions, you just won the game, but I can counter attack and I can harass you, and if you make a mistake, I'll come out ahead. It's beautiful.
It really is. I mean, that's why he's able to play his way back into games that he's, not necessarily ahead in. And
Yeah,
well, I like what you're saying, like even calling like play to it. It is a situation that not a lot of players would want to even put themselves in, but Bonyth does, like time and time again. He's just comfortable there.
So this is an island map, right?
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Dandy's
It's
going
a
2-pack.
4-player island map.
Okay, it's 2-pack into Starport, right?
This seems like Goliath again. This seems like a Goliath drop.
Okay, and Bonyth is doing a similar build to the one he did. Actually, no, the last time he did slower Dragoon range, but this is still Robo before Dragoon. He went Gateway, Goon, Robo, Goon range. So he's not going to have the shuttle, I think. He's not going to have the money for the shuttle, but he will be able to get a quick observatory.
You know what's funny? I actually looked at Dandy's build and I was like, why is this so much later than it was on the previous game? And
He
it's
just
because
added
of
the
that
SUV.
gas.
Yeah, he just added the 4th SUV as you were saying that.
It's really so much later. It's so noticeable. He can't build either Goliath. The armory's not done yet. Like, this is a much later timing just because of the map and just because of that gas, and that's really unfortunate.
Okay, Bonyth does get the shuttle. He cancelled the probe to get the shuttle out. So it's going to be shuttle observer. The question is it going to be double ops? I think it is going to be double ops again. So he seems to think that the double ops into support bay was the way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of caught him the previous game where Dandy opened 2-port Wraith. So, it's kind of shocking that he's opting for that second obs given their previous game, but it's going to be good here nonetheless.
Yeah, I feel like the 2 obs hurt him on Gorky Island, but it would have been the correct build against the 2-port Wraith on, what was that, Estrella.
Yeah, Estrella. Yep. Yeah, it probably actually would have been the great call against 2-port Wraith. Much more useful.
Yeah,
I mean, it's because of the way Dandy opens. Like, he always makes you think of 2-port Wraith because he's so good at it.
So Dandy is having a lot of luck with these Vax scouts. It's on Gorky Island and on this map. He just immediately builds the Vax in Bonyth's direction, sends it out, and it's just it goes straight there.
Yeah, he really has been getting pretty lucky with those, I've noticed. Like, he's always had first scout, which is it's so helpful in this matchup.
I like this. Bonyth saw the dropship, so he's just going to move his Dragoons back up, get them in one place.
Very nice. He's easily going to pick off this dropship, and Dandy's going to get a horrible trade here.
Yeah, I
Really
feel like
unfortunate.
once Dandy saw that the Dragoons weren't at the natural, maybe what he could have done is dropped out the Goliaths at the natural, and then stopped the shuttle from getting in, but he wouldn't have really had the vision, would he?
No, I guess not. Ah, man, if you're Dandy, you're not happy about that. That's for sure. Bonyth in a pretty good position here.
I wonder if it's possible to build the factory or fly the factories to low ground, because on this map where there's you can just walk between the 2 bases. There's that downtime where you build the factories and then you build nothing out of the factory because you have no armory. He could have flown them down during that window.
Yeah, I think you're right. Having the factories on the low ground would be so much more beneficial at this point. He's kind of having to ferry his units with his dropships at the moment, which, I mean, seems to be working out all right.
It's not. The problem he's now going to have is that he has Goliaths against Dragoons, and these Dragoons have range.
And there's a Reaver as well. Yeah, it's just not enough Goliaths here.
And even if he wins this fight down here, Bonyth can switch back and just attack the main. It's the reverse situation that he
Lost
wanted.
a dropship with a Goliath in it. And actually, Yeah, losing all of his Dragoons here, or Goliaths here, to the Dragoons, this really just didn't end up doing much here for Dandy.
No. The situation Dandy wanted was Bonyth would be forced to either split his army or defend one location and lose the other. But after he lost his first dropship, it got reversed, and he was forced to put all his Goliaths on the low ground, at which point Bonyth could drop his main if he wanted. I think you're right about that gas, because if we compare the timing to the Gorky Island game, on Gorky Island, Bonyth's Reaver was not complete, and Bonyth only had like 2 Dragoons when the drop hit. This game here, Bonyth had 4 Dragoons and Dragoon range.
Yeah, it was very noticeable to me, because you're absolutely right. They were very similar builds, and there just was no Goliath even in production once the armory completed. You know, because he was having to spread his gas so many other places at that point. It was a little unfortunate, but that's just how it goes. You know, you gotta expect that stuff.
Alright guys, the last map is Blue Storm. I believe by Earth Attack.
Blue Storm's a good map.
It is a good map. It looks like a pain in the neck PvT though, I'll say.
Yeah, it's... And the thing is, you get rewarded by carriers. Like, okay,
That's true.
You
If
can't
it
defend
goes
the natural
far enough.
against tanks, but one day I'll have carriers and then I'll show you.
That's very true. Carriers are really, really good on this map. Okay, okay. Do you think we'll see like an early 2-fact timing and sieging over the wall to the natural on this?
I think we're just going to see a standard like 1-fact expand from Dandy. What I'm thinking about for Bonyth is proxy robo. Because there's all sorts of nonsense you can do on this map with proxy robos. You can build them at the 6 or 12 depending on where you are, and then do like elevator, build the shuttle, you elevate some units in, then you grab the Reaver and go.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. That always was a pain in the neck for Terran to deal with here. Well, here we go. Got game 7. We have Dandy spawning as the Tan Terran at the bottom left side of Blue Storm. Meanwhile, we have Soul's Bonyth spawning as the Yellow Protoss top right of Blue Storm.
This is game 9. We're at the finish line here. This is the end of the marathon.
Oh, this is game 9. Oh, never mind. Oh wow, I thought we were a game behind. Okay.
And Bonyth just going straight for the proxy gate. I think this is just going to be like an in-your-face proxy. Actually, is this going to be gas still? No, it's too early for gas. It's going to be gate. I think this is like just a comfort build for Bonyth. It's a 2-player map. This is the build that he's very happy to do. Just a quick gateway, and then you can go into the gas still. You harass with the zealots. It's just easy. It's a build that he's done a million times in a million different maps. So if you tell him it's playing Blue Storm, he says, "Okay, I'll just use my Polaris Rhapsody build."
There's a surprising like short rush distance between this gateway and Terran's natural. It's an open main anyway. Like I see a lot of good reasons to try to run a quick zealot at the Terran's base from here. So this does look like a strong build for Blue Storm.
And I guess it's quite awkward for them to even kill the gateway later on because they can't get mech units there, and the scout SCV won't even see it.
Gas steal. Ooh, you hate to see it. It's always awkward for a Terran, right? Because now what is he going to do? Try to hold a command center as natural against a forward gateway, like a proxy gateway? No. I think I remember seeing a wall here where you wall the main with a command center and a depot and then produce Marines behind it. That could maybe be good here.
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing a second Vax after what we saw Scan do.
Oh, you're right, actually. That would be pretty interesting, seeing the second barracks and push out from there. Ooh, SCV going down. Bonyth just being a little devil, man. That probe.
And the moment Dandy scouts that there's nothing in Bonyth's main, he knows what's up. He knows that this is a proxy gate, and he just goes straight for the second Vax.
We do see the second barracks. That's interesting, huh? Wow.
Well, he didn't commit to it until he left himself the option of going back or CC depending on what he saw in Bonyth's base. But the moment he sees that it's a forward gate, it's straight into the CC, so straight into the Vax. And that's a good decision, but he's lost 2 SCVs already, which is more damage than he should be taking.
Yeah, losing the 2 SCVs really seems to be hurting so far. Oof.
That
good
and
damage by
no
Zilla.
eBay at the natural. He really should be blocking Bonyth's Nexus. He can't let Bonyth get a quick Nexus here. Because you punish this by identifying that they have no gas. Once you know they have no gas, you know the only thing they could do is a Nexus. And then eBay blocks it forever because they can't do anything about it because they don't have any Zealots on that side of the map.
Do you think Dandy was just kind of thrown off? It doesn't seem like a mistake he'd normally make.
It's odd because Eclipse is in the map pool. So Dandy plays against this all day. This is what people do on Eclipse half the time. Yeah, Dandy does not seem to be playing his best game here. He's lost 2 SCVs to the probe. And he's targeting the wrong Zealot. He's splitting his damage between the multiple Zealots. This is... Somehow he's losing Mass Marine to 3 Zealots. I mean, the Zealots he hasn't lost a Zealot yet. Bonyth has like 12 kills between them. And they're still alive. Ox, can we see the kills on each Zealot?
It's 1, 3, and 3. So
Okay, so 7
total.
kills and then 1 on the other Zealot over there. That's 8 kills plus the 2 on the probe.
Yeah.
That's 1,000 minerals of damage between the Zealots.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we see it, right? Like, Bonyth's Nexus at the natural, almost up. He's got his gas underway. Cybercore, second gateway. This has just been a slaughter here from Bonyth.
And Bonyth might have his first carrier before Dandy has his first Goliath.
Another 2 Marines going down. Almost the third. Oh, third one. Man, Bonyth, he doesn't even need these kills. He's just getting them anyway.
Yeah, it's so weird that double Vax is beating single gateway Zealot. It never happens.
Yeah, I mean, it just speaks to Bonyth's control. Like, there's no other way to say it. Like, it's just such efficient control to be able to come out with these types of trades.
And it's a 9-game series, and like at the end of a 9-game series, it's entirely possible that Dandy is just feeling some exhaustion.
Do you think it's more tiring for a Terran to play 9 games, let's say a Protoss player? Because of the mechanics of playing TVP? Or no, it's equally exhausting?
I don't know. I think it would be pretty close to, like, it's just equally exhausting. Like, it's tough for both players. Like, both
Yeah,
players.
it probably depends how you play it. I mean, if you have a PvT style where you're like hyper aggressive, you get it done early, then maybe it's less exhausting than if you I don't know, have a style where you make every game go to like a 40-minute macro fest. These Dragoons are out before the first factory, and he's made like 8
Picking
Zealots
off
before the
Marines.
Goon.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's still mining from his natural.
Dragoon range is going to be probably done before the factory started. Like, there's going to be... This bunker's going to take so much damage.
Surprisingly, they're pretty even in worker count.
This is a mistake by Dandy. He suddenly looks and he's like, wait a second, you have how many Dragoons?
Yeah, this isn't gonna work.
And like, even if he did get the bunker down, like, Bonyth has range, like 99% done. This is... I don't think he realizes this is quite... I bet he probably does realize how far behind he is, but he doesn't know what to do. But that bunker rush was never going to be the play. The bunker he needs is at his natural.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Like, the bunker he needs is at his natural. He's just got to worry about holding at this point. These Marines are bare. They've got nothing. They're not going to be able to do any type of damage. They just... The best use they can really possibly give is just trying to hold his own natural at this point. And he's got to get this tank count up. Needs his double factories, 2 add-ons. Like, just get some siege tanks out there at this point.
If it kept those Marines alive, I wouldn't have hated a bio switch, honestly. Just because he needs to establish... If he establishes the position by Bonyth's natural with the tanks and sieges it, then he can potentially equalize, but that's a difficult position to hold. But a bunch of Marines with Stim could help him seize that position really early. That might have been the play, but he lost so many Marines since then.
Yeah, I mean, then there's always the worry of, this is Bonyth who's playing. You know, the likelihood of Reaver is probably very high.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's like the 10% chance of winning.
Yeah, that's very, very, very true. We have a starport even going down here for Dandy.
I like the starport for a quick Wraith. I think a quick Wraith here would be really good, because it does give me the ability to do something about Reavers.
Okay. Not bad. We also have Siege and Vulture Speed on the way. First tank is finally out. Should start to be able to push these Dragoons off a little bit. Ooh, Danny's got to be very careful with his bunker here. And the bunker goes down. And, man, Bonyth should just have free reign here. He should just slowly be able to pick down each one of these SCVs. First siege tank does have siege. Ooh, there's almost like a go or don't moment at this point here for Bonyth. Actually, Bonyth slowly creeping forward, picking off SCV after SCV, but opting to just kind of sit back and delay some mining for a while.
And the seed throw timing was just way too late.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like it. I mean, Danny was doing a great job with the repair that he had. Ooh, 2 more siege tanks join the fray. They will grab a Dragoon. But yeah, Bonyth, he's just in such a commanding lead already in this game.
Yeah, and he's starting his +1 now. It's not normal for the Pato to have like 9 ranged Dragoons at your natural before your siege is done. That's just that's an odd position to have happen. And I mean, Danny's making the best of it, but it's just very difficult to play that. Okay, so it was the starport was for dropship, not for Wraith. I thought Wraith because, like, I feel like for this position as Dandy, you're so far behind that you need to just look for like any kind of comeback play, and a slow shuttle with Reaver flying into a Wraith to me felt like a potential comeback opportunity. But he's just gonna go for a drop with harass. It's not the worst idea.
Yeah, he just seems to continue to get value with these drops. I mean, no eBay. Seems like a good time to drop to me. See what he can get done with this Reaver here.
Okay, and he's following it with Wraiths, but the thing, had he done the Wraith the other way around, it would be done now and it'd be stopping the shuttle.
Boom!
Yeah, there's no range here.
Oh, such a big scarab there. Jeez, so much damage. I mean, this is really well played here from Bonyth.
I don't think this is, but this should not be. So also the starport was finished and not building anything the entire time that Dragoon Blast was going on. Dandy actually countered this, but he was too busy to do the counter. Like there should have been a Wraith out a long time ago, and that shuttle did not have speed when it went in.
And he's got one out. He's got a Wraith out. It's just not heading to that shuttle.
Well, the shuttle has speed now, but like the Wraith should have been done like a full minute ago. The entire time that Dragoon Bust was going on, starport was finished. It's Bonyth's shuttle is alive because of a mistake that Dandy made, not because of anything that Bonyth did.
Reaver's still getting some damage here, looking to get some connects on those tanks, and does take down 2 more siege tanks. Very well played here. Oh man, that Zealot just constantly dealing damage to that tank there.
So Dandy has 22 supply that isn't workers.
Very nice. He's also got like half his buildings aren't on fire. You know, that's kind of a plus. Man, he's
+1 air is finished. Bonyth's +1 air is finishing right before the armory.
Yeah, I feel like these first 2 carriers can just cross the map and deal so much damage here to Dandy.
Yeah, I mean, I was mostly joking earlier when I said that Bonyth's carriers would finish before the first Goliath, but Bonyth's carriers have finished before the first Goliath. That is how far ahead he is. And it wasn't even a carrier rush. The other thing. He went Reaver and a 3rd base on the way.
Yeah, I mean, just his drops, his unit control just got so much damage done. It was really difficult for, I mean,
okay,
Dandy I feel like was behind just from that gateway in the beginning.
So Dandy is going for the Wraith counterplay, and this probably shouldn't work. But okay, Bonyth is building observers. Bonyth, I think, suspects that this is on the table.
Yeah, Dandy seems to love his Cloak Wraiths. I'm sure Bonyth's used to playing against it. And actually, GG is called by Dandy. Yeah,
That's not an early GG. That's fine. Like, we didn't get to see the big battle, but I mean,
yeah,
we
it
knew
really
how that was going to
over
end.
there. Bonyth had such a commanding lead from the start there. That was very well played by him.
So 4-5 series, and I think it really was that close. The Gorky Island game was super close. Like that came down to like Shuttle Observer Viva rather than Shuttle Observer Viva. That was Viva. If the Viva's done like 10 seconds earlier, then the drop gets shut down. The near forbidden zone, that came down to a bad gas.
That really came down to a bad gas. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it was that was quite the series. I mean, especially given all the maps picked, there were some pretty unique games, and yeah, it was a close one. It was a fun one for sure.
So many games I'm struggling to remember. The Paranoid Android, that went both ways. That was.
Oh my god, cares on that map. But meanwhile, at the same time, Dandy's drops, like just constant vulture harass.
And then he picks off the comsats and he has a DT and his army is inside Dandy's base and Dandy's army is in his natural. If the DT's on the ramp, that's just game over right there.
Yeah. I mean, it was such a great series because of that. So many epics, little points in each game. But,
yeah, we had Scan Khala before as well, like a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, Khala once again just kind of showing he's definitely on Scan's level. You can give him quite a good series, but Scan obviously proving why he's in ASL at the moment. Such an incredible series from both those players as well.
That was really fun, guys.
Like Khala's game is so good in so many ways, and if he gets to play his game, he can win. But he just doesn't have a complete PVT. He's got a gap in there, and Scan doesn't have that same kind of gap.
Yeah.
That's probably the longest 9-game show match we've ever seen. That's got to be over 3 hours. So big thank you to Bonyth, who got off work, guys. And played Dandy, and of course it was kind of late for Dandy as well, and they're both parents, so they were probably exhausted to begin with, but they really put on one hell of a show. Yeah, those were great games. Yeah,
they absolutely were. Those were epic. Thank you to all the players, Bonyth, Dandy, Khala, Scan. That was just epic, and thanks to everyone for tuning in. This was a fun one. Thanks Ox for having me.
Thank you, Kwark.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, Kwark. That was it was great casting with you. Same with Pato as well. This was as always very fun and made my day. So I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, sorry that I was late and I kept having to leave because of the baby, but I appreciate you having me, and I'll try and show up on time next time.
You guys are the best. I want to thank you for casting this event and making it special. Yeah, so Dandy won with 5 points. I think he earned about $195. And Bonyth got 4 wins himself, and that comes out to something like $156. Not bad. So big thank you to Leo, Esport Fund, and Trovo for putting together a $350 prize for these 9-game show matches that we're streaming on Trovo. Thanks guys for tuning in, for watching the VOD. I hope you had fun.
Alrighty. Yeah, thanks again for having me, Ox. Thank you, Kwark. This was a lot of fun, man. Really appreciate it. I'll hopefully we got something coming down the pipe here pretty soon.
Yeah, we got Kogan and True Touch is the next 9-game show match.
Oh, jeez.
As part of the Thelio show match series. That should be happening on May 29th. And there'll be more Leo show matches after that. And we got other events and stuff lined up. So, yeah, thanks so much for casting them.
Where's Bud? Alrighty, I'm gonna call tonight. But
yeah, man, have a good rest. You deserve it.
Yeah. You guys too. Take it easy. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Kwark.